Sunday of Week 10 begins in Berlin. The Falcons and the Colts, and what a game they saw in Germany. The Atlanta Falcons underdogs coming in, but they were game all throughout this one. Michael Penix Jr., Drake London, 16-yard touchdown. London had 104 yards receiving in the game. Falcons had a fourth-quarter lead, but Jonathan Taylor bottled up at the line of scrimmage in the fourth quarter. Bounces breaker, and the right tackle's back. They pick up the pressure inside, and the matchup we just talked about, 1-0 Tampa.
It looked like a slip on the part of Gonzalez. And the Bucs hit the big play to get down to the 37 of the Patriots.
Well, these teams get down the field in a hurry, Jim. They are very explosive in the air.
Take the first down handoff, and they dump it off quickly behind the tight end. He's got about 6. And look who's over there to congratulate him and help him get back to his feet, but the quarterback.
But watch out on your side over here. He's been an extension. He actually comes from the backside on this one, but he's been an extension basically as a tackle because they've had so many injuries on the right side, right? The right guard's been a carousel all year. Then all of a sudden today you get Gedeke back. And guess what that means? You've done all that hard, dirty work. Now you get to catch some passes.
Might get rewarded.
Exactly. He's earned it.
He's got an early catch. 2nd and 3. They go back to White. Changes direction, and he's right at the sticks. At the 27, into the arms. ball. But Tucker two-arms it down to the 21-yard line.
Opening possession for the Houston Texans. That's Davis Mills, as I said, in for the injured C.J. Stroud. He's throwing right side and jumping the route is number 22, Jarian Jones. What a job there by the corner out of Florida State. Reading Davis Mills' eyes, and Mills looks to the replay board to see what went wrong there, but it is a turnover and a sudden change. Trevor Lawrence and company going to have it in plus territory immediately.
1966 through 9 games.
And they've had some good defenses, just to be real.
Yeah. Another first down. Little play action. Looking deep. Now comes to the right side. The Boca is in for the touchdown. What an opening drive for Tampa Bay. Well, there's your key matchup, Tony, and it's a touchdown right at the start for Emeka Egbuka.
Baker Mayfield's eyes. Now he's going to throw right here, but watch Baker. Pump fakes there, resets, and fires. And it's Baker's ability with his resetting his feet, holding the defense with their
How about a 6-play, 65-yard drive and a statement for the Buccaneers out of the gate. It's 4th and 4 on the right side of the double box. Caleb Williams doesn't like what he sees. Scrambles, buys time, fires to the end zone. DJ Moore is there. He cannot hang on. And that goes incomplete and a turnover on downs. Williams, he needed 4 yards on 4th down there, decided to take the shot to the end zone, and Moore could not come up with it. How close was it? He's going to be out of bounds even if he would have held on to it, but the ball goes to the ground, and the ball goes back over to the Giants on downs. Well done by the defense there. Okay, 3rd and 3 here in Carolina. Bryce Young faking the handoff and is trotting his way. You know, Bryce Young has won 4 straight starts. He started there, which was a Panthers loss, but he individually has won the last 4 games he has started. That is his best streak in his career. Tua taking a shot against the Bills early, and whoa, he wants that one back. Just up for grabs, and Cole Bishop comes away with the interception. Tua Tagovailoa. It's been that season for the Dolphins. That's his 12th interception on the year, tied for the league's worst total throwing interceptions. J.J. McCarthy stands and delivers. A rusher was right in his face, but he got it out to Justin Jefferson, and a first down Minnesota. Hot action here as we go back to Josh Allen's first snap.
now throws and incomplete in the direction of Keon.
Jags stalled after the turnover there. They're going to try and settle for 3.
Little chip shot there. Big leg. Flagged out. Penalty marker at the 37-yard line.
Wait for the announcement here. The referee in charge is Alex Moore. Cam Little, the field goal was good. It would have been good from, I would say, 68.
Currently points on the board.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 96. It's going to be for 15 yards, 3 gets wide, it's an automatic first down.
So take the point off the board.
No good for the special teams for the Texans. That is a bad. Let's see the replay here, gang, if we can. I want to see, because that's a disaster potentially if they end up giving up a touchdown afterwards. Trevor Lawrence comes back out onto the field quickly because this might even push them right into the red zone or just outside the red zone with a 15-yard personal foul. Yeah, they either hit the snapper or use leverage, leaping, one of those type of line of scrimmage fouls that we see on field goal attempts. And now the Houston Texans defense is back on the field with a fresh set of downs to the Jags.
The middle of the screen here is just that center is protected. You can't go in there and hit him in the head or neck area. It clearly gets a piece of him there. Massive penalty. And now the defense has to go back out and try and stand up once again.
So new life here for the Jaguars. ETN emerges running off tackle.
So the Jags are in the red zone. We double box in the Minnesota Vikings, who have just worked it into the red zone. Number one just caught a big pass from J.J. McCarthy. Jalen Naylor, a 62-yard completion. We will endeavor to show that to you, but we're locked into the live action here. Trevor Lawrence in scoring distance, J.J. McCarthy in scoring distance. They'll have a first and goal. Timeout in Minneapolis. Let's go full to Houston.
A little bit better in the red zone. They're great everywhere, but something to work on. They're going Wildcat here with ETN. Lawrence is split out. And ETN, they read it perfectly, trying to take it up the middle and fool nobody. No gain on the play. Checking with that.
All right, we just queued up. This game is in commercial timeout now. You're not missing anything between Minnesota and Baltimore. 3rd and 5. J.J. McCarthy, rainbow delivery, and Jalen Naylor is there. Doesn't go out of bounds wisely. His defender falls down. He ran it for 62 yards. Here we go. First and goal live. It's Jones to the left, and Jones to the end zone. Vikings on top early in Minnesota.
There's a bunch formation. 3rd and 2, running play. Doesn't get there. ETN stopped for no gain.
Hey, it's amazing how you can impact people. Watch Alohi, Gilliman right here. It's going to be run down. We get a great block by Christian Darrisaw. Look at that gaping hole. But it was because just the release by those two tight ends. Alohi, Gilliman thinking pass first.
And down the hole. Looks like he's got the first down and he does.
I love Rico Dowdle. I love that. He starts around the board. They get new life on the drive because of the penalty, and now it's just going to be a shorter field goal attempt. 32 yards. It's automatic. Jacksonville takes a 3-0 lead thanks to a turnover. Physicality.
So it ends up being still a Jags field goal, and Jacksonville is on top 3-0 in the first 4 minutes of that game. We brought in the Panthers because they are goal to go.
Questioning. Taylor and Cook. He's 6'5", he's left the lead. Goes back to the Rico Dowdle, and it's in for a Carolina touchdown. Just like that, Panthers with the lead. I was wondering what kind of Sully we were going to get to it, as the kids say, since he got the touchdown. I want you to watch this right here. Right there, this exchange between these two players. Look at Cooper, 18, bam, right up there, create a new line of scrimmage on the second level. I mean, that's how you do it as a running back, as a wide receiver. And when we talk about everybody being inspired, by the way, this guy is running.
I realize it's next level, but the celebrations we've seen from the two running backs so far in the touchdowns, next level. We had a 4th and 1. The Patriots go for it. They play power ball off the left side and get the first down still on their side of the 50-yard line. So let's cue this up. Aaron Jones scores for the Vikings, and then he does the fake Hingle McCringleberry. Last week, Rico Dowdle did the 2 pumps, and he got the 15 yards, so he lined up as if he was going to do that, and then faked it off. And then 2 minutes later of wristwatch time, Dowdle, who was dinged last week for the penalty, he lined up as if he was going to do it. Yeah, everyone's paying attention here. We're having fun already in Week 10 on your NFL Sunday. Shout out to Key and Peele and all the football fans everywhere. No one, if you know, you know. And no flags thrown, no pumps given.
Targets of Collins without a chance really to catch even one of them. This is concerning right now. It's raining. I haven't seen Drake May play in the rain yet that I have seen. And I'm now seeing 2 balls come out of his hand a little bit where the ball is sailing. His hand is under the ball a little bit too much. And I think right now it's going to be hard for him to be as accurate as he's been all year down the field. He's been incredibly accurate. Here's a 3rd and 10. He's entering into the backfield along with Henderson. Look at all the disruption, the disguise. This is straight Todd Bowles at his best. May from the pocket sends it down the way, and it's over the head of Hobbins. And it's another one to look to sail a bit.
Just had a 4th down attempt in the Giants-Bears game. 4th and 2. Jackson Dart looking. Now he wants to run, and the Bears were there. They shut it down. You had a couple, including Josh Sweat getting in there for the Montez Sweat, excuse me. Know your sweats, Hanson, as they turn them away on downs. The Bears will have it in plus territory. All right, playing for the second and third win of the year between the Browns and the Jets, respectively. That's Micah Corley. Malachi Corey, former Jet, now Brown, getting a little gain on that one. Let's pick up Lamar Jackson.
And how he prepares quarterbacks to play. Up the middle across the 35. It was interesting. Then he just went on and said, "Well, Vic has got a quarter experience. He's showing more protective guy in this league than Lamar Jackson. Great technique, great fundamentals." They said he built himself into what he's become, and he said that those are the kind of guys that you want. And that's the guy, right? When he goes to the combine, everybody knows what he can do with the football in his hand as a runner, but everybody wanted to see him throw it. And to not perform to the level that you had hoped, and to be able to put that behind you and then just kind of embrace and lean into, I am going to make myself become a really, really good passer of the football. It's the draw to Henry. Powers into Jalen Redmond. Down at the 48.
So Cam Little kicks the field goal, then Cam Little kicks off to the Houston Texans. They field the ball at about the 1 or 2 yard line, bring it out, looking for room, and put the ball on the ground. The Texans special teams having a disastrous first 5 minutes of this ball game here. Tremon Smith is the return man for Houston. Puts it down, and the Jags are there to pounce on it, and it's instant red zone for Jacksonville. So twice in the first 4 minutes of this game, the Houston special teams effectively cause a turnover here. Will Anderson, by the way, was one of the guys that was actually not Will Anderson. We'll check who it was that punched it out.
Down in 7, keep it on the ground. ETN driving to the 5. So they're trying to establish this early.
And back in Minneapolis, it's Lamar Jackson on a 3rd and 4. Brings Zay Flowers in motion. Looks left side. Mark Andrews, all reliable for a 7-yard gain and a first down. Mark Andrews is in play to break the all-time receiving record, yardage-wise, in the franchise for the Baltimore Ravens. In fact, that's likely to happen today if he plays the entire 4 quarters. We'll keep you posted on that. Well, look who's the next team getting into the red zone. In fact, by virtue of the holding call, might back them up. Left side of the screen, Jags are now goal to go. So, actually, I think the graphic may have been wrong in that game, that the penalty was against the Jets on this one. They showed that the Browns had the penalty. I think it's defensive holding against the Jets here, and that'll be an automatic first down and a red zone possession now for Dylan Gabriel and Cleveland.
See that to Judy. Pull the trigger and get it out there to his receiver. Judges taking on tacklers, gets inside the defensive ass. JJ got big old jumbo here with the Doga. Extra offensive line. Second and goal for Jackson. Lawrence to throw. He does. Open man. Jacoby Myers. Touchdown. Flag is down. There's a lot going on. So no touchdown. Doga. Your number one job isn't to get emotional. It's not to feel sorry for yourself. You got a duty to you, your family, and this football team to come out there and play your best. Gabriel's going to go play. Chance to throw across his body. Gets it. It's David Njoku, and he's in for the Cleveland touchdown. No flags, 9 plays on the toss from Gabriel. And so Cleveland capitalizes on 2 different throws. It's through the hands of ETN. Incomplete. And Njoku is going to sit here, delay, and then come out to the flat. So that little play action just takes the Jets' eyes off of Njoku. You see Brownlee there trying to catch up.
Let's go triple box here. David Njoku celebrates his touchdown. Cleveland coming off the line and dialed up some offensive plays that were effective for them. Bottom of the screen, Tyler Shuck and the Saints are in the red zone in Carolina. We'll get you full there in just a moment. But this is 3rd and goal for Trevor Lawrence.
Watch these edges. Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson Jr. If they get one-on-ones, looks like Will might have one up top.
Lawrence, he will fire back in the end zone. It's handled. Parker Washington. Fantastic grab for the touchdown.
We'll take a closer look and see if he slapped that second.
Okay. In the tight end position, that's him moving around. And Chuck throws, middle of the field, and falling down around the 2, Buster Moran.
Tapping that right foot. This will be a great angle at it. Ironically, he played for Penn State, not Indiana. Wow. Heck of a grab. The body control, the strength to be able to get that foot back in bounds and tapped. Hats off. Beautiful catch. Trevor Lawrence said that Washington has worked so hard to not.
This is the offensive coordinator. Extra lineman in. Camara trying to find room. And Alvin Camara will get shoved back.
They're still reviewing that touchdown, but Parker Washington, what a job of trying to get the feet in bounds for that score for Jacksonville. Tyler Shuck, his second NFL start. Look at him shake off the would-be tacklers in the backfield, keeping his eyes downfield, finds a man at Jawan Johnson with a head of steam. That's a nifty 52-yard ad-lib play by the rookie quarterback for the New Orleans Saints, who are now going to go from the 30.
Tyler Shuck. Hill. He'll stop.
We're going to bring in two more teams that are in the red zone or in scoring distance. Bottom of the screen, Devon Achane and the Dolphins just popping inside of the 20-yard line. Upper right as a replay of what just happened in the Bears game. Olamide Zaccheaus not able to hang on to Caleb Williams' pass. He's had two passes that were near touchdowns in that same side of the end zone there at Soldier Field. And yeah, Williams showing a little frustration. All right, Saints in the shotgun. Tua under center. Achane with the carry. First and goal coming up for the Dolphins. Upper left-hand corner. Chuck looking, Chuck firing. Nobody home there. Upper right-hand corner. It's Roma Doomsday for a positive gain for Chicago. First down Bears. They're first and goal. First and goal Dolphins. First and goal Bears. It'll be fourth and goal for the Saints.
I mean, you drive it all the way down here to get yourself an opportunity, a 1-8 football team. And if I'm telling more, I'm saying
make sure that he continues to touch it and try and make plays. And right now, his offensive line is playing some inspired football in the early going. Miami has 6 first downs on this drive. And off to Jalen Wright, and he is out in the backfield. Cam Lewis.
Fourth and goal will be a lot shorter. A 20-yarder. And Blake Ruby delivers.
You want to mix up who rushes and who drops. That time just gets a little lost in space.
Command the tight end in there as a fullback to lead the way from a young guy who's got a save. And he's got a touchdown. Kyle Manunga carrying the momentum from Cincy back in front of his own fans.
Now, partner, you call Jimenez so back. Wait till you throw. Tua, touchdown! Malik Washington. And what a drive for Miami. Right at him. And
That's not fair.
but it's good offense, right? You go out there with one tight end, 3 receivers. They match you in nickel personnel. Well, now all of a sudden, we're just in South Florida.
No red zone. We talked about Tre'Davious White coming out. Now it's Dane Jackson. He's the cornerback at the top. Corner's the safety in the middle. And both of those guys can't close in on that route fast enough. The motion now makes the corner have to look at more things. Malik Washington doing a great job of getting behind the defense for the touchdown pass.
Extra point by Riley Patterson is good. A 12-play, 92 yards.
While we were on those 2 goal-to-go opportunities, we had a couple of things happen in these games. First in Minneapolis, Tyler Luke for the Baltimore Ravens is good for 44 yards out. Both teams are on the board in the first quarter. And then back in MetLife Stadium after the Browns scored their touchdown. Here comes the return. Kane breaks through the first level. He's got the kicker to beat. Forget about it. He's gone. A touchdown kickoff return. That's only the third kickoff return for a score this season, and that one goes 99 yards, and the Jets crowd is on their feet in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Good stuff. We'll wait on the replay here. Nwangwu. We had one last week. Do you remember last week, if you joined us on NFL Red Zone, on the opening kickoff in the Bengals-Jets game? Actually, it was the Bengals-Bears game last week, where the Bengals returned it for the touchdown. In fact, 99 yards from Nwangwu, that ties the longest play of the season of any type. We had a 99-yard pick six earlier this year, and that one goes for 99 as well. Let's go back to Minneapolis.
Yard line. So it means so much to Aaron, and this was the big double kiss blow from Aaron Jones Sr. Just a tremendous story. And by the way, if you want to know more about the life and times of Aaron Jones, I cannot encourage you enough to read Tyler Dunn's story on GoAlongTV.com. It's a long-form story. Just an outstanding job by him in writing the story of Aaron Jones. Loved reading it this week. And kudos to you, Tyler, for a great story. As Jones is dropped in the backfield, Mike Reed, the rookie from Marshall, knifing in and throwing him for a 5-yard loss of a play.
Yeah, it's going to come right here from the outside. Ryan O'Neal just kind of gets a little bit wide on that first step, and he's able to get back inside. You have those defensive stunts, and you're moving to the right? You're going to run an outside zone, and all of a sudden they've got an inside move in that defensive line, and you're right in the backfield.
Vikings are 2 for 2 on third down, but this is third and 12. They set it up for Jefferson. The blockers in front. Now he'll throw it back the other way to McCarthy. And McCarthy will run. Breaks one tackle. Breaks a second. And short of the first down by 2 yards. Van Noy had a shot at him. He slipped through that. Trent Simpson had a shot. He slipped through that. But eventually Kyle Hamilton got it down.
I don't know what I'm more impressed with. I think it's probably the Justin Jefferson throw back. That's a great sell. And look at this throw all the way back across the field behind. Right? It's going back. And just a tremendous job. You wonder why that wasn't. It's credit the Ravens defense, right? I mean, if you're thinking when that ball gets to J.J. McCarthy on that side of the field with some blockers out front, this is going to be an explosive play. So great hustle by that defense.
And a 3 and out is the result. Kyle Hamilton, no surprise, Kyle Hamilton is the guy.
A little bit of bad news here in Houston. The downed Texan is Woody Marks, the rookie running back. He was coming to the sideline and then suddenly felt something evidently around that right ankle, back in his foot area, came to the sideline and didn't make it to the bench. The athletic training personnel on the field, and that game has gone to a TV timeout. Woody Marks sharing the backfield with Nick Chubb for the Texans at this part of the season. Back live to Charlotte.
Young fires, and it's deflected at the line of scrimmage. But Demario Davis, who had the interception that was denied after the penalty. Demario.
Just seconds ago in the Giants-Bears game, Jackson Dart fakes an inside handoff and didn't see the blitz coming around the edge. The pass protection did not get there. He goes down. Dart, C.J. Gardner-Johnson with the quarterback sack of Jackson Dart, which brings up 3rd and 18.
Good season, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Here's more pressure and a high throw than Singletary Corral. But not a lot of room there. Settles for just a gain of 3.
Bears defense will force a punt. How about the Bucs defense? This is 3rd and 10 for Drake May.
Specific, doing these new things you haven't seen before. Watch out.
They toss it to Henderson. Blockers in front. Henderson has a first down. They almost broke it. Team may have saved the touchdown.
You're exactly right. And guess who's really smart? We talked about the matchup earlier. Todd Bowles against Josh McDaniels. He says, I'm not going to put my young quarterback in harm's way to go against Todd Bowles on the 3rd and long and make him read it out. I'm going to go ahead and run an outside toss. Morgan Moses and go ahead and make the game like of adjustment there.
And Henderson's first carry of the game goes for 16.
I think they're going to have to run outside. If they're going to run the ball today, they're going to have to do it on the edges.
On first down, they go Henderson again. Trying to run between the tackles, nothing there.
Let's go back to MetLife Stadium. You got a punt coming up by the Browns.
Sandwiching that 95-yard touchdown drop. The work has his points. There's a flag thrown here. Isaiah Williams has his seat. Williams inside Cleveland territory, and he's going to score. It might be on the Jets' vice for blocking out of bounds. It's a 74-yard punt return if it stands. So everyone waiting now with bated breath. So either the Jets were blocking out of bounds, or it's on the Browns for going out of bounds without getting pushed or blocked out of bounds on the gunner. But that's what the discussion is going to be. Sean Smith is our referee today. Here's the call.
During the kick, holding, kicking team number 28. That penalty for 5 is over the play, touchdown.
Wild. This might be NFL history, ladies and gentlemen. The last 2 times a New York Jet has touched the football was a kickoff return for a touchdown. Punt return. I'm not sure this ever happened in pro football history. In fact, we just sent that into the research department. They're going to get the big computers going on that one. How bizarre. A kickoff return for a touchdown. The Browns get back on the field. They have to punt, and the Jets return back for a touchdown. There's an extra point away from making it 14-7 in New Jersey. Electrifying. 4th down, and before John Allen can get it going, shut it down.
I have in your second.
Was it just 30-second timeout? Did that look like there was no protocol?
Okay, we've got a punt in the Carolina game. Sam Martin is under for Carolina. You expect a block, you expect a return, you expect an absolute coffin corner job right there. Sam as you could possibly want the ball there in Carolina. How about 4th down and 1? Sean McDermott elects to do. He had the offense going for it before the timeout.
He had the timeout before the play was initiated.
Didn't have timeout. It was no time to see what the play could have possibly been.
Only the 7th time this year the Bills had not for it on 4th down. They're 3 for 6 so far this year. Now wide open that snow cloud as they let the ball and buckle up. Oh, here comes now. There's Gilmore right behind him. He's looking to throw. Pressure coming. He lets go of it, and it is incomplete. Intended for Jackson Hawes.
Miami Dolphins playing some spirited football in the first quarter in South Florida. 3rd down for the Saints.
Let's make sure he gets to that time and isn't supporting it. I know they wanted a safety, but he was able to throw the ball incomplete, so it's 4th down, and now it's the end of the opening quarter.
It's a good thing they had a running back in pass protection there. Otherwise, that would have been grounding in the end zone and a safety. Drake May, he has been on a heater, unlike any quarterback this season. But so far, in the first quarter, the Buccaneers have bottled him up. That's just a 4-yard scramble for Drake May. He does not have his team over midfield so far yet today. DeAndre Swift, he missed last week with an injury, back in the lineup today, sharing the backfield a bit with Kyle Monunga, the rookie out of Rutgers. And Swift will go for 12 yards and a first down to Chicago. We've just had another Swift touch. Let's see what the replay shows us.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So Swift is the perimeter guy But another guy, he's the inside runner. He's the downhill yards after contact. He's top 5 in the league in that category with some of the best backs. Jonathan Taylor, who went absolutely off this morning for so some of the top back names. The young rookie out of Rutgers, he's had himself a great start to his young career.
Heavy notes for Swift to begin this drive. He tripped over the line of scrimmage. Demetrius Flanagan fouls for the tackle.
Little game rewind. We didn't see a replay of it, but watch this. Caleb Williams, right out of the would-be quarterback sack. Kayvon Thibodeau was bearing down on him. An excellent pass rusher. Caleb Williams with the nifty footwork and got it out for a positive play to his running back.
They would have expected. The last 4 games, almost 200 yards on average on the ground. 283 last week. You got to go back to Pete Walter Payton to find the last time the Bears had a ground game like that. On 3rd and 4, back to the air. Zacchaeus can't get it. It's incomplete. It was off the punt. The coverage from Flanagan fouls, and the punt team comes out.
Yeah, so something worth noting here for this Giants defense. Coming in, they were a heavy man coverage team. So far here in the first quarter, it's been a lot of zone, a lot of eyes on Caleb Williams. We don't want our backs turned when you're defending a quarterback like Caleb Williams who can do so much off script. So I like the change. I like the little adjustment.
Overall effort. Let's pick back up, and we built this up. This is the game of the day in terms of the matchup on paper. It's kind of been like a baseline tennis game so far. Both teams kind of playing in their own territory. You saw the Buccaneers' only touchdown of the first quarter. Final plays of the first quarter happening here, 3rd and 3.
Flushed out of the pocket, all kinds of trouble. He's going down back in the 20-yard line. Oh, he got chased by Chason, who had to stick with it and eventually got him. That was one of the keys right there for you, Tony.
Yeah, got to get him on the ground. And I thought, obviously, this is going to go down as a sack, and the O-lineman don't like it, but this one's on Baker. He's got to let go of this ball at some point. But the effort.
Yeah, that's Baker Mayfield. Always thinking he can play. Sometimes it does not happen. Well done by New England's defense. Dylan Gabriel out to Jerry Judy. That was a 3rd down conversion. That goes for 12 yards. We'll reset the down marker here. 14-7 with 1 offensive touchdown and 2 special teams touchdowns. The man that's closest to the camera right there, that's the new play caller for the Cleveland Browns, Tommy Reese, first-year offensive coordinator. Kevin Stefanski just rescinded the play calling duties from himself to Reese going into this first contact of the season for the rest of the entire group coming over. So Tommy Reese, the former Notre Dame quarterback, and one of his coaching stops, he was the offensive coordinator under Brian Kelly, before eventually joining Nick Saban for what eventually was Saban's final year arch in Tuscaloosa. Yeah, I thought it was interesting when he told us that when he came out of college, he felt I call a game in the National Football League. And listen, he understood very quickly how it's a bunch of different animals. How you put counsel, defensive personnel. He's learned a lot, but now he really does feel like Stefanski's trained him, and he's ready for the job. On 3rd and 18, Jets rushing 4. Gabriel stepping left. Takes it to the beginning. He's going to be a couple of yards short of that line of game. Tony Adams was there for the Jets. So check out what just happened in the Giants game. Jackson Dart hasn't gotten any points on the board yet. He's going to throw one up here and look at that. One-handed stab. Darius Slayton coming to giving all the replays on this one. Slayton disengaging with the defensive back. You got snowflakes falling. You got some wind blowing in Chicago. Just gets enough of the glove on it. Oh, is that beautiful? Comes into his waistline. That's a 31-yard gain for Darius Slayton and the Giants. 1st and 10 for Drake May. And play action fake. And he puts it on his receiver. And ahead of Steve, that's Kyle Williams. He's gone. He is gone, and like that, we got a lightning strike Patriots touchdown. 72 yards. And that was the last play of the first quarter, Bob Kraft. We're going down to Tampa for a little November football at Raymond James Stadium. And just when we say Drake May had been kind of bottled up by the Bucs, boom, Drake May. How special has this young man been in his second season? He leads the league in completion percentages. That's his 18th touchdown pass, only 4 interceptions. His 117 passer rating coming into the day is the best in the NFL outside of Lamar Jackson, who has missed about half of the regular season. That was only his 3rd completion today, but it was good for a big one. And the Bucs and Patriots are tied up at 7.
It's hard. This is a very challenging game, and the guys that can do that, we always laugh. It's like, what is there, a switch on the back? You know, you pull the helmet on and the switch goes on, and when you take the helmet off, you flip the switch off. I mean, it's amazing to meet some of these guys off the field, but then watch what they do on the field.
There's McCarthy in some trouble. We're talking about decisive to put it down, moving forward to the 31-yard line. Mike Green at Juan Smith there after the 3-yard run up the middle.
And again, just kind of watch him work through everything. This has been another really good start when you talk about the progression. You can see he was on to 3 when he wanted to throw the little swing pass out to the right, but felt the defender was too close there, so then he just pulled it down. And as Kevin said, that quick decision, young quarterbacks that want to rely on their legs, you know, if you can make those decisions quickly, they're going to be much more beneficial for you.
Already 3 for 4 today on 3rd down. This is 3rd and 8, and we've got a flag down and some movement up front like the
It's a touchdown, but a flag is down as well. So a couple of things to sort out. What a toss by Tua. Let's see if it stands.
Pass interference. Defense, number 31. Middle of the 5, and it's over the field.
for a block and cannot get away from the rookie Malachi Starks. That is an outstanding play by the first-round pick out of Georgia, fighting through all that traffic to get the tackle and force the field goal unit off.
That's right. With the rookie Harrison, he puts that ball up there and does a terrific job. Watch Waddle, the concentration as he's being draped all over, of finding a way to haul that pass in. And excellent
Waddle. NFL media's Tom Pelissero had an interesting nugget this morning. Oh, it's the Dolphins missed the extra point wide right, so it stays 13-11. Tom Pelissero reported this morning that the Bills attempted to trade to acquire Jalen Waddle right before the deadline this past Tuesday. Obviously, the Dolphins wanted no part of that to help a division opponent, and Waddle burns the Bills there in the first half of that game. Darius Slayton is having himself a first half here. Slayton made that catch. Jackson Dart and company inside of the 10-yard line.
You can show us pressure on your offensive line and your quarterback throwing the ball play action from underneath.
2nd and 2, they're running out of the gun. Singletary trying to find the hole. Again. Right there. Yeah, it's 3rd and short. So the Giants running an extra run. They've got -3.
That would be shocked down here. You get great opportunities for teams that are willing to do design quarterback runs. Yeah, he's the best design quarterback run through in his 6 weeks since taking over. Leads the league in attempts, yards, and touchdowns. See what they call here. There's some confusion.
Extra offensive lineman in the game for the Giants. 3rd down, it is Dart, and Jackson darts in for the Giants touchdown. Got it down there with his arm, finishes the drive with his legs.
They're in tackle over. You'll see Chris Vanderhoof. He's playing left tackle because they've got the 3 big bodies on the right side. It's just fake toss, quarterback counter, pretty much untouched. That's a really well-designed play. When you have a quarterback in the red zone.
Jackson Dart has 6 rushing touchdowns this season. That's among the best in touchdown to Emeka and Puka. That one goes incomplete, and the Patriots come up with a stop on third down. Tampa Bay brings out the point. From there, we go back to MetLife Stadium. Justin Fields has been on the sideline for a while because his special teams have been all the points. Prior to this possession, as Fields scrambles, becomes short of first down, the Jets had 4 net yards, actually including that scramble. They have 13 net yards and 14 points. 4th and 1 here live.
There with Camara. Taysom Hill will squirm his way for the first down. So we see with running back and quarterback inside.
Now there's some pressure on Buffalo after the Dolphins have put up 2 touchdowns in the first quarter and 1 minute. And Josh Allen on third down, the defender, he's all over Keon Coleman. Incomplete, no flag on the play. Josh Allen just 4 of 8 passing. And the Bills are 0 for 3 on third down. Well done by the Dolphins, who will get the football back. We go back to beautiful U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis.
Because he's been working with Marshawn Neal, and you know the guilt that he's feeling right now because he didn't stay in his constant touches. He feels he could have made an impact. So to his girlfriend Catalina, to the entire family that has been impacted by the loss of Marshawn Neal, and our thoughts and prayers go out to you. But please, everybody, let's start to learn from these losses.
Lamar Jackson able to break away and avoid the sack. Jonathan Bernard had an hit a short series, but the slippery Ravens quarterback able to get free.
Well, I was a little emotional there, so I'm not really sure what I'll say. So we'll watch Derrick Henry go through here.
Watch. The escapability of Lamar Jackson is something that has been a hallmark of his career.
It's one of the things that he's developed. And sometimes we have younger quarterbacks that it's something that he's made sure he's not doing.
Trying to get skinny in the hole there, which is hard when you're 200.
Hey, Red Zone fans, this break in the action could be a break for you to get in on the action with DraftKings, the #1 place for live betting. Just use the promo code REDZONE for a pack of live boosts. Hurry up, the next play is about to start.
One of the key losses. When he's back, this is just a different defense.
They're showing pressure. Doesn't always mean that pressure's coming, but it is this time. Jackson's pass deflected by Van Ginkel at the line, and it's incomplete. You speak to Andrew Van Ginkel, and he makes the big play on 4th down.
And 4th down at U.S. Bank Stadium. What about Bank of America Stadium?
Pressure coming. Chuck has a moment. Goes deep down the sidelines, and the Jets are taking it in. It's Chris Olave for a 6 touchdown. He left the defender in smoke. J.C. Moore, the best cover guy on this team, and maybe the best, one of the best in the league, was right with him until he soon passed him with the football.
Yeah, with all this stutter go, watch it. Just stutter and then take off, and that's great coverage. But you can see a little hand fighting right there, trying to find the ball. That was the issue with Moore. He looked back to try to find the ball. That's where.
So Tyler Shook and Chris Olave give the Saints the lead. The extra point would be good at 10-7. Caleb Williams, a lot of time to throw there. You give him that much time, he can be accurate. Second-year wide receiver Roma Dunze with a 27-yard catch. Dunze already has 4 grabs for 66 yards. He's in the first half. Caleb Williams, 7 of 12 passes and another 10 other years.
Circumstances not great last year. But then you get Ben Johnson coming in. Talk about the design, how many open guys they have. The Ravens, yes, they invested. The skill spots, so many guys there up front. They traded for a couple offensive linemen, bolstered that group. Caleb Williams has gone from a not very good situations, you're looking hard to think of a better way.
Surrounded by first-round picks. That first-round pick at 2 at receiver, 1 at tight end.
Got a yard. Rutgers and Harris has had a few stops. Let's go to a live 3rd and 10 for the Dolphins.
Ineffective on that play, but in his pass rush moves and arsenal, that hand usage is vital for his work.
Did not practice Wednesday because of what they're calling a wrist injury. See it all wrapped up on 3rd down. Tua gets rid of it, and slips 1 tackle. Ball down, a couple of yards shy of the first down. Walking towards the
Junior Cash run off his paws. Ben Johnson, they went out and continue to surround their young quarterback with good players.
Phillips the coverage on Moore. So 4th down at 37.
Jags have a 10-0 lead here in Houston. Jacksonville, as you said, trying to sweep their division opponent. Down goes Davis Mills. Eric Armstead, one of the Jags that was in for that quarterback sack, and that'll force a Houston punt back to Jacksonville. We go across the state over to Tampa. That game's in Houston.
Right now, what do you do? This all looks, they're just standing here. Who's coming?
3rd and 3, ball tipped and complete. Batted in the air at the line of scrimmage. Hung in the air for a while.
And as we said, neither the Patriots nor the Buccaneers have done a whole lot on offense since that opening drive touchdown and the response by May.
Backpedals. Townsend got all of it from the 28-yard line.
Oh, what a move by Washington! Parker Washington! He's going the distance! Touchdown! No need to resuscitate. He's been a one-man wrecking crew today. Jaguars add to their lead.
What a day for Washington. Has the unbelievable toe tap touchdown early, and then says that's not enough. Let me go ahead and take this punt to the house. Wow. Jacksonville, a hot start. Houston, really.
We've had 2 punt returns for touchdowns and a kickoff return for a touchdown in the first hour of Sunday Fours here on NFL Red Zone. JJ to JJ, McCarthy to Jefferson, and that picked up a first down for Minnesota.
Teton Purple and Ryan O'Neal moving early. Kevin O'Connell last week.
As Kevin O'Connell dials up his next play, bring in a 3rd down for Carolina. It'll be 3rd and 3 on their own 45.
That they had J.J. McCarthy.
Jones is the ball, and it's the last moment. He got it.
And here comes the play.
Yeah, and that's just when you gotta time on task. That's gotta be
Again, just kind of working that middle of the field and good progression. And it's CJ Boye there, number 91, the big guy. That was one of the people that Kevin O'Connell talked to us about. He goes, yeah, they got a couple of guys in there. John Jenkins, 94, he's like 360. And, CJ Boye, he's like 370 pounds. I think we might need to get on the outside a little bit before we come back to the middle of the defense on that run game.
All 3 McCarthy incompletions now are Baltimore passes dependent in the stat line. McCarthy climbs out of the field and that's Thielen. Out there on the field and gets to the 36.
Keeping an eye on the Bills, in a little bit of trouble in the first half with the Dolphins. The farthest they've gotten the ball down the field was the 49-yard line of Miami. Here we go with Dalton Kincaid making a 20-yard catch, still in Bills territory. Buffalo has 51 yards at the 11-minute mark of the second quarter.
Stay in that pocket, go with the spread, deliver that football.
Starks looking for some running room. Tracked down from behind by Jordan Addison. But the first round pick camping out underneath that ball and has his first NFL interception.
Just because you broken contain and are scrambling up in the pocket doesn't automatically mean you can go down the field on an explosive play. The first mistake.
Now what happened indeed, he'll go to the sideline and try and figure that one out. Churches only get hit with a 20-yard catch. The very next snap for Buffalo, Dalton Kincaid with a 17-yard catch. Bills into Dolphins territory. Let's make it a fly.
10. You have to give it 10 yards of catch. They still has it as Allen and Shakir are not able to connect. What I was about to say is Shakir is catching the ball around the line of scrimmage on a lot of his catches.
We've said the name Darius Slayton a couple of times already this morning, this afternoon, and we'll say it again. Darius Slayton, 16-yard catch from Jackson Dart. Made so many injuries in the skill position for the Giants. Guys like Slayton stepping up. That's third grab for 85 yards in the first half for Slayton. Jackson Dart is 8 of 9 passing.
Quick pass to Ty Johnson. Johnson and his team powering forward, and we'll see where they spot him. Looks to be about a half-yard shy of a
We'll see what they do on fourth down. Get you right back there in the Buffalo snap after we show you 2nd and 10. Baker Mayfield straight drop back after taking the snap and goes to his tight end. That's an 11-yard pickup. Baker is 6 of 11. Back to the Buffalo snap, 4th and short.
already, and yes, the Bills hurry up to the line of scrimmage. Didn't really think this one, did they? And before the snap, Mike McDaniel called his final timeout.
Yeah, you figure you're in good shape when you push forward with Josh Allen. And so we'll get back to that drive in a moment. But first, Baker Mayfield shooting one into the sensational-looking rookie receiver. And Mecca Ibuka has the touchdown for the Bucs, has a 31-yard gain for the Bucs. Tampa in the red zone. The Buffalo Bills are marching into Dolphins territory. We'll go back and
All
forth.
the Patriots around that. In fact, it was a tough catch with that many defenders in the area, including Robert Spillane. Lost
And
two.
if you see the graphic in the Dolphins game here, the graphic still says 4th and 1. Apparently, Mike McDaniel got a timeout in before Josh Allen's quarterback sneak. So here we go, 4th and 1.
Down and 1. And movement up front. Yep, they got him to jump, I believe, this time.
They got him on the defensive offsides. As we put triple box, bottom of the screen, that's Woody Bucks back in the game. Yeah, that's good to see. Upper right-hand corner, Baker Mayfield. That was those incomplete. And Mike McDaniel used his timeouts. McDaniel has no timeouts remaining in the first half. There are about 9 minutes left to go in the second quarter. We'll go back to back here. Bucks and Texans and Bills.
It makes sense. He just probably had his mind when they faked it on 4th and short and tried to throw one deep. He won't get caught short. Fresh set of downs for Buffalo. A pitch to James Cook. Cook inside the 30, lost the football. It's out. A scramble for it. And Miami has it. Juju Brents recovers the loose football.
The Bills shoot themselves in the foot, and the Dolphins turn them away. Bottom of the screen, pass to the end zone, but Davis Mills cannot hit Nico Collins. Upper right-hand corner, it'll be 4th down, and looks like the field goal unit is on the field now for Tampa Bay. Oh, Josh Allen, just saying, what was that? He's saying he was down before the fumble came out. Let's keep it the triple box here, guys, because they'll show us a key replay of that coming up right now. Was Keon Coleman, no, it wasn't Keon Coleman, but was the receiver down? It was James Cook on the play. For the Bucs, Chase McLaughlin kicks the field goal. Buccaneers 10 and Patriots 7.
Floater up top, over the shoulder. Attempt by Collins. Incomplete. you can hear the offensive lineman before that play saying, where? Because all these guys up here, they want to know, where should I slide it? Where should I slide it? And they end up leaving a guy right up the middle of the A-gap, which is the last person you want to leave free because he has the shortest path to Davis Mills. If you give him even a second, he can get some sort of competent throw out there to a fade ball, but when the pressure's in your face that quickly, you don't even have a chance.
Matthew Wright, who was just signed to the practice squad, elevated because of the injury to Fairbairn. Right quad injuries, a 23-yard attempt for Wright. He's kicking for his third team this season. Tennessee, Washington, and now Houston. And the Texans have their first points of the day. They trail.
Let's see what happened here in the Giants game. Jackson Dart's going to try and pass this one, but the pass rush gets to a few different defenders. His helmet was twisted in the pocket there, and I believe we're going to get a flag added to the end of the play. We didn't see a flag come in the moment. It went in the books as a quarterback sack, but you can see they were giving him the business high and low there. Oh, tough looking play. It goes in the books. We did get a roughing the passer penalty after the officials discussed it. So that gave them the first down, of course. A few plays later, it's 3rd and 11, and Dart, how slippery is he? How did he get through there? Dart, not only that, he'll lower the shoulder a little bit. Some people think he's a little too careless taking contact and delivering contact, but another flag comes in, and this one's against the Giants. Okay, it's interesting looking action, but it's kind of stop-start here with the penalty flag. Look at Dart. Excellent blocking downfield, but that was an illegal block. The block in the back was right at the end there, so they still should credit it with a first down, and now it's 3rd and 3. Let's listen in more.
Really good design there by Dable. Quarterback counter off that bash look, and clearly Chicago was playing pass.
Instead of a 26-yard gain on the penalty, makes it 3rd down and short. Handoff, Singletary got 2, 4th and 1.
Yes, you can always tell.
Just had this play in Ravens-Vikings on 2nd and 10. It's Derrick Henry. What's he going to do? Harrison Smith can't get him. You take a little of that with you, Scarecrow. And that goes for 13 yards. Derrick Henry doing Derrick Henry things. If he has a big game today, he's only got 33 yards rushing. We could get a very interesting Derrick Henry milestone today. I'll just tease that for later on. We'll keep you posted. 4th and 1, G-Men.
Baker Singletary, right to throw. Watch his tight end, Billinger, and he's got him. Ripped away at the last moment, going incomplete. Jaquan Brisker tore it out of his hands. Instead of a touchdown, a turnover on downs.
Just a great effort there by Brisker. They teach the defenders, you got to fight all the way through the crowd.
That thing was a touchdown for about a second and a half. Then it was an interception for about a second. And then it goes for an incomplete pass. Interesting action here. Okay, Baltimore, we showed you a play a minute ago of Derrick Henry. All of a sudden, they're in the red zone. This is what got them there. 2nd and 1. It's Keaton Mitchell in that running back. Oh, and he's got a hole. He's got some speed. Brings it inside the red zone. He goes for 22 yards, does Keaton Mitchell. This is live, 2nd and 12 from the 20.
Ground game working for Baltimore. They're in scoring position, down 7.
Holds it in on the 2-minute warning.
Jackson to Zay Flowers, and Flowers up the field. Kicked down as he gets to the 11 by Isaiah Rodgers.
Stop me if you heard this one. The Miami Dolphins are handling the Buffalo Bills. Play action pass. Waddle flips it back the other way. Accurate. Jalen Waddle, who has a touchdown in the first quarter, or actually earlier in the second quarter, has a 25-yard catch here. Jalen Waddle, 4 catches, 78 yards and a touchdown. Tua only has 1 incompletion. That was an interception. He has 2 touchdowns on the day. Miami has the ball on the move towards midfield. Had Justin Fields just a moment ago. Under center, play action fades. Looking and intercepted. Fields had not thrown an interception in his 7 starts coming into today, but he gets intercepted there. Ronnie Hickman is number 33 for the Cleveland Browns, and that's Fields' first interception. We had a quarterback sack in Carolina. Bryce Young goes down. Cam Jordan comes up, the defensive leader for the Saints, with that QB sack. This is live in Jersey.
Gabriel going to go for it all to the end zone, and it is caught. Jerry Jeudy, quick striking drive after the takeaway. No flags. It's a 22-yard toss from Gabriel. Well, this is a gorgeous throw by Gabriel, and I love how Jerry Jeudy works back to the football. He's going to fake like he's going across the field. He's going to cut to the corner, and then when he sees that ball in the air, he comes to the football and makes a terrific contested catch on Stevens.
Back in Miami, we've got a Dolphins inside handoff, and Jalen White takes his jersey number up, wearing number 5 now. Jalen White getting physical here for the first down carry for the Dolphins. I mean, this got to be the surprise score of the early window here with 7 games going on. Miami has it in field goal range right now. Sean McDermott can't believe what he's seeing out here right now. But Tua Tagovailoa, Devon Achane, and the Dolphins moving it on the Bills.
Third guy it takes to bring him down, as Phillips can't corral him. The Bernard right there in front of him just does a really good job, especially when he's in space, of picking up the extra yardage.
And this is the type of down that if you're Mike McDaniel, this is the type of down you might dial up one of those dagger throw plays right now. Try and take your shot out.
Down at the 15 by Elijah Roberts at the 2-minute warning.
New York Jets did some wow things at the trading deadline. Traded Sauce Gardner, traded Quinn Williams, traded Michael Carter. Brees Hall, still a Jet, and still getting positive yardage. That's a 22-yard gain following his blocks. Bursting into the secondary for a 22-yard pickup and a first down. New York in Cleveland territory. That game's tied up at 14 apiece. Let's pick this one up live.
You're 2nd and 7 past the 9-minute mark, but the ball control is wacky so far in this game.
It is, but you see the offensive coordinator, Tanner Engstrand, just trying to find a way to get some sort of rhythm going. It's got to be difficult when you don't really have a lot of plays, and then you had a 14-point lead, or excuse me, a 7-point lead. Now the game is tied up to get back on track.
We go to that jet sweep again. This is Arian Smith trying to get him an opportunity. Another first down for the Jets. Physical running from Smith. There's been a little bit more in the mix of the 113. Nifty play call from Engstrand.
Well, they had a lot of success against the Cincinnati Bengals on these perimeter runs. And there's Jenkins outside. He just doesn't see Arian Smith come across.
You told me that
comes right down the pipe. He puts a beautiful move. Watch the little in that little crossover. And then he makes contact with the shoulder and chest of Justin Fields. And just excellent pressure up front. And it's not just Myles Garrett. They go about 8 deep, Spiro, and really everybody in this rotation on the defensive line has really played well and played their roles in this defense extremely well.
Right, a little Michigan, Ohio State action Sunday afternoon. You see the numbers there for Fields. Here comes Garrett around the edge looking, and he gets to Fields. There is a scary save coming around the edge. Fields never felt him coming. And now Cleveland's going to use a timeout as the Jets offense already blowing possession.
These are fraud protection. Let's keep your purchases safe from scammers. It's like there's a strong hand of Christmas debt. Sort of better watch your back.
Scammed your last scam, scammer.
No one is more secure than you.
He stops Justin Fields from getting more outside the pocket, and then you just see the elite speed from Myles Garrett to turn the corner and get himself another sack.
Man, there was some talk a couple of weeks ago that Myles Garrett a little bit slow start with the sack numbers. 5 in his last game 2 weeks ago. The Jets special teams in the double box just in case. Based on that first half, Myles Garrett doing Myles things to give his offense one more crack at scoring before halftime. And we have now 1 minute and 4 seconds remaining in the first half of Jacksonville and Houston. So we'll ride these two out, and we'll get some second half kickoffs coming up in just a bit.
1 on 4 to go. First down. From the 40. Lawrence. One outside step, and he's ducked by Hunter. I want you to watch the way Daniil.
That's really what you have to do. You figure any ball that's completed inbounds with the clock running is going to burn about 14 to 16 seconds off the clock.
Gabriel over the middle, off the hands of Judy. Once again, Archie.
Second sack of the day for Hunter. Jacksonville not using its timeouts. Lawrence will step up, and Lawrence will throw to Washington. He's been the go-to guy. And Washington ducks out of bounds, really close to first down yardage.
I feel like you should have just reached the ball over and gotten the first down there.
Cleveland needs 21, maybe 22 to get advantage of Andre Schmidt. The first-year kicker, 7-10. Just rushing by. Big one is caught. Fannin over the shoulder. Beautiful ball to Gabriel. And that's going to get him right on the boundary field goal range.
Here are how they use their timeouts. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock. They're down at 1. They're going to get it with Lawrence.
Now let's call the timeout. What we talked about earlier, you would like to have those 30
He doesn't have to stutter. He can get out of bounds and stop the clock in field goal range.
30 seconds and counting. Another nicely thrown ball.
They should be able to by here.
It's likely what they're going to do. Clock running. They pick up 15. And now a timeout taken here as Kevin Stefanski's going to take his final timeout. A couple of big-time throws from Gabriel. Arch, just when you start to think he's been struggling mightily with some poorly thrown passes in his half.
I mean, if I'm being honest with you, I wouldn't mind seeing a couple of yards, either a penalty or a sack, and a 72-yarder attempted, because I feel like he can do it, and it would be historic.
I'm with you. He nailed a 70-yarder in the preseason. That opened everybody's eyes around the NFL for Cam Little. 17 seconds to work with. First down for Jacksonville. They're at the Houston 49. Lawrence will soft toss it and stepping in front for the pick. Stingley reads it perfectly.
Stingley scares.
Stingley Jr. Wow, play there on the interception. And you got Dylan Gabriel shooting one in, and that almost got intercepted. As we go triple box, bottom of the screen is the first of our second half kickoffs. The first place New England Patriots leading the first place Tampa Bay Buccaneers 14-7 as New England gets the first possession of the third quarter. Look at that, INT. New England gets the first possession of the third quarter, up by 4.
Instead of Little settling in for
won the NFL this season without an interception, which is just crazy. As we play this 10th Sunday of the season, 2nd and 10 Cleveland, 22 seconds as they play from the Jet 22. Gabriel going for it all to the back half of the end zone, looking for Cedric Tillman. Back in the lineup today, off IR. And it will be 3rd and 10 for the Browns. So this Jet defense, the big problems, just think of what the rest of the league has done. And what a potentially big play that would have been for Brown.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, that's part of it. Now, they do play a lot of man coverage. And typically teams that major in man coverage, the interceptions a lot of times come from their safeties with tips and overthrow. But a lot of times really hard to get that interception when the focus is on the man and not the ball.
A bit of stress here. He's running from deep. Oh, you're going down again. They did. They can't. It's spiking his 4th down.
They may not get this kickoff.
Well, look at where they get it off cleanly. The kick from 45 is good. Just an amazing job from the field goal unit. Had to sprint. Everyone gets set. And somehow Andre Schmidt bangs it in from 45.
This is so flirting with danger. But that's really a great sideline organization by the special teams, which has had a really rough start.
Yeah, they have different nicknames for it. We used to call it rodeo. Everybody get out there. Excellent execution. Browns tie it at 17-17.
Might not be caught inside the 20-10, and the rookie takes it home for the touchdown.
Talk about a home run hitter, Josh McDaniels. What a perfect call. This is why I said Matt Collins is such a great addition. Blocks on the edge. Watch Alex has got to take it out. But the double team right here will be the difference. They're going to displace the movement up front. Matt Collins takes out the safety, and goodbye. You ain't catching this home run hitter. No way.
You have to see his speed on full display. 55 yards. They have 2 rookies now in this game. Williams first, and then Henderson with explosives. One went for 72.
They scored on the final play of the first half. They scored in the first minute of the second half. New England 21, Tampa Bay 10. And we are into second half action with the Vikings and the Ravens. Minnesota's first possession of the third quarter with a 4-point lead against their AFC opponent.
6 carries for 14 yards in the first half for Jones. 1 carry for 17 here in the second. Toss play to Jones. And the legs knocked out from under it. He hurdles to the 46-yard line. 5-yard pickup.
Send the offer, man.
Sunday action here. Undoubtedly heard by now the NFL sports world remembering Paul Tagliabue today. The news broke shortly after noon Eastern time that the NFL's 4th commissioner, 17 years guiding pro football to unprecedented heights, died at the age of 84 years old. He guided the league through 9/11, guided the league through Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah, it's 30% off, so 10 would be the lowest I could go. But if you go to breakertoolbox.com and use the code ODZs5, I got the Kings listed for 12, so you'd get them for $7.
And extend that down the field.
3rd and short now for Minnesota, just across the midfield stripe.
Jefferson and Humphrey get tangled up, and it's an interception by Marlon Humphrey. Humphrey trying to find some room to run, and Humphrey out of bounds near the 30-yard line.
Yeah, so you're trying to hit the big play on a 3rd and short, and it's just not there. You see the little stumble right here by Justin Jefferson. Just kind of gets caught up with Marlon Humphrey, and now it's just one player down there. Easy interception.
That's the second time today that J.J. McCarthy has tried a rainbow deep shot that ends up in the arms of a Ravens defender. Baltimore will have the football back, down by 1. Buccaneers with some work to do as the start of the second half is underway.
Dumps it up across the middle for a quick 6 or 7 to the Hoopka. Now there's another team.
You got a 3-point game between the Saints and the Panthers in the NFC South. Time to shut 3rd and 7.
Places a shot. Gets out of it. There's a flag down as he goes out of bounds around the 47-yard line.
Holding. Offense for 77. Take no penalty. Okay, 4 down.
Dylan Bradden's the left guard called for that penalty.
Yeah, inside here, you can see him as they're running away. And when that quarterback starts to escape the pocket, you're in perfect position. Then the rusher changes. Your eyes are going forward as an offensive line. You don't have them in the back of your head. And that's one of the things. As soon as that quarterback breaks the pocket, it extends out there. And it's almost one of those things you're almost always going to get a holding call as a defensive lineman changes his route, his rush route.
6 defensive backs in on 3rd and 17. Chuck fires in the middle of the field. What a catch, but short of the first down. Bailey hauls that in.
Fullback, just watch the pressure going right through the offensive line there. Feedy, that's a big man. Can't blame you. How important is Tonga been in this game?
Tonga's all over the place. 2nd and 10. Tucker, look at the Patriot wall.
Milton Williams did the same thing that Tucker did on the last play, just pushing the offensive line right back into the backfield. Watch Williams right here. What a great acquisition. So explosive. He's playing at a really high level right now, and that's why they lead the National Football League in rush defense, because you got Han Tucker, Barmore right there in the middle.
3rd and 11.
This is where New England's great at, but this is where Baker thrives. Down by 11, second half type situation. It's been incredible this year.
Goes for the deep ball, and the pass incomplete. Just over the head of Shepard. No flag.
Shepard had the step. He's going to run a little double. Shake him there. Davis falls for it, but he needed to take that angle higher. I actually thought Baker threw it where it kind of needed to be away from the safety.
Second half underway at Soldier Field. You got the Giants with the ball and the lead into Chicago territory. Tyrone Tracy, he bounces it out left side, finds some room. That's a 16-yard pickup where initially it didn't look like there was much to be had. Well done on that one. Now the Giants are just outside the red zone.
The previous 6 weeks combined, so clearly emphasized.
He's got it right here, and he's got another touchdown. Jackson Dart from 24 yards. His second rushing touchdown of the day. The Giants on the end zone right out of the break.
That's why teams typically want to possess the ball back to back. Here's actually the read guy. This is Bash. They're going to pull right guard, right tackle, and then he's simply reading the end. If he squeezes and stays wide, he turns into quarterback counter, and it just really turns into a numbers game. And he's not touched. That's the second time now Jackson Dart has run in for a red zone touchdown where
Jackson Dart, 2 rushing touchdowns today. That brings his total up to 7 rushing touchdowns for the season. Ties him among the league leaders at the quarterback position. He's got 17 offensive touchdowns, passing touchdowns, and rushing touchdowns combined. That's one of the best rookie seasons we've seen in Giants history. Back in 2019, James had 26 over a full season. Jackson Dart with the entire back half still to go. And Jackson Dart's accounted for as many touchdowns as any quarterback in the league since he has taken over the starting job for the G-Men. Well done there. You've got Ravens on the move here. Catch and run. First and goal, Baltimore. Let's go pick this one up live in Minneapolis.
Absolutely. In the UFL, and he has, the last couple of years, just continued to see his role grow in the NFL.
Yeah, playing with the Arlington Renegades. And when you get to call a guy like Bob Stoops and say, hey, tell me about this Jalen Redmond guy, you know, does he have the ability to get up here? And since he's been here in Minnesota, I got a chance to talk to some of the people in the organization about him and just what he does. He's the most consistent defensive lineman this year.
Jackson in some trouble. Davidson away. Chased now by Van Ginkel. And he'll throw this one away. He saw pressure from Bernard, then the pressure from Van Ginkel.
And you've got to be able to get him off of his spot. We showed a little bit of that there in the first half. And you're going hard play action here, expected to try and find somebody in the end zone. And now you're in trouble, right? You got Andrew Van Ginkel coming. He's not coming from an angle. He's coming straight ahead, trying to get that sack.
For 7 on 3rd down today. Jackson. Nobody open. All the way back to the 20. He'll throw this out of the back of the end zone. Vikings defense stiffening inside the 10. And the Bills.
Check out this play that just happened in the Bills-Dolphins game. Bills with a lot of work to do. You've got Josh Allen, straight drop back. Now he's going to run for it. No, he's not. He's going to float to his left. Now he's going to loop back around. Lineman, get back in the play here. Help me out. That's about 50 yards of scrambling. And he finds his receiver. Curtis Samuel is there in the middle of the field. I mean, that's why he's among the betting favorites for the MVP. I mean, it's been a slog today, and the rain falling in South Florida against what's been a very lively Dolphins defense. But the play, Samuel from Allen links up for an unlikely first down conversion. Yeah, he puts the flag on top of it. Hey, let's go one thing at a time there as Josh Allen makes that play. Here comes your field goal attempt for Baltimore to take the lead.
And the Ravens take the lead 12-10. 3 trips to the red zone today. The Ravens.
Let's go back to a 3rd down live in Raymond James Stadium.
Last thing you want to do is sit here and say, run against a team who just gave up a long run. Come up and bring it for 2 plays. Get 2 yards, say, save us now, Drake, mate. Against Todd Bowles. Well, they're going to ask him to do that. This might be a screen here. 3rd and 8. May goes across the body and it's knocked down. Knocked down by Dennis.
3rd down live for the Bills.
Allen staying in the pocket. Nobody there. Now Zings one and he's got a first down. There is a flag down in the secondary after Shakir caught it at the 35. But this penalty is going to be against Miami. Allen working hard this drive.
Prior to the pass, holding. Defense number 23. Penalty is declined. We're going to lay the first down.
And Josh Allen get the ball and look for Dalton Kincaid first and ended up with 2 guys on him. And just a terrific job of buying time in the pocket and allowing guys to get open. This was Kincaid with 2 guys on him. But watch that right there. He pulls up and he's holding the back of his leg in that hamstring area. and he's a guy that they just can't afford to lose on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, two other tight ends. Dawson Knox will be much more of the pass catcher than Jackson Hawes. But Dalton Kincaid is their difference maker at tight end. Here's Cook. And Cook sneaking through, staying on his feet. Great balance by James Cook. And then thrown out of bounds by Kenneth Brandt.
Get your right back for the next Buffalo Bills play, but got to sneak in what just happened on 3rd and 4. Caleb Williams looking, gets out of a quarterback sack. Hits the skids again and dives for the first down. A 5-yard special scramble by last year's #1 overall pick. Look at getting out of that quarterback sack and then, no, I'm not going that way. I'm coming back this way. Find the marker. Move the sticks.
First time in the red zone today for Buffalo. Back to Cook. Following the leaving of Osiris Torrance, and
back in the Carolina-New Orleans Saints game, Bryce Young under center. Saints have done a nice job bottling up the Panthers for the most part, but Young buys time and gets it to his #1 pick of Teteroa McMillan. And T-Mac gets a 26-yard catch, 4 grabs, 51 yards for Teteroa.
so with him out of the game, the next likely target should be Keon Coleman with his height and his physical abilities, but I don't know that he's the one that they would go to right now. Allen, he's going to run it. Allen at the 10, and he slides down at about the 7-yard line. So Josh Allen
coming right back to Buffalo's next snap after we show you the Ravens kickoff after their field goal gave them the lead. Taking it at the goal line is Miles Price, and ball's on the ground. Was his knee down? They will take a look at it. Ball was out, and they're going to say, once they uncover, there's a lot of purple to go through in that pile. They're going to say Baltimore recovered the fumble as it's 1st and goal for the Bills.
To the 5, and trying to push forward. They had great coverage on that kickoff, and it ends up getting the football. Now Jackson on play action, Lamar Ruggleman. And the 2-time MVP down to the 18-yard line. And they're changing out running backs, going to the heavier, thicker Ray Davis. But Coleman and Shakir back on the field as well. Coleman coming to the bottom of your screen, number 0 in blue. And he's got a better matchup now in terms of size because it looks like Jack Jones has him down at the bottom. Allen to the air. Allen surveying the scene. Now spinning in the pocket. Locates Davis. And Davis stretches out to the motion man. Lamar Jackson with keeping to the edge. Steps through the diving Jonathan Bernard. And ends up short of the first down by
How difficult it is, down after down. He had a 21-yard pass where he ran about 100 yards on the play, it felt like, to be able to find an open receiver. He's had to scramble the focus.
Maybe the strength of this Vikings defense, and Bernard plays a huge role. Brian Flores concerned about his life.
Here in the slot of being able to catch and run type of situation and make a play for this offense.
James Cook not on the field either on 3rd down. Allen to the end zone, and it is intercepted. And LaFonwu with the interception in the end zone. His first INT as a member of the Dolphins. And an incredible drive ends in great disappointment for Buffalo. 5th interception of the year for Josh Allen.
They were more than a touchdown favorite going into that game, and the Dolphins turn it over in the red zone with a 16-0 lead. Olamide Zaccheaus on 3rd and 5 was Caleb Williams' intended target. You see that one goes incomplete, and the Jets and the Giants would end up getting the football back. We get a blocked field goal at the line of scrimmage here. Nathan Shepard was one of the people. There he is, number 93, giving the celebration with his team there. So the Panthers are stuck at 7 on the board, tied up at 17s here. They had, the Jets had negative passing yards in the first half, and you know what? A quarterback sack goes for more negative net passing yards in the scorebook. They're now at -7 net passing yards, and yet they're tied up at 17-17. Oh, we got another reception. That was the guy they just acquired at the trading deadline, Jacoby Myers, on his 29th birthday, by the way. Happy 29th birthday, number 3, Jacoby Myers. He goes
his receiver and ball is fumbled, and the Saints are on it. It was botched from the handoff moments ago, and Pete Warner has it. Jimmy Ford used it on those receiver runs, and he never really quite had a good grip of it.
Well, he didn't have his inside arm up. Watch. Both hands down right here. Get your arm up. It's almost like he wasn't ready for it. And turned the ball over on the fumble.
Okay, we're going to try and show you what it was. It was not a penalty against the New Orleans Saints on the field goal block. Let's watch what happens. The block will occur. The ball will go past the line of scrimmage on the block and ricochet off of a Carolina Panther. Now it gets touched by a New Orleans Saint, and the official said that makes it a live ball able to be recovered by the Panthers. Basically, when a field goal gets blocked and the ball goes past the line of scrimmage, that's considered like a punt, where the receiving team just doesn't need to touch it. That's the old Leon Lett Thanksgiving get away from it type situation. But if the receiving team does touch it and takes their hand off of it, that's a fumble on the field. And that's the way the officials officiated that one, giving the Panthers a better chance at points, which the Panthers squandered by turning it over in a more conventional way.
Overload up top for the Texans D-line. They're down at 4. Lawrence, and this Houston defense.
And it's fourth down there in Houston. We have 2nd and 6 for Jackson Dart and the New York Giants. Darth running again. How many rushing attempts does Jackson Dart have? Almost loses the football there. He does lose the football. I didn't notice it until the last second. I saw the ball pop free, but it appeared that Dart had his hands back on it. Just on a short twist there. Up in the air. Had it for a moment. And then it comes out, and the Bears on top of it to recover. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who was involved in an earlier turnover, comes up with that one there for Chicago. And the field goal is good for Cam Little, who's been active so far in that AFC South matchup. Jags 23, Houston 10. We've got a kickoff here, and every time we come to a kickoff, I'm like, what next, people? Minnesota coming back as the return man who fumbles again. Oh, no. 2 times in the same game. He puts it on the ground. Miles Price on the fumble. And who recovers it here? And this is one of the biggest nightmares you could have as a special teams player. Ball goes on the ground twice, as a matter of fact, 3 times. Slippery pig in mini, but the Vikings have come away with it. Okay, I did not have a heads up as to what was going on there. We were all a little bit confused by that play.
And there was movement up front on the left side of that offensive line. McCarthy's cadence is open. Ben Jurasik, who flinched on the outside. 3 false starts at home from Minnesota.
We talked about what an advantage this creates for the home team and how challenging it is and how limited you can be at the line of scrimmage. As the visiting team on the offense, you got to be able to run the ball.
And we've got a goal-to-go opportunity for Baker and the Bucs. They absolutely need points here.
Passes for last game at the 1-yard line.
Pettis comes in for Hawkins in that secondary. It's a 2nd and goal. Pass. Knocked away. Intended for Ibuka. Gonzalez had a hand in there.
This is high-level matchup. One of my favorites. You've got great receiver, great corner, but this is a drop.
Oh, yeah. It was not Gonzalez who knocked it away.
All right, he got his hand just in front of the eye line of the ball.
Now you got a 3rd and goal. They don't want field goal, but at least would bring it down to a single-score game if they had to resort to that.
Don't be shocked if New England literally lets this matchup be man on man and lets everyone else fall over here and help other people.
Baker from the gun. New England rushing 4. Baker steps up in the pocket. Now flush, now throws, and it's caught! It's caught on the sideline in the end zone for a touchdown. Tez Johnson.
Great offense. It's great defense. Baker Mayfield extending the play, throwing a dime on the corner. He was covered. But Tez Johnson's ability to extend the play and continue to run. He was covered, and then we call it plaster. Retraces, ran into the middle, and came back out. This is a one possession game in the third quarter in Tampa Bay. We've got J.J. McCarthy, ball batted at the line of scrimmage and incomplete. That was third down, by the way, so fourth down, expect the punt team to come out. Third and 1 for the Bills. They do the old Josh Allen straight ahead. This is fourth down, they're going for it. Let McCarthy throw for it. Incomplete, and Baltimore turns away the Vikings again, but check the marker side of the field.
Yeah, I don't know if this is offensive pass interference because number one, it's not a yard down the line of scrimmage. But Adam Thielen, did he engage in the? It might be the fact that Adam Thielen kind of engaged in a blocking posture. If he just stands there, he's going to be fine because it's not beyond 1 yard down the field. It's actually on the other side of the ball. But I think the fact that he kind of engaged into a blocking posture.
Now we've got some talking, some jawing. Thielen was talking. No frustration rising up on the Vikings side, and Roquan Smith trying to chase all his teammates to the other side of the field.
Early on the field is an incomplete pass and a turnover on down. Personal foul, illegal blindside block by the offense number 19. By rule, this foul will be graded for the next change of possession. After the 15-yard penalty, it's a first down for Baltimore.
So you reach the penalty, and 15 yards added on for Baltimore. So they're going to start with a 9-point lead in excellent field position. And Adam Thielen is hot.
Well, I would disagree that it's an illegal blindside block because he's not going towards his end zone. He's going in, right? He's going this way. Now, it should be OPI because you can see he takes a blocking posture. He doesn't just kind of stand there. If he turns and faces the quarterback and Kyle Hamilton run into him, we don't have any kind of discussion here. But I don't know if it rose to the level of a blindside block because he wasn't going backwards towards his end zone.
Adam Thielen, you saw the reaction that he had as he watched the replay on the big screen here.
I think he's going to get OPI though anyways.
So it's first down, second straight possession. The Ravens start in Vikings territory. This is the 39. And Lamar Jackson deflected and incomplete. It was Dallas Turner who got a hand on it to after the Tampa Bay Buccaneers scored, they want to go for 2 to make it a 3-point game. They try Philly special, and Emeka and Buka maybe didn't watch the Super Bowl that stopped short, decided to run with it. Baker Mayfield was out there to try and get out of whatever it was. It did not convert the 2-point conversion, so it's still a 5-point Buccaneer deficit to the Patriots. Colston Loveland, last week's hero for Chicago, making a catch for a first down there. This is live in Chicago. His Phoenix was covering Odunze. They're going to get backs this time. I think it's going to be defensive pass interference, but you'll put the ball right around the 10-yard line. Defense number 2. Yeah, you see the contact right there. A really nice route by Rome Odunze. Called a shake step. You're trying to stick that outside foot like you're going to run a post, and then you take it back to the corner, and Banks just runs into him, and the contact while the ball is in the air, and it's going to be first and goal. 6 penalties on the Giants. Just like the Giants are going down there to potentially a 3-score lead. The Bears get the takeaway. They're taking advantage of a couple penalties. Another first and goal. High snap, Williams corrals. Buckley's down to get it around the 5. Before the next Bears snap, let's sneak in what happened on 3rd and 3 in Houston. Davis Mills. Fakes in the backfield. Schultz is the receiver, and the Texans convert
convert. 4th and 1, Saints, and they just coming through there. Alvin Kamara's seen a lot in his career. He's like, find me a little bit of space, and he does to keep that Saints drive alive.
The longest tenured guy in the 6th season of Notre Dame. Here's Swift on 2nd and goal, tripped up by Thibodeau. And it'll be 3rd and goal from inside the 5. Thibodeau.
Minnesota ended up with Baltimore ended up with a 3rd and 9 in Minnesota, and wide receiver screen that was gone from the start. So making a 56-yard field goal attempt. Tyler Luke cannot get that one through. 56 wide left, and the score stays 19-10 in favor of the Ravens.
Fade. Odunze with banks and coverage, no flag. 4th down and goal from the 4.
That's the second time, though, since it was supposed to go on the 10. 1st down and 3rd down. Caleb Williams had to catch the snap with one hand.
Back at Energy Stadium in Houston, 4th and 5. Texans going. Davis Mills. Nico Collins had his hands on it for a moment, but it's knocked away by Jacksonville. And another defensive stop by the Jags, who are looking in pretty good shape to try and sweep that division series with their AFC South foe. As chip shot as a chip shot gets in the NFL.
Good red zone defense, but here they stand up inside the 10 and hold the Bears to a field goal. Chicago takes advantage of the takeaway, gets 3.
Tyler Santos does his job. We got a one-possession game in Chicago, 17-10. Giants with the lead. The shutout rolls on in Miami, but here come the Bills. That's Josh Allen, Tyrell Shavers with the catch there. Bills have gone to 3rd, 4th, 5th options as pass catchers here. That's a 24-yard pickup as Allen and company shockingly are the only team playing in the early window here with 0 points on the board. And then the next play, Dawson Knox makes that catch. So we pick it up live on 1st and 10. Knox, that was a 20-yard completion.
No huddle here. Allen taking a shot down the sideline. Coleman adjustment. Keon Coleman, touchdown. And that's what Bills fans have been waiting for. A 98-yard touchdown drive, and the Bills will go for 2.
We talked about Juju Prince going into the locker room, and now Ethan Bonner enters in the lineup, and we watched Prince and Coleman go at it all afternoon. Charles, you said it. Keon Coleman stops, slants, go ball. 50-50 balls, put it up there, and allow him to go make it play. That was his opportunity. He comes down with the football for his quarterback.
The difference for him all game long is Prince has been right in his chest on those types of plays. This one, Bonner never sees the ball. He's able to uncover late and make a big catch. Buffalo 0 for 3 on 2-point conversions this year. Sean McDermott has talked about their struggles on this play. Shakir slips in motion. Now Allen with plenty of time. Shakir's open. Can he get there? Shakir! No! Minka Fitzpatrick with a big play for Miami. And Buffalo.
What a play by the great Minka Fitzpatrick, and that's still a 2-possession lead for the Dolphins. He got a little bit of trouble there for Drake May, but he's able to get the pass away. And Mac Hollins is fired up after making a 15-yard completion and picking up a 1st down. But 2 plays later, this is 3rd and 10 live.
Here's the 3rd and 10. May. Gains about 5 on the scramble.
That was a wicked finish right there for about 3 guys.
Yeah, it looked like somebody could have gotten hurt in that.
It's the one area that, talk about a second-year player, how exceptional Drake May is, but 2 hands on the ball, 2 hands on the ball. You saw the 2 fumbles last week. That easily, the guy you you fumble, it's not the guy you see, it's the guy you don't see that's coming from behind. That's why you work on technique so much. So he's got to improve that area a little bit. He's so good at so many other areas. But he does look like someone they could then.
It's Henderson who came up limping.
Ooh, they cannot afford that.
Concerning sight for Patriots fans on the left. I think Mike Vrabel's going to come out to take a look at Travion Henderson. We'll show a near red zone. Now red zone drive for the Vikings in the meantime.
And moving again. Wow, that's four false starts today for Minnesota. What's that phrase we hear from a lot of coaches?
He doesn't really want to take his helmet off.
Here we go. You talk
Talking
about
for him, though, is Johnson.
talk about going deep into the playbook with certain calls. You got to kill a play, go to this play over here. You got to change the call, get everyone on the same page, be on the road against an exotic defense. Now you're going to throw in a guy who has not done it before.
Interesting. 4th and 5. They're going to go for it. Here in the late stages of the third quarter.
The young guys one-on-one against the linebacker out there, Dennis. This ball's going to Diggs.
Vrabel rolls the dice. May throws, and it's knocked down by McCollum. Trying to hit Diggs.
Great job by David to pop out. Diggs just needed to continue on his route right there. Diggs wanted the ball earlier, but David popped out, and honestly,
This was not going to be like last season when they were a top 10 offense. This was going to be throwing.
Don't see that very often. A catchable ball for Justin Jefferson, and it goes in. So you 3rd and 15 in just a moment. This was 4th down, and down goes the quarterback. Carolina's defense needed to get their offense the ball back. They do on the turnover on downs.
Looking for the end zone, looking for Jefferson again. The pass is incomplete. Aluzier with the coverage. No flag on the field. And it's 4th down.
Here they are on the outside again, matched one-on-one, going to the inside and back outside. The fans here don't like it. They're both doing the same thing as the ball comes in. So I would make my opinion with Mike Guerrero. Want to tell me I was wrong.
He's just pacing in the grid. Say something. Ready to go. 43-yard try for Will record. And the kick is good. He's perfect from 50 yards and in this season. And he bangs this one home to bring the Vikings.
It has been tough for Minnesota on offense, begging for touchdowns, but the field goal makes it a one-score game. Let's go big picture right now. 7 games going on across the National Football League. Half of them are into the 4th quarter, and we have 5 one-possession games in Carolina, in Chicago, in Minneapolis, a tie game between the Jets and the Browns, and a one-score game between the Bucs and the Patriots. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First Sunday of the second half of the regular season, and it's the witching hour. Wins become losses, and losses become wins. Let's find out where we can get some of the best action. It's been an interesting way to get to 17-17 between New York and Cleveland, but the Jets have the ball and a 3rd and 4 at midfield.
And then Hall just finds that little crease to pick up that much-needed first down.
It was interesting to see the reaction from Breece Hall this week with all the trades, him and Garrett Wilson, some of the comments that they made, all part of that anointed 2022 draft class that everyone thought was going to be the turnaround class here for the Jets. Obviously, it's not worked out that way just yet. It was Hall with some hard-fought yardage here, and it's just a crazy league, Arch. Week to week, year to year,
as they try to put this thing together here with their general manager, Darren Muji.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, it's important in this game. In this offense, trying to capitalize on what they did 2 weeks ago. You were spotted 14 points by your special team. So right now your offense has only scored 3 points. And again, you knew it was going to be tough against Cleveland, but somehow, some way, they have got to try to get something going here. They're trying to run the football, but I still think he's going to have to make some passes, even though there's a light rain out there.
Clock running inside of a minute. Back to Hall. Hall had that giant game, really his first breakout game marks this season. 133 rushing.
We'll continue to watch that Jets-Browns game, but this one is fascinating. Many implications, not only in the AFC East, but in the entire AFC playoff picture. Can the Bills pull off a quarter-quarter come-from-behind victory? They need to get the football back.
Hooks it up, looking for Waddle. Hairston down there. He's got it. Intercepted by Hairston. And now on the return with a flag down. Hairston is caught by Washington. It looked like the flag came out.
He'll be a free agent after this season for the Jets. Big decisions they've had to make. Hall here needed 2 and he gets 3.5.
Hairston, Jason, this is straight out wide running. He can go with anyone.
It's just really good coverage by him. He's on top of the receiver from the very beginning. He's playing off coverage, and that's very similar to Tua Tagovailoa's first interception early on in this game, where Waddle's covered, and he's just putting the ball up there. You can say it's an arm punt. You can call it whatever you want, but Waddle wasn't going to win that battle. Good coverage by Harrison.
He's had his share of bumps along the way today, but he played it well there.
Personal foul, illegal blindside block, number 56 of the intercepted. Penalties half the distance from the spot of the foul. Buffalo keeps the ball, 1st and 10. Timeout on the field.
So the penalty.
Josh Allen's going to get a chance, and we'll get you back to that game in just a bit. 2nd and 5 for Bryce Young, trailing by a field goal in the 4th quarter. He throws an interception. Alontae Taylor, number 1, coming up with the interception for New Orleans. Just not a good receiver, quarterback out of sync right there. Taylor was the only one that could get his hands on the football on that one. Bryce Young, 15 of 22, 118 yards, and that INT. Mike Vrabel imploring his guys on the sideline in Tampa.
After that touchdown, he wanted everyone to get together. He brought them together, talked to the defense. He told them, put all of that behind you, regroup, and go win this football game.
Okay, that defense, though, trying to withstand another possession for the Bucs. 2nd and 10. Dump off, Tucker, and he's down here.
Well, we have a quarterback change for New York. It's Russell Wilson quarterbacking the Jets. The last time we saw Jackson Dart, he got injured at the end, evidently injured at the end of that run. So Russell Wilson comes in and flips it out to Devin Singletary, who runs up the sideline for 41 yards. Live look at Jackson Dart going into the locker room, evidently. Let's listen.
Slowly surrounded by medical staff. The word down from the New York Giants is that Dart is being evaluated for concussion.
Giants had a 7-point lead that could star young quarterback leaving the game. Pretty good fallback option to have here in Russell Wilson. Tracy again, big hole inside the 10. Tracy working hard for the first down. 1st and goal for the Giants. And my word.
Well, Russell Wilson has him moving. We'll get you right back for the next Giants snap. 3rd and 12 for Baker Mayfield. They need a touchdown to take the lead. Taking it high, makes the pass, but does not get the marker. That's only a 9-yard pickup. It's 4th down and decision time for Tampa Bay. With that, they got the offense on the field. Tampa Bay's going to line up to go for it. Let's double box him in. Baker takes the quick shotgun snap. Looks right over. Has him in. 1st down with a penalty marker down as Tyrone Tracy executing Devin Singletary makes it to the goal line, but not a touchdown for the Giants. Cade Otton, huge 4th down conversion. If it stands,
Offense number 17.
Alex Kemp takes the call on the OPI, perhaps a pick play. Got Cade Otton open, and with a down Patriots defender, you'll back them up and then almost again. Singletary a hand off. That one loses a yard or two.
Making up.
Okay, the Buccaneers game's on a stoppage with an injury timeout, so we can sneak in the Saints and Panthers.
48 yards if we get nothing. Wharton has come back out on defense. The throw. And it's Jawan Johnson down near the goal line and in for a Saints touchdown. Again, the movement of Tyler Shuck. Getting a load to go for. Wilson, give it time. Wilson runs. Russell Wilson got crunched. Still going down to the 1. Wow, Russell Wilson was hit at the 4. Got sandwiched.
Ford slip, fall down. Nobody out there to stop Johnson.
Just love it, right? You're on the 1 yard line. Even if, say, you fail.
And so we'll see what they do now with the Giants on 4th and goal from the 1. The Jets looking to break this 17-17 tie.
Touchdown! No flags! 42 yards from Brees Hall!
What, this is a perfect call in the second time today that Justin Fields, under heavy heat, dealt it free off the edge. This is a zero blitz. That means there's no help. He gets a terrific block out in front by the right guard, Joe Tippett, and then there's nobody else down the field. Brees Hall, easy access, big play for a touchdown.
Hall nearly untouched with that play. All Fields knew he was going to get lit up, sits in the pocket, and delivers. I don't know what got into the Jets on that play, but it could have been their head coach. This was Aaron Glenn during a timeout running onto the field to fire up his offensive line. You don't see that a whole lot of a rookie defensive-minded head coach firing up his offensive line, but as the rain falls at MetLife Stadium, that helped get them to the end zone on the 42-yard Brees Hall catch and run. You had a 4th and goal here, and the Giants, they on a 2-possession game. That's the smart play by Dave Hall and the coaching staff. So they kicked the field goal. That was Younghoe Koo, the kicker for the Giants. They've had multiple kickers so far this year. 20-10, New York over Chicago. We're checking out Carter here. As we wait for the announcement on the penalty, I'll let you know the Buccaneers elected to punt. Okay, defensive penalty, and they're going to decline. They're not taking the points off the board there. It was not going to be an automatic first down, as it was 4th and goal. So, Josh Allen, okay, quarterback sneak, and then some, and then you're kidding me. You're kidding me. That is the day for the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen on 4th down pushes forward for the first down, finds himself almost in a pseudo open field when it's a tush-push formation, and then puts it on the ground, and Minka Fitzpatrick is the man who makes the play again. Unreal. As Minka recovers it. It was one of the other defensive backs who punched it out. The Dolphins playing inspired. The Bills as flat as can be.
Lawrence will operate the there's a handoff. ETN knocks his way for the score. Touchdown.
Travis Etienne with a touchdown for the Jags. They're pulling away from the Texans. The Baltimore Ravens trying to make it a 2-possession game against Minnesota once again.
3rd down for Baltimore. Here comes Derrick Henry again.
You got a lot of big bodies in there for this Vikings defense. You got defensive line along with your outside backers. So you've got.
I'm gonna let mom do it.
defend, right? The play before looks very similar with the three tight ends, and you kind of burst out of a Mark Andrews under center, thinking they're going to run some type of Baltimore tush-push style, and they run quarterback sweep to the left. Then you get a real similar look that same way coming to the right. And it's a play-action pass, and Mark Andrews is wide open on the end line.
They'll go for 2 to try to make it a 14-point game. 0 for 1 this year on 2-point conversion tries. Pressure coming. Jackson finds the open man. Rashad Bateman for 2. The Baltimore Ravens making a statement in Minnesota. The statement in South Florida is Dolphins beating the Bills.
Achane sneaks through. Achane, second level, turns on the Jets. Achane, touchdown! 59 yards. And the Bills look gassed in Miami. Came into the game saying Devon Achane hasn't carried at least 20 times today. That was his 19th. And remember, Jason, those 2-yard, 3-yard runs early in the game, if you stay with it, they can turn into these types of sprints later. Achane 139 yards on the day, including a 59-yard run for a touchdown. And that makes it a 3-score game.
While we were watching that Dolphins' latest touchdown to put them up multiple scores, we had 4th and 3. Chicago feeling the heat with less than 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Caleb Williams decided to run. Now he decides to scramble and fires late. Incomplete, going for DeAndre Swift. The Giants clinging to their men on that 4 or 5 second scramble by Caleb Williams and then turn him over on downs. You had a 4th and 2 for Bryce Young. And that's short of the marker. Chuba Hubbard made the catch, but only picked up about a yard. That's a turnover on downs in favor of the New Orleans Saints. And you had this for Dylan Gabriel. Drop it back, and Will McDonald again. Will McDonald the 4th, by the way, with his 4th sack of the day. That's why you wear that headgear in the rain in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Will McDonald having one of the best days of his NFL career. 4 sacks for him. Jets have the lead and will get the football back in Tampa. The Buccaneers football trailing by 5, less than 9 minutes remain in this battle with first place teams.
On the ground now, another 3rd and long. Yeah, that was a loss of 4 right there. Clock moving inside 9 minutes. This is the one-on-one. The top guy out there. Shepard knocked out right away by Gonzalez. And it's 4th down on the punt. Part of the problem there is I didn't see Ibuka on the field, which gave Gonzalez the ability to go guard Shepard. Actually, he was in the slot there, so they were double teaming him with the free safety. Little safe call, I think, for that situation, don't you think? Press man during the wide receiver screens, like it when they're off coverage. Here's Dixon. His 6th punt of the game is a short one. They're caught at the 41 by Jones. That traveled only 33 yards.
We got to give some love to the New Orleans Saints. They've been leading most of this game against Carolina. And on 3rd and 6, Tyler Shuck, Chris Olave, back shoulder, one hand, pull it in, get 2 feet in bounds. Look at the replay here. I got it. Make sure to tap the feet. Beautiful stuff right there. The New Orleans Saints have lost 4 straight games coming into today, but they have the lead, the ball, the clock is winding, and they're up by 10. The Saints in position to upset the Panthers and get their 2nd win of the year. We'll keep you posted there from Charlotte. Back here in Jersey, it's the Jets trying to work some clock.
Hasn't been, but again, it's just running that style of offense that works in that exact moment. There's Tanner Instrand right there, the offensive coordinator. It's been a grind in this game. They really haven't had a lot go their way. Of course, they've leaned on their special teams for those 2 early touchdowns. But here in the fourth quarter, with the rain coming down, is really where they've been at their best.
Had to improvise, and it certainly worked. But this one did backfire. What a defensive play. Isaiah McGuire almost looked like he knew exactly where that play was going. As the Jets lose, we wanted to dip in on the Jets. They were the only team in the red zone. As we've got Minnesota false starting, which will make a 1st and 10, 1st and 15. Kevin O'Connell and the guys, it's time to crank up the offense, needing 2 touchdowns here in the fourth quarter.
Little rise. They came in with 41 offensive penalties on the season. 5 false starts adding to that today. As McCarthy will try to send it over the field, looking for TJ Hawkinson. There's a flag. One Smith is in the area, and he's arguing his case. Alonzo will likely provide first down.
Still a 2-possession game there in Minnesota, so let's come back here to the Drake May-led New England Patriots. It'll be 3rd and 14 for New England, trying to get the ball back to Baker Mayfield as the Buccaneers D.
And they know it again. These teams have played it really safe on 3rd and long screens. Here we go. 3rd and 14. Going to go deep again. He's got a man open. Strike and Collins. Tackle at the 5-yard line. May has shown all year he's one of the great deep ball throwers in the league. And he connects for 1 for 56 yards. Stares down the barrel and watch. McCollum's just looking in the backfield. Doesn't expect you just to turn and throw a bomb perfectly. What a run by Collins having a game. And they're chanting MVP for the Pat Ezra. Look at that, staring down the barrel, knowing you're about to take the shot and delivering under incredible pressure. Wow.
They spotted at the 8. That was Diaby who did an after release. He took 2 big licks the last 2 plays. He fakes the handoff and rolls out. Now being chased with a flag. That takes another hit. That's by Smith. And that's going to bring another flag out. As Rabel comes in to make sure things are calm.
He's pissed. He's like, get out of here. Wants him to be kicked out. He wants to protect his quarterback at all costs. But you can't do that. You tell how bad these teams want it, can't you, Jim?
Oh, again, here we are in the meaningful time of the year, according to these coaches.
It is, and this is a litmus test for New England for the rest of the nation. Buffalo was the first one to say, wow, they're better than we thought. Now it's like, they are for real if they win this.
Well, the quarterback had the ball holding. Defense number 43. That's half the distance to the goal line from the end of the run. Automatic first down.
So that's the call. It's the call. There's the hold right there, the jersey hold and everything.
So they picked this up because he was still in bounds, they're saying? It's obviously a runner, but
You tell you, he's taken vicious hits the last 3 plays. Gene, I guess they picked up the flag on the out of bounds.
Yes, Jim, they're allowed to review that, as we know. And if Drake May, if he's still in bounds, even though they hit vicious, if he's still in bounds there, they lifted that flag because he was technically not out of bounds when he got hit. So that's why they removed that and went with the defensive hold.
Okay, thank you, Gene. So it sets up 1st and goal from the 3. They've got Tonga back in, lined up on a wing on the right side. They're going to move him around. And they're going to give it to Johnson. And Tampa Bay.
But Nick Folk has been the best kicker in the NFL in 2025, and his perfect season continues. 37-yarder Barker is good. He's 19 of 19 field goals, 11 of 11 extra points, 27-17 Jets. Josh Allen, they're going to go for it on fourth down every time they got it now. Less than 5 minutes remain. They're down 17. Allen throwing it up, and okay, all right. Bills converted. Khalil Shakir, 25 yards there. So the Bills not done yet. They need 2 touchdowns and a field goal in South Florida. Drake May dancing, firing out of bounds. He'll live to see 3rd and goal. Bottom of the screen, you got the Vikings in the red zone. And after the incomplete pass, Minnesota will have a 4th and 3. The Vikings will go for it. They're down 2 touchdowns to Baltimore.
Tonight on CBS begins with 60 Minutes 3. Jefferson at the 2.
Okay, signals to his young quarterback. 3rd and goal. May. He's got time. Now throws. And he's intercepted in the end zone by Tyke Smith. The one who hit him right on the sideline a couple of plays ago. Comes up with the end zone interception.
What a play. Henry was actually guarded by Smith. He comes off of Henry and goes and helps out. Fundamentally sound defense there. And what a play.
Out of the timeout, 3rd down and 5. So Shakir getting stretched out during the timeout, but he's in the slot at the top of your screen. Allen to Shakir. And we'll see where they spot him, but it looks like he's got just enough. And now a late flag comes in. Spencer Brown and Matthew Judon were talking behind the play, and Judon is indicating this is going to go against Spencer Brown.
The result of the play is a 1st down. After the play was over, personal foul and necessary roughness offense, number 79. 15-yard penalty from the end of the play. It is 1st down Buffalo.
Bills fans know that Brown has a little bit of that mean streak in him sometimes.
Well, while we're watching Buffalo's last gasp, you got Dylan Gabriel needing 2 scores in the late 4th quarter. And Dylan Gabriel, tuck it, run. It's an 18-yard pickup, got the 1st down. Okay. Drive will continue. The penalty marker was against the Jets, so the next significant snap for Cleveland. Dylan Gabriel run it again. The Jets are like, hey guys, let's get that guy with the football. We'll keep you posted on that. 18-yard scramble, 15-yard scramble for Gabriel.
Allen is sacked. Chubb jumped on top of him.
It's the story of the day, what the Miami Dolphins are doing against the Buffalo Bills. We'll go back to South Florida after we sneak in. A Texans touchdown, down by 19 points. Higgins from Mills, and that one will make it a 29-16 game. They would go for 2. And they got it. So it's 29-18. You can take my word for it. Still an 11-point lead, though, for Jacksonville. Jags seem to be in good shape. But this right here, the Buffalo Bills had beaten.
Defense, number 2. 15-yard spread, ball stop.
Okay.
And I'll have a first down.
Ron Torrey making the call there. Dylan Gabriel scrambling yet again. We'll see if the Browns can make it a one-possession game. But the story of the Bills-Dolphins game is that you see the replay here. Bradley Chubb, did they get him for doing a dance? I'm not sure what it was there. Either way, they've lost 6 straight games the Dolphins have to the Bills. Okay, we'll go forward here to the Browns game.
Having a big target at 6'3", 215 pounds in these situations.
Browns leading 2 scores. Looking for a quick strike here for the drop. You got Williams right on his back. We're going to triple in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So Browns need a score to make it a one-possession game. A touchdown for the Buccaneers would give them the lead. And the Bills, in their last gasp moments,
And up Tucker. Nice
in South Florida, Sean Tucker breaks a run for Tampa Bay, and the Bucs are into Patriots territory.
Chased out. On the move, throws on the run. He's got a wide open Hawes, and it's a touchdown. Jackson Hawes into the end zone for the second time.
Gabriel protected over the middle. It's Tillman. Well short of the first down. At some point, you need a field goal, so they're going to go for it.
Hall's on the outside. London and
Boys at the point. Tucker becomes the first running back on the season to go over 50 yards against New England. Wow, that last carry. Pass incomplete. That was intended for Cameron Johnson.
Rare time. Not only does someone beat Gonzalez, but the rare time that Baker, the ball just comes off his hand barely off to the side. Still could have had a chance at it, but it just dove on the ball coming off. I'm telling you, this is a future. And very soon, first team All-Pro, Christian Gonzalez.
Second and 10. Down to 2:22 to go in the game. They take what they give them. They're tackled at the 27. Otten with another catch.
That's the area on the field. You keep attacking, you keep setting.
Baker Mayfield's old team had to settle for a field goal. The Cleveland Browns tried to make it a 7-point difference. Andre Schmidt does just that. 29 yards. It's 27-20. We will keep you posted. Browns still, we'll check how many timeouts the Browns have there. They do not need to go onside kick at this moment. Browns have all 3 timeouts remaining. Chicago Bears, they're trying to get this to a one-possession game themselves in field goal range. Caleb Williams dances left side. Williams sees some room. Williams has the first down. Williams down inside of the 3-yard line. It's first and goal for Chicago. We'll keep you posted on that one. This is basically it for the Bills. You figure the Bills will have to burn their timeouts if they don't recover this onside kick. Let's watch.
Can have a kickoff at the end of the season. Ray Davis, the onside kick, trying to get it after himself, and it's not going to work. Excellent play by Cedric Wilson. Just as you're taught, attack the football. It's just a slow mover like that. Did not go 10 yards. But he attacked it and made sure it didn't have a chance.
That penalty is likely to be a false start or offsides against the Bills. They were running too early. And he got a touchdown. Roma Doomsday from Caleb Williams. We have a 3-point game pending the extra point in Chicago. The Bears were down multiple scores. And keep in mind, Jackson Dart has been ruled out in this game. Jackson Dart is out in concussion protocol. So Wilson will have to try and burn this clock. And it was, as we anticipated, a false start, so to speak, on the onside kick attempt by the Buffalo Bills. Miami has the football there. The Dolphins are in beautiful shape to salt that game away. We'll keep you posted. What will they do here? You're just going to kick the standard extra point and make it a 3-point difference. But in the windy conditions with a little bit of snowflakes falling, let's watch it.
There's a conversation to be had on making this a 2-point game.
Production around 20-17.
All right, we're back in play in that game. Minnesota is trying to make it a one-possession game, but they need a touchdown to qualify for that. J.J. McCarthy rifles one. Jordan Addison into Ravens territory. That's a 26-yard pickup. And let's go back live into Buffalo. We're going to burn their timeouts on the plus side of the 2-minute warning, perhaps. We'll find out. Let me just tell you this. As you watch, I just want to try and contextualize what we are seeing in this Dolphins upset bid. It was September of 2022, 3 years ago, the last time Josh Allen and the Bills lost to the Dolphins. 1,141 days since the last time the Dolphins beat the Bills, and yet they are now 3.5 minutes away from doing that. And it's Baker Mayfield almost had it intercepted here on the
100% on that hit as well, yeah.
Gonzalez right in between posts.
What a sandwich hit that was. And now you got the play of the game, 4th and 3. Keep an eye on the Puka. He's part of that 3-man stack on the right.
Got everyone up in there in your exaggeration. That's the guy who's got to win.
Mayfield in trouble. And he can't get away. The Patriots come up with a sack. I don't know about that. There might have been a whistle. It's all for naught anyway. The Patriots defense comes up where they had to with the big stop.
What a job by Chason. I want you to watch on the outside right here. He's going to rush. It's a TE. And he gets great leverage, gets inside, does allow Baker to set his feet, and somehow Baker gets the ball off because they didn't call him in the grass. But
Buccaneers still have all 3 timeouts, so it is not victory formation just yet for the Patriots. But the Kraft family celebrating what they hope will be another win, and they undoubtedly know the score of that Bills-Dolphins game. The New England Patriots perhaps pulling away or giving some daylight. Oh, yeah, Devon A. He's going to house this one. Icing from the Dolphins. Wow, they deserve it.
Devon Achane told us this week that going against James Cook was a little extra motivation. Well, he has been the star of the show this afternoon.
Second year on left tackle, Patrick Paul. He pulled around the edge. He led the way for the running back.
Extra point is good, and it's 30-13. Achane now has
3 minutes away from one of the upsets of the season down there in Miami. You've got a 3rd and 7 for Russell Wilson and the Giants. The Bears need to get the football back one more time.
Over 3 minutes, but just something to keep in mind down the stretch.
The Bears are going to get the football back, needing a field goal to tie or a touchdown to potentially win. 4th and 10, J.J. McCarthy. Whoa, got out of that one there. He's got to throw it. He does. Jalen Naylor makes the catch. All right, we are not done yet there in Minnesota. A wild 4th and 10 conversion for 28 yards. I mean, if the Vikings punch this one in, there's still 4 minutes on the clock. That'll be a 1-possession game. Green Bay and the Patriots, they need a first down to potentially ice this game.
Each time he said they ran it every time, and they do it again.
They toss it.
I didn't love it.
He's got a chance to show off that speed. Henderson breaks the second one for a touchdown.
You know, he was looking back at the sideline to say, do you want me to slide or do you want me to score it? He'll do the safe play and score it there as we go incomplete in the Vikings-Ravens game. And that likely does it for the New England Patriots. Baker's going to get the football back, but if the Patriots touch it one more time, the game is over. Travion Henderson. They've had multiple injuries in that running back room for the New England Patriots this year. As no Ramondre Stevenson, he's been out for a few weeks. Antonio Gibson was injured in the first month of the season. And Travion Henderson breaks away on that long one. He's got 147 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground today for the Pats.
Good time. And that one out of the back of the end zone. Travis Jones with some heat in there on McCarthy as he threw it. 4th down and goal. The offense stays out with 3:28 to go.
And we just had a 3rd and 16 for the Jets trying to ice this one away as Justin Fields, just keep it bounced. Once you see that, you've got to get to the ground. Penalty marker comes in. Denzel Ward reaching for his knee. That's concerning. But the officials, they're going to call a penalty against the Browns, and the Jets are going to get a first down. We'll let you know what the penalty is in just a moment.
Offensive
number 75. To find that penalty, fourth down.
7 false starts at home for Minnesota. I cannot.
It was defensive holding against the Browns, and just when it looked like they might get another crack to get the football back and get a game-tying touchdown, the Jets get the first down, and the Browns are going to have to burn the rest of their timeouts.
And now 4th and goal. Back at the 10. It's Taylor reaching out. He got his feet in. It's a touchdown. What a throw. What a catch. 6 on the board. Minnesota. And I tell you, it's not bad coverage by Nate Wiggins. This is just excellent by J.J. McCarthy and Jalen Naylor. They have really developed some really good chemistry. Look at the drag there. That's really well done. Good location with the throw.
We're going to see if the Vikings might go for 2, play the analytics play. And speaking of trying to get a fourth quarter comeback, the Houston Texans are back in play. Davis Mills all day to throw. And back in the end zone, he finds his tight end, Dalton Schultz, a touchdown. The score is now 29-24. The Jags were up 29-10 in the fourth quarter in that game. Houston scored 2 late fourth quarter touchdowns. 2-point conversion here.
And McCarthy looking for Jefferson. It's incomplete. Awuzie out there in coverage, and Jefferson unable to get to that football, so it stays at 8 Bills.
And we'll see how the Vikings elect to try and get the football back. A 2-point conversion here to try and make it a field goal game.
Moving pocket. Mills in some trouble. He throws. And it's intercepted. So a step in by.
That's a slow-playing game, though, in Houston. There's still half of the fourth quarter remaining at NRG Stadium. A first down here ends the game for the Jets, but they won't get it. It's fourth down. New York will be forced to punt it away. Dylan Gabriel's going to have about a minute left, just less than a minute, to try and come up with a miracle for his Cleveland Browns.
Probably call a timeout with just 1 second left.
March, how do you handle this? Do you send everyone here? What do you do here for Cleveland?
Yeah, I think, that's a good question. I mean,
Jets right now are not lining up to punt.
Well, they're gonna try to drop off sides and then call a timeout with 1 second left.
4th and 4.
That would be. Oh, and don't tell me they got him.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
That's unbelievable.
If it's on Cleveland, the game is over.
Neutral zone infraction. Defense number 99. 5-yard penalty. Results in first down.
Cameron Thomas and Kevin Stefanski incredulous.
You know they're not going to run a play. You know they're not going to run a play.
Aaron Glenn and company getting their second win of the year. The New Orleans Saints got their second win of the year earlier today. The Chicago Bears have been trailing the Giants most of this game, but the Bears coming up with a play here. Caleb Williams to Luther Burden III. The wide receiver makes the play. They are in field goal range, but a touchdown would give them the lead.
Caleb Williams again finding his best here in the fourth quarter. DeAndre Swift. Donaldson Harris. And at 54. And New York has his first down.
This will be 30-second timeout.
Yeah, so now here, Brian Daboll, you always want to use your timeouts when your defense is on the field. It's a lot easier to stop the clock when you're on offense. Obviously, you can clock it, you can throw it out of bounds. Throw it incompletely. There's a million ways to stop it. So he's going to exhaust all of his timeouts here, trying to keep as much time remaining to extend this game. And then we'll see how aggressive Ben Johnson wants to be. I just think right now, with the way this game has flipped here in the fourth quarter, in the mind of Ben Johnson, you're trying to put this game done in regulation. Someone for overtime seems like a secondary thought.
Well, now wanting to put it on the foot of your kicker. Second down. Browns. Still no signal. Now they say yes, a touchdown, 17 yards, and the Bears have taken the lead. A shaped one, and then later, the Bears have come all the way back and lead with a minute 47 left. Down the stretch, you just can't play quarterback any better than what we've seen the last two possessions from Caleb Williams. Jordan was on, Jordan with his feet, 63 yards rushing, pretty much open.
For the second time in 2 weeks, the Chicago Bears with a late fourth quarter touchdown that might give them the victory. Baker Mayfield's not going quietly into that Gulf of Mexico, Florida area evening. I'm more articulate than that usually, but you know what I'm saying. He needed 2 touchdowns. He got one right here. The Bucs are going to try an onside kick, and it's all over if they don't get it. Ted Johnson, who had a touchdown catch earlier in the game, catches one of the back end line of the end zone there, and the Bucs are within one possession. So the PAT was good. It's 28-23, and Tampa Bay with an onside kick attempt. Otherwise, the game is over. There's only 33 seconds remaining. The Bucs would need to recover this onside kick and get a touchdown in the final 33 seconds.
Losing game. That seemed like this year coming down the stretch.
There's another look into the future right there when you saw the left tackle Will Campbell talking on the sideline.
They held up today on that side. The left side has really hurt them this year with a lot of TE games and such, but they did a really good job. The interior got pushed around, but this is it.
There have only been 4 successful onside kicks in the entire league this year. Percentage is so low, it's frightening. Here's the kick. All the way up in the air, and it's pulled down by Diggs. I mean, that was executed by McLaughlin to perfection. And Diggs had to absorb a massive hit.
He had to
hold on.
Dig deep, because this is as good as you can do. That third bounce, boom! You can't get that perfect ball, and now you know you're going to take a wicked shot. And to know you want that ball to be close, you get quick, and now you're like, okay, here it goes.
Stephon Diggs puts the finishing touches on it. The Patriots will win to go to 8-2. Jags need a first down here. They don't get it. So Jacksonville will punt it away to the Texans. And who knew this might be the game that provides us some last-minute drama? The Texans have the football back now. They were down 17-0 in this game. The Texans were down 29-10 to start the fourth quarter, and now a touchdown would give them the lead. 6 minutes somehow still remaining here at Energy Stadium.
Wow, that was very dangerous there with the ricochet going way up in the air. And a couple of Jaguars with a chance to dive and try and get a hand on it. But Evan mentioned it earlier. That's back-to-back 3 and outs, and that defense for the Jaguars is on the field again. Not getting a whole lot of break on the sideline.
Let's go triple box right now because the Russell Wilson-led New York Giants are in last gasp territory. 1:20 and counting remaining. Bottom of the screen, the late window has just kicked off. Arizona at Seattle to help kick off that NFC West extravaganza we'll have for the next 3 hours.
Edmonds and Jared combined.
2-minute drill. You just don't want to throw checkdowns for no yards. Either throw it at his feet. The clock is more important than a few yards. You want to check plays. You want to stop the clock.
They got a yard, but they lose about 20 seconds in process. And this time, straight up. Wilson, isn't there. Throws it incomplete for Livingston. And also right away, when he narrows the ball, throwing to that's not Bobby. Brisker coming with the pressure.
6:02 on the clock. Mills to throw. Mills fires to complete. To the shoulder. Big gain of 21 yards.
Only turnover in the game. He was lost with a concussion. It's a right there, and then we through the third quarter. 46 seconds for the Flyers on the floor. Wandale Robinson. The Giants are down to their last breath.
Just a ball that has to be caught, especially in a 2-minute drive. Throws him away from the cover and trying to set him in that little hole between Wright and Gardner Johnson. And now Robinson catches that ball and gets vertical. He's got a chance, but comes down to this 4th down.
4th and 10, last chance for you. 3 is pressure coming. Picked up. As he threw the ball game. The Bears somehow, some way, continue to find a way.
Yeah, Tremaine Edmonds off the right side just wins his matchup.
The Chicago Bears come from behind the
Bears looking good.
to improve to 3 on the year. Giants put up a fight, but they will drop their 8th game of the season. On the right side of the screen, you just saw the Ravens go ahead and complete. So J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings will get the football back, moving a touchdown and a 2-point conversion in the final 2 minutes of the game in Minneapolis.
That is outstanding. Really well defended by Minnesota. So J.J. McCarthy's going to have an opportunity to try to lead.
We got 2 games in play right now in the late window. Minnesota's getting the football back, trailing by 8. The Houston Texans have the football, needing a touchdown in the final 3.5 minutes to take the lead against Jacksonville.
Started to hit for Houston. Big Chuck now checks in. Mills gets rid of it. The pass is handled by Higgins at midfield. That's a 1st down.
Well, the penalty on Minnesota is all about.
During the kick, holding by the receiving team number 6. By rule, this penalty is enforced from the end of the kick. The 15-yard line is 7.5. It's 1st down Minnesota.
Right, McLaughlin arguing his case as we are arguing a game breaker.
Rookie out of Iowa State moves the chains. Under 3 minutes to go. Motion man is no. It's a running play to Chuck. Up the middle, Chuck. 1st down. He shreds this Jacksonville defense. Buster Brown eventually brings him down with Antonio Johnson.
Watch the double team between Trent Brown and Drew Scruggs. Great job getting push off the line that Scruggs comes off, and Chubb takes advantage.
What they have out there? On 1st down, too tall for Jefferson. The pass incomplete.
Chest to chest. They're going to allow that inside the box like that.
It's Chubb. Still on. And Chubb is rustled down just short of a 37-yard gain. Andrew Winger with the stop, and we have hit the 2-minute warning here in the 4th. It looked like this was all.
Down 8 to Baltimore. Minnesota led at halftime 10-9. Taking advantage of some miscues in the 2nd half to stretch the lead. McCarthy from the end zone. Gonna run. McCarthy with some room across the 30 and down to the 34.
Remember what this team did week 1 at Chicago. That 4th quarter, going into it, they had not played well all day long, and then they were able to find a way in the 4th quarter. Can they find a way here on this final opportunity?
Excellent open field tackle by Keon Martin. No timeouts. Clock will continue to run under a minute before they snap it. Taking some time here. Too much of it, 2nd and 6. McCarthy over the middle and incomplete. Jalen Naylor the closest to that.
5 stops at 47 seconds. Time for us to show you a Seattle, Arizona update. Seahawks with it in Cardinals territory. Sam Darnold, what a first half of the season he had. Jackson Smith and Jigba, what a first half of the season he had. The leading receiver in the NFL in terms of receiving yards beats two defenders deep. How about a 43-yard touchdown?
All right, thanks, Douglas. Got the Timberwolves off the board.
Darnold was 4 for 4, 60 yards and that touchdown. Seattle 7, Arizona nothing.
Oh my goodness. For those of you joining us late, this is the 8th false start by Minnesota. The last time they had 7 in a game, you had to go all the way back to 2000.
Oh, sorry, I was eating my lunch.
That's the way it usually works. Is the home team is not
Chili and chips.
for pre-snap penalties. It's the visiting team, and it was one of the big concerns that the Ravens had coming in here. They know how challenging it is in this venue with the crowd noise. They've done a much better job than the home team here this afternoon.
Nah, I appreciate you, man. Sorry for the audible lunch break.
No timeouts. You got 36 seconds, 35 seconds. J.J. McCarthy calling for the signals. 30 seconds remaining. It's 4th down. You got to get the first down, but they still need a touchdown.
And we've got a whistle and a timeout used by Baltimore.
Marks in the backfield. Mills to throw. He does over the middle. It is incomplete. And care off of Schultz. Andrew Wingard, the safety, got in there. Great defense by Wingard there just to get his hand across and in front and put it through the breadbasket. Something you teach young guys in the pass game. Don't swipe at the ball. Just stick a static hand through the bread.
Your most valuable commodity right now. It's only 21 seconds left here, and still 60 yards to go for the touchdown. 4th down and 4 from the 40. Rush just 3.
I love it.
He throws incomplete, and the Ravens will take a snap, they'll take a knee, and they'll take a win in Minnesota, their 3rd straight win.
Excuse me.
It's a little pop to Moss. Walker turns the corner, first down.
There's your pivot. There's your thing. They're perfectly covered. And guys, when they escape, they're escaping down the field. You know, if you're shallow, you go deep. But understanding that it's 4th and 4, and you only had 21 seconds left, you can see that J.J. McCarthy's trying to find somebody that's reasonably close
For the first down, clock continues to roll. We're down to a minute 26 to play. First down for Houston. Mills packs the ball. He throws it. It's out. Incomplete. Fly down. Kirk the intended target. Jones the defender. A pair of penalty markers. One in the end zone. The other thrown at the 4.
I mean, I'm looking at that, and that's some hand fighting there, in my opinion.
Pass interference. Defense number 22.
The ones that are already out. No, I don't think. I think people will look fondly on Panini. Just like how, you know, Steph's iconic was it 2011, 2010 Topps rookie card is like his iconic. I think the Panini, you know, cards of the teens will be looked on favorably. But yeah, I mean, if going forward for sure, yeah, their cards are going to be equivalent to Leaf, wild card, whatever you want to think about. I mean, I think people will still want kabooms and downtowns if they make them, but yeah, they're going to be like $50 cards instead of $500 cards. So I post on Breaker Toolbox. A lot of people buy the teams off there. I'm streaming live on both places. So as there's no way for me to just like claim a team on Whatnot. I have to delete it in order for it to not sell. So the 16 teams that aren't here were sold on the other platform. So that we have 13 teams left. They're all listed here. I'm making sure on Breaker's Toolbox that they're not being sold over there.
39 seconds to play. That was an everybody but the center situation there. You see him talking about,
And if you go to Breaker Toolbox, if you haven't used it before, you can use my code ODZs5 and save $5 off. And it's always free shipping over on Breaker Toolbox. Mavs went for $89. But because I don't get a charge commission over there, they can usually go for cheaper on Breaker Toolbox than on Whatnot.
DeMarcus Lawrence. The pass rush gets home. Did he have an empty hand? And the ball comes out. That's a 13-0 Seattle lead.
Mills. Starts it. Incomplete. Nico Collins and multiple bodies defending him in the area.
Here are some players to watch, courtesy of DraftKings Sportsbook.
As the late window's opening up, Kyron Williams of the Los Angeles Rams. 3 rushing, 3 receiving touchdowns this season. Keep an eye on him. Tight end Sam Laporta for the Detroit Lions. Keep an eye on him. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app for the latest odds and to check out the Red Zone Total TD market. Back to Houston for 3rd and goal. Texans have to have a touchdown.
Davis Mills. Oh, rush Walker. Steps up. He's going to run. Mills looking for the pylon. He's got the angle. Touchdown, Texans. The unlikeliest of scores. It's Mills with his legs to put Houston in front. Clearly in here, but he outran Walker all the way to the end. So Walker with an unbelievable move on Trent Brown comes free, and Mills just scampers his way in. Like you said, the most unlikely of ways for that to happen. And they will go for 2, up by 1. The Texans are basically trying to save their season. They're 3-5. Two-point try here for Houston. Mills loses it and then just jumps on top of it. They never even get a playoff. They are up by 1. And Jacksonville has the most dangerous kicker in the NFL on their side. A little bit of a low snap there, unable to handle it. But don't discount. We talked all day a little bit about Nick Haley and the offense and not being what they wanted to be. But that drive at 93 yards to take the lead. This
This is what it looked like for the Texans in the fourth quarter. Got themselves back into this game. There was certainly a time where it looked
All card ship. Yeah. In fact, that reminds me, I probably need to import my notes. I mean, this is my own personal philosophy, but I believe if you pay for the spot, you should get all cards. So I always ship base. It sucks to sort it, I know, but that's what I get paid to do, and I'll ship it. You pay for shipping, you pay for the spot, so you should get all the cards. If you don't want base, then that's fine. That's some, but yeah, I always ship the base. Plus, I don't want it. I got way too many cards here.
Tonight on CBS begins with 60 Minutes and the future of America's family farms, followed by new episodes of Tracker and the music competition series, The Road.
As we're going to get you back to the final seconds in Houston and what has been an insane game, the late window is opening up fully. Los Angeles.
Dude, I pulled a lot. I mean, I've pulled several 101s. I mean, if we're talking about like Star Wars, I've pulled a Luke Skywalker 101 sketch card. I've pulled tons of sketch cards, actually. The biggest baseball card might have been I pulled the Vladimir Guerrero Sr. and Jr. 101 relic auto from Tier 1. That was a pretty big card. I've pulled, I'm trying to think if there's any other big 101s. I pulled a Super Fractor from Optic. 2023 Optic Football is Darius Davis Super Auto, or Gold Vinyl, they call it. Biggest basketball pool, nothing really like stands out. I mean, I pulled Wemby. I pulled numbered Wembys. Yeah, nothing really like crazy though. Nothing that's gotten me put on Tops's socials or anything like that.
Trevor Lawrence takes full advantage in his man coverage behind, so all the DBs are looking at their receivers, not back at the quarterback, which gives him so much room to scamper. 21 yards. That's the kryptonite right now of the number one defense in the NFL.
Right now would be a 73-yard field goal attempt. 13 seconds left. No timeout. Lawrence on the move. Flag is thrown. Completion into Houston territory. Parker Washington. Penalty marker at the 39. 7 seconds on the clock.
Hands to the face. Offense number 55.
Edoga, the extra offensive lineman.
55 right here. His hands up in the face and just a killer of a penalty. Not only because of the yardage, which is obvious, but also because now you only have 7 seconds left and no timeouts.
The Texans have outscored the Jaguars 20-0 in the fourth quarter.
Oh shit! All right, yeah, I'll check that out for sure.
About 15 yards for this to be realistic, and they have no timeouts remaining. So they have to get the yardage and then get out of bounds. Houston takes a timeout.
see what you call orange coverage for outside left.
The drama continues to build in Houston. We're going right back there, but we're watching the late window for you. Jacoby Brissett will hand it off, and hello in the backfield. And Mari DiMarcano was met by the Seahawk, who came through the line of scrimmage. Penalty flag is down as well. That was Drake Thomas, number 42, making the play. The way it was not DiMarcano, that was Van Knight on the rushing attempt. And the penalty was against Arizona either way. Well, here we go. 7 seconds remain. Could Cam Little get a shot at a game-winning field goal from 60 plus, 70 plus?
Yeah, I can't wait to watch this guy Cam Little freaking hit another nuke. Oh my gosh. Slide, bro. Slide, bro. Damn. Jag's gonna jag.
They protected the sideline. Will Anderson gets home, and Rankins takes it home for the touchdown.
So they outscored the Jaguars officially 26-0 in the fourth quarter. Tremendous rally and an eye-popping highlight.
What a way to end the game. The Houston faithful get the victory. And that gives the victorious Indianapolis Colts from the Berlin game earlier today even more breathing room in the AFC South. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the early window of week number 10 comes to a close. Houston wins at home. Chicago wins at home. The Miami Dolphins come up with the upset at home. The Jets got a home victory. And the New England Patriots go on the road to get their 8th win of the year and win 7 straight games for New England in first place in the AFC East. Live to Levi Stadium for some late window action. Timeout by the 49ers. Rams have the ball furthest down the field, but while they call a timeout, let's sneak into Detroit Lions play. Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown wide open. Washington, you want to watch out for 14. He's pretty good. And Amon-Ra goes for 16 yards on the run and the catch. First down Detroit up towards midfield.
Who are your teams? Good for you for having 2 teams. My wife has her team and I have my team. I'll root for her team only when they're not playing my team. Oh my gosh. See, I'm a Steelers fan, so but I do respect the hell out of the Ravens and I really like Lamar Jackson. But my son's a little mad at Derrick Henry because he has him on his fantasy team and he hasn't been happy with his performances lately.
give it to Williams. This time we're going to deceive you and get you on a naked bootleg. I saw right in the vision showing up Devontae on this crossing route on green. Open by 3 or 4 yards. I thought he was.
Back in the Detroit-Washington game, you had a second and 5. And Jared Goff not only wants the 5, he wants 6. Amon-Ra St. Brown to the corner of the end zone. It goes incomplete, ball batted away. And Amon-Ra took a chunk of that.
Well, he's been hurt.
Stadium turf with him in his face mask.
Still looks good. Does the little things. I think he'll be fine.
Well, they made them look pretty easy. Williams now his 4th season. Like play of the drive for the Lions. It's Gibbs up the middle once again. Inside the 15, down to the 14-yard line. So a very methodical Detroit Lions opening possession for the Seahawks.
Before the next Lions snap, let's show you what happened for Seattle. Darnold.
Yeah. I think we still lose stupid games, and then we'll go beat the Colts, and, you know, when they look like the best team in the league. It's just, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, you know. Steelers and Ravens will have 2 epic games, and I just don't see the Steelers being a threat to make a deep run in the playoffs. They're just always that team that's, you know, a couple games over 500 will make the playoffs, and that's pretty much it. But hopefully this year is different. I do think Aaron Rodgers is an upgrade over Russell Wilson and Mason Rudolph and those turds that have been our quarterbacks the last couple of years.
They're playing the secondary today by committee because both starting quarterbacks are out. Will Johnson and Max Melton. Starting linebacker Matt Wilson is out too. He leads them at tackles.
That's 3 big misses on that side of the ball. And I think the reason what was called from the booth is because he grabbed his head. He went down to the ground. He hit his head on the turf. And when anytime you see that from up top.
Second down and 3 following the Washington timeout. On second down, over the middle, into the end zone. Touchdown,
Jahmyr Gibbs, there we go. For my fantasy team.
Jordan McGee, there's Jahmyr Gibbs, and then he's just going to run an ankle route on the linebacker. There's no help for him at all. Splits him easily. Jared Goff was salivating, waiting for that matchup. Couldn't believe that they would just leave McGee one-on-one with one of the best running backs, the fastest running back.
As Kenneth Walker III runs Seattle back into the red zone, the Lions put the finishing touches on a 10-play, 78-yard drive, which gives them a 7-0 lead in Washington. Jahmyr Gibbs, last year's NFL's touchdown leader, houses that one to Jared Goff.
This red zone offense of Seattle, number 3, that's Josh Jones, who has come in as an eligible receiver. Darnold so far 7 of 7. He began Sunday night 17 of 17. And the timeout taken.
With his physical traits, his teammates really believe in him. He's shown tremendous toughness, standing in the pocket, delivering throws under duress, and letting his chin a little bit. He makes these quick decisions. He's going to need that today. This defensive line puts a lot of pressure on you. You got to pick a guy and let it fly. And Mac's done a good job of that this season.
He did it when they played, right? He tore up the Rams that game. 342 yards and 2 touchdowns in that.
He's amazing. Yeah, he had a bad week last week, but he's the real deal.
and the Niners. And this unit's been really injured too. Obviously, Matt Jones playing for Brock Purdy. George Kittle's back now, but he missed 5 games. Left guard, they've had injuries there.
Number 5 in receptions, and again, they have spotted someone they're going to take out, and that's Smith and Jigba.
Well, that's coming out of a timeout, too, so they didn't call it down during the time.
Oh, I hope JSN is not out.
We know he took a hit a couple.
It's not great.
The penalty by Buda Baker.
Absolutely at their front 4 or 5, depending how they line up. They are among
Oof.
the NFL.
Yeah, they're built around very physical, defensive, aggressive on the front line. They won the Super Bowl in 2021 with Aaron Donald and this crazy pass rush, and they just retooled.
But they wanted him evaluated as well.
First and goal. Here comes Sweat. There goes Darnold to the end zone, or short of it, and incomplete. And broken up on the play by Cody Simon.
Reads as a nice play by Emmanuel Forbes. I think Jennings had it for a moment, but Emmanuel Forbes knocked it away. Looks like the punt team's coming out for Kyle Shanahan.
That's the one guy that's given up probably more than anybody else in the secondary. Forbes, and going to his 3rd down target. Jennings probably got to make that. And especially to answer that drive that the Rams put together. Tough way for them to start the game.
So here's Thomas Morstead, the long-time veteran, about punter away to 7.
Oh, he goes upfield to get that second, and then I was like, how do you go upfield when you know, but as that play extended, he saw the linebacker and wanted to get up, and then you see him realize it, and then he tried to touch down, like, yeah, nobody's going to see it.
They saw.
Hard to miss.
He's a big rascal, that's for sure. 2nd down and goal. Charbonnet is the back. Smith and Jigba is still being looked at, and so he's not out there right now. Charbonnet, blocked by Lucas. The broken tackle at the 5. He broke the tackle at Burke. And taking it on the play. Nice run. George Halani takes it through. The running back with his 6th rushing, making his first rushing touchdown this season.
I thought Burke was going to be able to get him. He didn't fall for the big juke. He just was able to. And then watch the stiff arm. That's what gets it, is that stiff arm with the left hand, and then able to get to that front pylon.
Only the 14th carry of the season for Holani, who takes it in on the touchdown run of 9, the extra point, and it's 21-0 Seattle.
Mariota that gets there, fake the play action, goes in between the hatches.
Over the middle, it is complete. At the 33-yard line to the tight end reads.
New York City, so get your quarter for that conversation.
A big kickoff return was what set up Washington here. Noah Igbenogany finds some room on the left side, and then he says, "Kicker, take that with you, Jake Bates." 46 yards on the kickoff return for Igbenogany, and Washington is already in the field goal.
46 yards.
Yeah, that's a still just like a full-on attack on the Rams, offensively and defensively.
This is McNichols. Washington went with split backs. McNichols and Rodriguez. And McNichols takes it inside the 30 as the Commanders shuffle personnel.
Yeah, and Dan Quinn said that we would see a lot of Chris Rodriguez today. He likes Chris Rodriguez between the tackles. He's going to give you those tough 3-4 yards. What you're also noticing is the tempo of this offense. Marcus Mariota loves his tempo. Him and Cliff Kingsbury, offensive coordinator, they have these hand check signals. They allow him to get to the line of scrimmage quickly. He gets the call out to his team, and then allows him to see the defense. So they can now attack.
They do pick up the first down. Thanks for the play. Knocked down. It was intended for the tight end Bates. And Hutchinson, we talked about in our open, just for everything for the Lions on defense.
Yeah, just watch how smart Aiden Hutchinson is. He stops. You see that? Most defensive ends, they think they have a free shot to Marcus Mariota.
So they get it for possession number 2.
That's the rookie right tackle, Josh Connolly.
Yeah, ask Dan Quinn about Josh Connolly. He was pleasantly surprised at first round pick, number 29 overall. Pleasantly surprised about his one block. Today, Minnesota losing Baltimore, and the Lions trying to
Go down and 15. Pass is complete. It's Brooks, but not enough for the first. Now, Commanders will send out Matt Gage out of the field goal unit.
Yeah, but this was started by a nice field position from the Commanders' special teams, and then now they got a first down, got a couple first downs, good-looking drive. It stalls a little bit, but at least you're going to come away with hopefully some points here with the field goal.
This will be a 44-yard attempt. Matt Gage from the left hash. Freshman pushes it down. And the kick is good. So the 46.
The corner just squirts right through the C gap right there between the tight end and the tackle. Just too much separation. I have to be way more physical on the defensive line to try to. I'm coming across to try to seal that and make that a lot tighter. That's too easy for Forum to find that hole and run through it. Yeah, they can be surgical, they can be explosive, run action pass, stick the ball out there, clean pocket, no pressure, delivers an absolute strike down the field to his future Hall of Fame receiver. It's one good guy to choose. If you're not going to throw him to do it, those guys can have a gold jacket someday.
Not a bad choice. Meanwhile, for the 49ers, Tatum Bethune, middle linebacker, is down. Boy, they're thin there. He's the one replacing Fred Warner. Injury timeout. And all three games take a TV timeout simultaneously. Let's talk about this late window here. I said the entire NFC West in play as you've been watching. Seattle starts the day with a 3-game win streak, a 6-2 record. Seattle is in first place, and they're obviously rolling now at the end of the first quarter. If Seattle wins, they'll stay in first place. Should Arizona come from behind and win that game, then the winner of the Rams-Niners game would jump into first place. The Commanders trying to snap a 4-game losing streak in that Detroit-Washington matchup. Commanders 3-6, Lions 5-3. Speaking of the Washington Commanders, their next game is next week, a week from today. In the morning, the final international game of the season. Washington and Miami will in Spain. You'll see it on NFL Network and streaming exclusively on NFL Plus. 9:30 a.m. Eastern, your kickoff pregame coverage, 7 a.m. Eastern on NFL Network.
Veterans Parade earlier today in our nation's capital on Veterans Day weekend.
Just great pictures from our crew. Veterans Day.
Salute to service, the year-round effort for the NFL and its charitable partners to honor, empower, and connect with our nation's service veterans, and their families. At this time each year, the NFL reinforces general support and gratitude to those who have served and continue to serve. Raymond will not take it out of the end zone. Goff and the Lions offense back out onto the field, leading 7-3.
And that first drive was a very nice looking drive. You saw a nice balance from the Lions offense. Got almost everybody involved, right? Didn't see a little bit of Sam Laporta. But there's Jahmyr Gibbs, 39 career scrimmage touchdowns, tied for the most since 2000. And look at the names that he's with. Our very own Gronk and Christian McCaffrey. That's how good he's been, man. He's so explosive, super fast, elite speed.
That's before turning 24 years of age. Dan Skipper, top of your screen, back up offensive line and split out wide to the right. Catch made by St. Brown. It would seem trick play is here's Smith, who followed his blocks. Another big gain and a first down. And this offense is doing whatever they want.
And I think that's what I love about this offense. It's so multiple right now with Sean Bay. He really builds a package of plays. It's not just call one play. It's really a plan. And everything kind of looks the same. There, it looks like play action pass, but it's not. It's a screen.
Yeah.
So you run the similar looks, and they're all little different strategies, and it keeps the defense guessing all day long.
Curtis Robinson is in the game for Tatum Bethune, number 59. Another play action. Stafford has got all day. Lofted one in the corner, and that goes low. Dangerously close, though, to Nord, who tried to have a shot on it. And it's 2nd and 10.
And I just think that it's like a part of aggressiveness in the early part of the game. 10 minutes in, it feels like, probably a good time to run it. Next thing you're play action pass, and he's trying to get another one. So they came off of that game in week 5 where they lost and said, we started so slow. We could never get into our rhythm. And today, totally different approach.
The Detroit and Washington game has gone to a timeout. There's an injury on the field in Washington, so let's double box in. Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals on 3rd and 12.
Let's come as well. With Ernest Jones out, 3rd down 11. Here comes right back to it again. Loose. Here comes Lawrence. Holy smokes! Another touchdown by the same guy. The same guy that hit him on the first touchdown. Tyrese Knight hits him again. And vacuuming it in to Marcus Lawrence with his 2nd touchdown today for Seattle.
Once again, it's going to be as his arm coming forward. It looks to me like that ball is knocked out before it starts moving forward. There has not been confirmation on the field yet, but let's see his arm, the ball, as he's transitioning to come forward, the ball's knocked out. Very similar to what we saw the first time.
Exactly what we saw the first time, right?
Well, this time the ball was hit. The last time his wrist was hit.
Gene's territorial rules analyst will join us. Gene, what do you see on this one?
This one does feel a little tighter to me, Kevin, because we know that hand just has to start moving forward just by like a frame of the camera. This one's really tight. I think it's almost simultaneous, though. I really don't see a forward movement of the ball. Clear and obvious again. Remember, we ruled fumble. They have ruled fumble on the field, and I think if we stay in the clear and obvious bucket, that this one leads me to more of a fumble.
And the same 2 defenders for the Seahawks come up with the combination. The jarred ball by Knight, the return by Lawrence. It's under review.
Oh, is that a close one there in that game? It would be the 2nd scoop and score for DeMarcus Lawrence. And the injury, by the way, was Penei Sewell here in this Detroit game. That is a concern for the best offensive lineman in the sport, off to the sideline for a little bit of medical attention.
And then he had that dog in him, man. He has that drive to want to be great.
Glenn Skipper replacing Sewell at right tackle. This is the tight end of Porter. Sam Porter puts up another Lions first down to the Commanders' 23.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time before Samuel Porter is going to get some action. But watch the offensive line. Look at the time that Jared Goff has to sit in the pocket, scan the defense, makes a nice throw to Sam Laporta. I mean, if it's going to be like that all day, it's just 7-on-7 for Jared Goff. That's too easy.
Empty backfield for Goff and the Lions. From the Washington 23, Goff fires. That pass intended for St. Brown. With Sailor still covering.
Don't see that often. That connection of Goff and St. Brown with St. Brown just dropping the football.
Oh, looks like Bobby Wagner might have gotten a little piece of it. Looked like he might have gotten a little piece of it, and that's where he had now the drop. So
Well, good play by Bobby Wagner because you don't usually see Almendraw dropping any of those footballs. Montgomery in the backfield, 2nd and 10, takes the handoff from Goff. Down to the 20-yard line. Gain is 3. Under 4 minutes remaining, first quarter. Lions on the move. Leading the Commanders on a 7-3 score.
And those 2 good plays by the 10-time Pro Bowler Bobby Wagner. Got a piece of the football to get the incompletion and just made a nice tackle. Forces a 3rd and long for the Commanders defense.
Dan Skipper's going at right tackle for Sewell.
See Goff is taking at the line of scrimmage. Now he sees man coverage with one safety deep.
They looked at it. It is a touchdown. DeMarcus Lawrence is 2nd today. 2 quick hits by Tyrese Knight, jarring the ball free from quarterback Jacoby Brissett. So 2 defensive touchdowns. They've thrown a 43-yard touchdown pass to Smith and Jigba. The extra point here makes it 28-0.
But when you have a 3rd and manageable, you have to be a little more aggressive, especially going against a tight end like Laporta. Take a look at the first 4 weeks. Only 44 receiving yards a game, no touchdowns. Last week, he went off 65 yards and then 3 touchdowns versus the Vikings.
From the 12, it's Montgomery. Falling forward.
And we get this play for him.
I think even in all 6 wins that the Niners have had this season, they call it complementary football. All 3 phases.
Offense number 15. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
All 3 phases happen. Right, so Dan Skipper is on that side. So all of a sudden, you don't see the same push from this offensive line. The first series, you were getting 5-6 yards a pop with David Montgomery going to that side and Gibbs. Now it's only going for 2 or 3 yards.
Without showing the first team on pro for the last 2 seasons. Big to Montgomery on 2nd and 7. Goff left up, and he throws it away. That's a good start. And a first down for the 49ers.
Man coverage. Cam Curl one-on-one with Kittle. Little separation. Oh, look at that. Lay out, big fella. The switch release, they call that. Makes a little contact. And because he makes contact, he runs.
Nice play to drive. 4th down and 7. Up on the slot to St. Brown. He is in for a Lions touchdown.
You know that is his guy. Amon-Ra St. Brown goes inside, splits the 2, gets an easy touchdown. He's going against Mikey Sanders still, and they really, last year, really picked on him. Like, they picked on him, and now he's at that nickel spot. Going against Amon-Ra St. Brown is a tough matchup. Nice execution by the Lions.
Extra point is good.
You want to be aggressive on your 1st and 2nd down play calls, so you never get the 3rd down, and then you have that turnover type play that this Rams defense easily makes.
That's time, and you got tip of the line there. McCaffrey running inside. I think Tyler Davis got his fingers on that. Did you make that up? That's a Canadian football saying?
No, there's different versions of success all the time, and not overly relying on 3rd down football's a good one. I love playing Canadian football. We didn't have to go to 3rd down. There was a great Belichick story. We came in one day, and he was like, well, you sucked on
they lose the yard, and they're back to the 36. And the punting unit comes out for the Cardinals.
Start this game about that Jared Goff on the wrong St. Brown connection that they have. And you see it working right there. It's so fluid. It's almost unstoppable how quickly he gets out of his break. Jared Goff throws it all time. Sometimes no look, just expects that he's going to be there, trusts that he's going to be there, and they get the touchdown.
Now the 46-yard return is last time. Let's get down to the field, Megan.
Thanks, Kenny. Well, Kenny Sewell spent a bit of time in the medical tent. He came out with his left knee all taped up. After the touchdown, he ran onto the field to celebrate with his team. Ran back off to the sideline. Started testing some things out with some fast twitch movement. And guys, right now he is back in the medical tent.
That's what you want from your leader. He's the captain for a reason. Tremendous offensive tackle 3 times.
She hit 12 to game 3.
Go back in, figures out how he's going to get healthy and get back on the field. I mean, that's the standard for the Lions. And we love to see that in your best players.
With time ends for the Commanders' first carry of the game. The rookie to Corey Crosby-Barrett. Out to the
Smell them hard. You go for it. If it's tucked away, they're thinking about making a tackle. If it's away from your body, they're thinking about turning the ball over.
What's up, Colby?
Ended up being the MVP of the East West shot on this rapid second quarter.
pass is caught by Robbie Chosen. The former Robbie Anderson. 17 yards, a Washington first down.
And one thing about Chosen is that he has speed at the corners, all those guys. So now it's just relying on, okay, guys, I know we're inexperienced. We're going to simplify the call sheet. But what we need to do is play hard. We need to be aggressive, physical, go 1,000 miles per hour on every single play. And see if we can keep this Rams attack and slow down a little bit.
No, hit the ground. A chance for an interception there. Jair Brown is 4. Crosby-Barrett. Notable all rookies in rushing yards. Watch this.
Yeah, no lack of aggressiveness by the Rams offense. They're going for it. Trying to hit that timing throw to Adams. Those were kind of overthrows and tips that this defense is going to need.
Putting out the zero play.
And this is just basically unstoppable. Emotion over. Stout one-on-one with Naku. He's got a two-way go. He can go in or out. He just presses in and then bounces off his body. Stafford knows right away I'm throwing there. Literally 100% of the time, I'm going to my guy Naku on third down when I get that matchup.
Getting some real traction in the run game. Well, Matthew Stafford, 37 years old, the 17th season, aging like fine wine, which sometimes can be expensive, as we found out last night. Here's Stafford, 21 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. He's had a lot of games, 3 touchdown passes and no interceptions. How about this year, though? 22 touchdowns on the year. It's more than he had all last year.
Yeah, 17 seasons. Some guys just don't know when to matter. He's playing better than ever. He's just an expert at the quarterback position. I love the way he's playing.
Xavier Smith to get in here, and I think the Rams called a timeout. Sean McVay didn't like it. With that, we'll be right back after this. 21-24. Yeah, 330 yards. 67-yard catch and run.
Cup just gets lost on the sidelines in zone coverage. They have a man going deep. You'll see him coming into the picture. They're blocking. And then when Darnold starts scrambling out, that grabs the underneath coverage. Once the underneath coverage here, he sees Darnold scramble out, so then he comes in and
The way and a tackle made by Davis Gaither as Walker takes it down to the 3. So he gets about a half yard, and that's it. So second down and goal.
how about Darnold and his patience? It is, and he keeps his eyes upfield, right? It would have been very easy on 3rd and 5 to just take off and say, I'm going to try and get the first down on my own. I've got a guy in front of me who can block. But he keeps his eyes up. He sees Cup over there by himself on the sideline, and now you're down inside the 5.
Boots the fullback. Walker is back there. Power up is a motion. Darnold to the end zone. Look out. Nice play right there. That's right. They were going for Smith and Jigba.
That's the first 29 defense. Foul occurred in the end zone. Ball will be 21-yard line. Automatic.
Well, where the camera is pretty much where the official is, so it's not a hard thing to see right there. You get the hand wrapped up in the shoulder pads and turn the whole body. It's where the equipment guy has to come make an adjustment to get him back in place.
Charbonnet is now coming as the back. Smith and Jigba's already caught a 43-yard touchdown pass today. Extra lineman in there for Seattle. Darnold, Charbonnet, and swerves to the 1. Thompson got him at the end. Clayus Campbell was in there, and there's a player down right now, and that is the center, Sundell, who's been a starter every game this season.
Maybe an injury timeout there. We'll wait on 2nd and goal. Washington and Detroit are ready for their next snap. 1st and 10 from Detroit's own 13.
Good to see that he's back. See that left ankle is wrapped up for Banks.
Touchdowns on the Lions' first 2 possessions. And the Cowboys have scored 74-25 in the first quarter of games. This is Blake Raymond. And he's tackled at the 21 by Jeremy Reeves, a game of 8.
Let's take a look at the unselfishness of this offense. Jameer Gibbs puts on a beautiful block on Trey Amos and springs Khalif Raymond for that big gain. It brings up the 2nd and short. But you're just watching how all the players, they do their job as best as they can. That's what makes this offense so good. Whether they're getting the ball or not, 100 miles an hour.
They're all brought in. Here's Gibbs on 2nd and 2. Puts up the Lions first down to the 31.
And just watching the Lions offensively, you see with Jared Goff, 113 touchdown passes, most in the NFL since 2022. Amon-Ra, 15 games with 100-plus rec yards. He's 23, and then this Sonic and Knuckles duo, man, they have been so good the past 2 years, and you can see what they're doing right now. Up the middle, they are tearing up this Commanders defense. That's supposed to be the heart of this defense. Bobby Wagner, Ron Payne, is up there. They are taking it to them in the run game.
Gibbs and St. Brown with touchdowns today. There's Gibbs. Gets across midfield. And he is finally forced out of bounds by Jeremy Reeves in Washington.
What do you love about that? Just getting this. I love being right all the time. Let's figuring this out. TBD, you agree that's what he's doing?
Oh, yeah. He's doing it here. Looks like 18. Gets to the box. Inside the 10 where he gets blocked. John Moore sees that and says, I'm going to reward you with 2 run plays as he has a huge game right there for the Lions.
Biggest play of the day for this Lions offense. Early second quarter.
Commander's fortune. Fake to Gibbs. Off full time. It's running well. Deflection. Deflected. And then it drops.
We'll go triple box with 3 games going on in the late window. All 3 of them getting into the red zone or in scoring territory. A quick snap by the Seahawks and a flag down. We might have a false start on an attempted push here. What says Alan Eck in Seattle?
Contagious. He can play on the ball, off the ball.
It was false start indeed. Back him up 5 yards. So 2nd and goal from the 1, 2nd and goal from the 6.
And I know that he's happy just to be playing. We'd rather not lose 100,000, but he's out on the field making plays.
We'll stop him on a yard shy of a first down.
And this is the Washington Commanders defense, you're right.
So he's playing chess with maybe the best skill position group in the league. 2nd and goal here, play pass. The 400th touchdown pass of Matthew Stafford's career history.
I think that would have been the back.
And now you change up the personnel group and go back behind your 5.
It's Charbonnet. Hurdling. Diving. Touchdown. A second rushing touchdown today by Seattle. And they've gone up 34-0 over the Cardinals. All set up on a 67-yard catch and run by Cooper Kupp.
Wants the vision here, and he's able to get his legs through. I thought he was going to get caught right there, and then he tried jumping up and over the top, and he's able to extend the ball before that left forearm gets to the ground.
Charbonnet with a 6 rushing touchdown. Here comes Myers, extra point, and it just sneaks in 35.
You hesitated.
There would be 3 wide receivers. Going back to this replay, and you have Khalif Raymond. Yeah, it looked like just a busted coverage. Jonathan Jones. Don't know where the miscommunication happened, but he ends up making the tackle. But yes, going back to 11 personnel, 12 personnel, 12 personnel would be 1 running back, 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers.
That's Gibbs. This time he followed up. So Lions with a 10.
How do I go that big without spending that much? Head to Lowe's. They have cool decorations like Bumble and the Grinch.
Lowe's helps you get more holiday for less.
Did not stop the run, and I needed to get an extra defensive lineman in the game to plug the gaps and help with the run game.
You've also been in the middle of some of these, right?
I've been in the middle of a few scrums. They broke it up. All right, get back to it. And frankly, that's just frustration. If you're the defense, I don't really know what you're even fighting about. You've just been giving up Lord knows how many yards so far. So, if anything, put all that energy and anger towards stopping them in the run game.
Over 200 yards for the Lions over their first 3 possessions. Second down at 9, couple of plants and throw. Scott Novak, our referee today.
Offside. Defense number 99. That's a 5-yard penalty. Second down.
That's Javon Kinlaw.
Going back to frustration.
Kinlaw, defensive block.
It makes no sense. You literally got nothing. This first half, they scored every time. They run it right down your throat. I have no idea why you're talking trash.
Now you just committed a penalty.
And you committed a foul. I have no idea why you're talking trash.
Second out of 4. Brock Wright, the tight end. And fullback. There's Gibbs. Cuts to the outside. Turns the corner. Still going. Into the end zone. Touchdown. Second of the day for Gibbs.
And going back to the trash talk, it made no sense. And this is what happens the very next play. Running it right towards
Penei Sewell may get to that side. As soon as Jameer Gibbs breaks that first tackle, Frankie Louis outruns the defense, and then they just bowl over the Commanders to push Jameer Gibbs in for the touchdown.
St. Brown and Laporta.
Look at that.
You call that the back push?
I
Oh, nothing worse than getting trucked into the end zone and laying there.
It's time for the Flavor Zone, presented by Wingstop.
How about the New York Jets today? What a bizarre, interesting, explosive day it was at MetLife Stadium. You start off with Kene Nwangu on a 99-yard kickoff return for a touchdown in the first quarter. It's only the third kickoff return for a touchdown this year. Then the next time a Jet touches the ball, it's a punt return for a touchdown. Isaiah Williams goes 74 yards to the house. The Jets had like 10 yards of offense and 2 touchdowns on the board. They were up 14-7 with 2 net yards at halftime. First time a team has returned back-to-back kicks for a touchdown since 2011. Got to go back to then. The Jets win the game 27-20. That is your Flavor Zone presented by Wingstop.
He goes down, and that's why Williams gets up and does a little dance because he knows he got one there.
They were telling us it's weekend.
They lost Marshawn Lattimore last week versus the Seattle Seahawks. They're already down to their backup corners. Now Trey Amos.
And here we go, second down, 13. Brissett is still alive, keeping it and throwing it. And incomplete. Looking for his running back, Knight. And there was still without Terry McLaurin. They lost Luke McCaffrey and Lattimore.
It's been very, very
Daniels, of course.
Yeah, and you're obviously the quarterback, Jay Daniels. When we asked Dan Quinn, he said usually you get a couple injuries here and there, and you kind of work through it. But it was very interesting. They got decimated specifically at that wide receiver position and the defense.
They've got 4 sacks today.
Yep.
That defense of Seattle, 3rd and 13. And a timeout taken by the Seahawks. So the Seahawks. So the Commanders, who have lost 4 straight games, they've lost their last 3 by an average of over 22 points. They have allowed touchdowns on Detroit's first 3 possessions.
Right
now
now,
the Lions will go for 2.
Yeah, right now you're watching uncharacteristic of a game point-led team. A team that looks really unsound right now. They look kind of out of sorts, especially. And there's Durant Payne. He's actually been ejected from the game. This is one of the veterans that they were counting on. But Dan Cole said we did a really good game from Durant Payne. If they would have a chance, and now he gets ejected.
Lions for the first time this season going for 2. Montgomery is in. He's got the blind, giving away Jason inside the 10. It's first and goal Cardinals. McBride coming up with one big play after another 18-yard catch and run. And put him just inside the 5, first and goal.
We are seeing some dominant performances so far with the Lions up 22-3, the Rams up 21-0, the Niners knocking at the door here. The Seahawks clear of Arizona.
First down, and Landon was fumbled earlier. He's had 3 straight games with a touchdown reception. Knight the back, first and goal. It's George. Brissett. And knocked out of bounds. With the minimal gain on the play. And it was hit there by Timothy. Short. So a 4th down and 1, they have to go for it here.
Yes, definitely.
Going from that left hash all the way out to the outside. So
But give yourself a chance.
Got Harrison 1-1 down here. It's second down and going for sacks. Second option looks incomplete. And aiming for six. The captain is short and the Rams make the play. Byron Young with the stuff. And LA takes over. Hard got to bring down on the edge, but Byron Young with Vince Ribbick and Chris Shula, his coordinator.
Not good to see him go down.
That was Zay Jones down in the end zone for the Arizona Cardinals. Jonathan Gannon coming off the sideline to take a look at his wide receiver there. He was the intended target on that play and was in the back of the end zone, could not link up with Jacoby Brissett on that one. So Rams turn over the Niners on downs. That Los Angeles and San Francisco game notable for a few different things. Rams up in on a 3-game win streak. As we go back, I can take a TV timeout. Listen at another number. Chris Pratt, hello. Happy holidays to you as you do your shopping. San Francisco, as I said, the Rams have won 3 in a row. San Francisco, the fan base of the team trying to get some point here. San Francisco has gone win, loss, win, loss, win in their last 7 games.
It's really just a lot of frustration built up.
So we saw the Steelers kick off out of bounds last week from the 50 because you get a 25 yards
on the kicking team
from the spot of the kick.
at the 25-yard line.
So it actually benefits the Lions instead of the usual touchdown.
That's correct. And now let's take a look at Gerard Payne. He is right there. Amon-Ra St. Brown is walking, and then he just, bam, throws a punch right at Amon-Ra. Makes no sense to me. He gets ejected, and then Javon Kinlaw, he actually hits the official who then throws a flag on him for unnecessary roughness. Like, this is all bad. And what's really frustrating is that these are your veterans. Veterans are supposed to be better than that.
On first down, it has been Nichols. Get it back to that kickoff for a second. The kickoff into the end zone is a touchback. They bring it out to the 35.
Right.
But because of the Washington penalty, the Lions kicked off from midfield. If you kick it off out of bounds, they take over at the 25. Start play.
Right. Taking advantage of the rules. You read it, you understand it. That's a nice job by the special teams of the Lions. The Commanders right now looking at it, coming them all.
So we're down to 9. Mariota fires downfield, and it is Jalen Wade.
Big play for Washington, their best play of the day so far. So this is the look at Zay Jones. He turns around to argue with the official, and it's like a delayed reaction. Then he grabs at the back of his left leg, and it's just been helped to the sidelines. Here comes 3rd and goal from the 3.
We've seen it all too often, unfortunately. He'll be replaced by Sidney Fehoko. 3rd down and goal. And by 2 big receptions on this drive was set. Caught and DiMercado, and he's short by the length of the football. The running back trying to dive. After the catch, shot again at 2. It'll be 4th and goal. He tries to go low, but the tackle for Thomas. Yeah, that's it. That was a good job by Thomas. So first he tries to punch the ball out. He uses the right arm to try and punch it out. But then he prevents DiMercado from getting in. And here they bring in their bigs. Bring in extra linemen. And Beecham is in, 2 tight ends. Right the back. 4th and goal. We're set. Nice. Goal line straight from Seattle. Big time hit. Okada. Inouye all coming in. Suddenly
the Seattle defense.
He's going to be the first one to get to the backfield. Watch as he gets penetration. He's not going to make the tackle, but he's going to slow it up enough. Watch as he gets there. I'm sorry, 95. He was going out of the wrong gap. But once he gets penetration, he's able to get in there. That causes him to bounce just enough. That little bit of hesitation.
And boy, Lopez, he's making sure that he gets penetration. He's going up against Tyler Biadasz. Pushes him back into the running back, makes a play. I told you, these guys, they were kicked around a little bit last week. You know that this is a private team. They're going to come back. They're going to play hard. They're showing how good they can be defensively. Defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard, he was talking about how they can stop the run. He would do that.
Second down and 12. Mariota takes off. He'll be marked down at the 16-yard line.
It's nice protection. Just take a look at Aiden Hutchinson and the protection that they have on him. And Larry Tunsil, 5-time Pro Bowler Larry Tunsil, excuse me, he is not new to going up against really good defensive ends. And Mariota running the football, taking a shot at the end. Brings up this third and third and manageable, I should say. But it's Commander's offense.
Pressure for ball 13-3 by the left. Patriots get to the field goal.
13-3, there we go.
On third down. Looks to be just short. Mariota marked down.
Seattle, after the defensive stop, has it back to the wall, trying to get it out from the shadow of their own end zone.
Ooh, falls out. It sure is. It's loose. Cardinals think they have it. There's a new center, we know. Yeah, they can hit it. Grabbed by the... You can hear the Lions fans in attendance. They're running over. 4th down and 1. Mariota fires. And it's caught for a first down. At the Lions 6-yard line, the tight end, Zach Ertz. What a throw. What it looks like here. DiMercado is the back. George on the move. First shot will roll and under the gets the Bryant touchdown. So the shutout is gone. The Bryant gets it. That flag thrown. It will be against Arizona. It's the center. Yelled it for home. So now they move it back with the penalty.
Well, it's actually going to be 2 right in the middle of the line. They go to push up and a little inside shuffle pass to McBride. And he was past the line of scrimmage, so that made him up the field.
We were coming to that. First and goal to 8. A fumble by Gunner on the exchange. We're set. At the 4. Mariota hands it off. Rodriguez walks it in for a Commanders touchdown.
Let's take a look at Larry Tunsil and the block that he makes. He pulled over.
It's a direct snap to George. DiMercado a block. He'll slice in for 6. Touchdown, Arizona. George with the running touchdown, his 4th rush of the season. First touchdown on the ground and a 4-yard touchdown run. Real loud.
Just receiver, as you said, George is in the backfield, direct snap.
Wilson, a nice block in there. The one
Move him up under the line of scrimmage, and he takes it all on. He's not afraid to mix it up in the run game. So that type of chess piece that Coach Shula has, that helps the scheme out a lot. that disruption and kind of understand where he's at, gives his D-line a chance to make its impact in the backfield.
Running hard and gets down to the 20. Blake sounds familiar. That's because you remember his all-pro dad, Carnell, played for the Steelers for many years.
Yeah, huge play. I always got to believe they're already in 4-down territory at this point. 3rd and 5. Down 21 at home. You're definitely in a little bit of desperation mode, looking for that light. See if they can pick it up here against one of the best 3rd-down defenses in the league.
Jones pressure, quick throw, lost the short on the first, and now the ball comes out. Does it kill away the catch and was down, but it still brings up 4th down. And the field goal team was wanting to come on the field, but you have to answer this, I would think, that they will.
Definitely in this position. 4 minutes left in the second quarter. Huge possession here, just for the physical points, but just the emotional aspect that we've got to do something, guys. It's a traditional moment. We've already beat them once this year. We've got to dig deep within ourselves to fight ourselves out of this hole. We're on special teams, and now offense is a great opportunity to put themselves right back in position.
Rams call the timeout. They'll talk about just with that. Rams defense.
Good coverage presented by Progressive Insurance.
Gotta go back to that wild Houston Texans Jacksonville Jaguars game. Trevor Lawrence trying to get going with his tight end. Instead, Derek Stingley Jr. comes away with it. Look at that beautiful interception. Headed towards the completion in 24, just saying, give me that. So already 20-10 in the second. I mean, this game got to 29-10. Jacksonville. And Houston came all the way back and win the game 36-29. Houston takes the victory. Next week, they have another division game at Tennessee.
But that's it. Super tight. Curl on the coverage.
Well, they will catch on the field, although that lately doesn't seem to mean anything. Dean Blandino, what are your thoughts looking at this? Did he hold on to this long enough?
That's the key. Did he maintain control all the way to the ground? It was close. Looked like George Kittle had the ball, but the instant he hits the ground, the defender pulls it out. So to me, he's got to have that.
Everything, right? You get used to your center, the timing of it, the rhythm of your cadence, anticipation, all of those things, it does make a big difference.
We're in for 2-minute warning. Couple defensive touchdowns by Seattle. Jackson.
Because the run game is his baby, and they did not stop the run. They just rushed in for a touchdown there. Yeah, it was one big play by Mariota. After that, it was running for
They're laying on the field. Stand. 4th down. Los Angeles Chargers timeout. They're 3rd and final of the half.
He did possess it against his helmet.
I guess, sometimes it's funny. Some weeks seems like calling the field, they stay with it unless it's definitive, and then some weeks they don't. So, okay, 4th down. We're going to call it a 4th and a long 2. How about that?
Gotta believe that Christian McCaffrey's the focal point of this play, runner pass.
Jones looks through. Held on. Kittle held on for a 1st down. Penalty 2. Oh my goodness, Cam Curl was all over him.
All over him is an understatement. Works up, tries to get outside of him, and another dive and catch.
Defense, number 3. The penalty decline. The play is 1st down.
And I love Mac Jones just standing in the pocket. Very decisive.
It is for Washington. Frankie moving back on the field, but remember they were without Deron Payne, who was ejected. If you take a look at the attempted catch by Raymond.
Yeah, hard to see from that angle. Looks like the official had a better look at him. Meanwhile, Dan Campbell is looking for a formula for them to get back in this thing.
Jennings in and out. It's end up Max blitz, no help on the inside part of the field for Williams. Mac Jones sees it, lays it up in the air. And Jennings making up for that earlier fumble with a nice touchdown catch. And yep, they're back in it, KB.
Yeah, they needed that. They moved the ball these last three possessions. They finally get home thanks to Hill on fourth down. And Pinheiro, the kick is up and good. So, Jennings finds the end zone for the third time this year. He had a fumble earlier, so a little it's 21-7 now.
Way to the 27 of the Cardinals on a run of 25. They got the highest rate of explosive plays with this offense. Seattle's offense since Kurt Warner put together all those great plays for the 0-1 St. Louis Rams. And look at how they scored in the first half this season. With three of the top four runners.
You got three of the top four. Are the Seahawks offense? Well, today the defense is contributing a couple.
First down and 10. The run here by Charbonnet. And well brought down on the play by Denzel Burke, a native of Phoenix. Coming up the Verizon halftime report. JP and the guys with scores, news, and highlights here in week 10 of the NFL season. All coming up on the Verizon halftime report. Now for Jonathan Gannon, it's a very tough situation to endure, especially after they had shown so much in Dallas on Monday and coming in on a short week back on the road and just overwhelmed early on with an avalanche of points.
Well, that's the thing. When it happens that fast, that quickly, all of a sudden, it just takes you back. It's like, wait a second. We're all of a sudden down 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns. And when you get in that type of hole, and it doesn't get easier for them. They got San Francisco next week. They got Jacksonville the week after. They're at Tampa Bay. It's
second down 11. Next play, Calais Campbell shooting through, knocking down running back Kenneth Walker.
While we were watching, it looks like Dan Campbell is much more involved in the play calling right now for the offense. He has a play call sheet. He's looking through it. I've seen him talking and communicating a lot with Jared Goff. Not going to say 100% he's calling the plays, but he's definitely involved in what's going on offensively.
It's on downs. Following the replay review, Montgomery getting free to watch 70th game, third most among all defensive linemen in NFL history.
It's to do that job and to do it at the level that he's doing it at is incredible.
It's third down and 14, and they need the 19. Arnold in the air, 8 of 9. And the tight end of Royal was knocked out of bounds by Garrett Williams on a gain of 5, 4th and 9. And they're going to go.
Hopefully it's going to be okay, but we'll be back.
And this will be Jason Myers, a 2-time Pro Bowler. He actually began in the Arena Football League with the Arizona Rattlers, and he was with them kicking in 2015. This will be a 46-yard field goal to tack out 3 more for the Hawks. And in 38-7, Seattle.
Force him out. Steve Winters will force him out. Play action for the Rams has been a great thing for them all year long.
Great thing all year long, and today the stretch action gets Adams open across the field for an easy one down to the 2-yard line, and then this one, play action fake on Corum. They just can't get a beat on exactly where to attack in the pocket, and that gives those receivers a chance to get downfield. Stafford's going to make those accurate throws all day long.
Four-man rush. Stafford to pressure at the end. Slips away. Stafford is dropped. Gets across the line of scrimmage, I believe, but Keon White and Khalil Davis got the first shot today, and it brings up third.
Only the teams that are available are available. If that makes sense.
It's a relentless pass rush. Get after it.
Return for touchdowns against Brissett. Both quarterbacks are playing efficiently if you look at those numbers, but the 2 sack fumbles, touchdowns the other way. It's what flipped this game around.
Takes us to the 2-minute warning. We get 3rd and 8 for the Rams when we come back. 21-7 LA with the 49ers trying to get on the
Fumble on the kickoff last week against Washington. Comes up with a tackle right there on a 22-yard return. Well, this Cardinal franchise has been around since 1920. And in this first half, the most points allowed in a first half of a game, 38 today. And you got to go back to November of 1958 against the then Washington Redskins. They made it the Braves, actually, at that time. And back to 2021 against Seattle. Here's Brissett with the timeout into the air. And to the sideline. And grabbed by Marvin Harrison and ushered out of bounds by Ethan Warren. And he's very got.
Here's to the stop that never stopped. To the flavor that found its way into everything. From just one spot to America's #1 spot for winners. It's the meal. It's in the ride. Wingstop is here.
You're saying this is historic? To go?
Yes.
Yes. That's his historic number.
DiMercado hits the bat. Red torch. 1st and 10. And the throw, and pocket up beautifully on the side. Rick Woolen got it. Over there covering Harrison. Rick Woolen was on that train rumor mill, and he is still a Seahawk and comes up with the starting role today because of the injuries in the secondary.
Great recovery to the outside, Woolen to be able to knock that away with that left arm.
What? Don't you dare kick me off.
And 1 for Detroit. There in Washington. We'll get you back there when they come out of the TV timeout.
Stops the clock deep into Seattle territory on a pretty play, picking up 34, 1st down, Arizona.
Excellent job by Brissett to keep his eyes up the field. Watch as he goes. It looks like he's going to take off and run. That's what causes the collapse of the secondary there.
DiMercado is an undrafted player. He's out of TCU. Usually plays on pass downs, but they've been using him in now these situations where every down should be a passing down 38-7. 1st and 10. The time is there. The cup is true. The pass caught at the 20-yard line, out of bounds.
Matthew Stafford on 3rd and 8 in a 2-minute drill from his own 31-yard line. Wings it over the middle. As Devontae Adams takes a shot at the end of it, but comes up with the catch for the first time down. Very next play, Stafford, Devontae Adams, tap on the sideline, another first down. 15 yards and 12 yards back to back. Stafford has 173 yards passing and 2 touchdowns.
He is elite. 2nd down 10. They bring pressure. Trying to cut it off. There was a receiver there. That was DiMercado. And the pressure on Brissett. We just talked about
Had no choice that time, but
first city president to attend the Super Bowl 5 months ago today.
lifted short. It was caught, and the pass is caught for a first down by the tight end Laporta. It's 3rd down and 10. Here they come, 5-man rush. Got away, caught, down. What terrific pressure. Buffet and Hall right there. Down. 3rd and 10. Pressure. Set for first one. Throw for incomplete. Green and a chance to intercept it multiple times. On first down, into Montgomery, and then Goff pulls it into the ground.
Yeah, Commanders defense read that beautifully.
4th down, here comes Pat O'Donnell, the punt for Arizona.
Ricky Lubu, he's right there. Jared Goff sees it and says, no chance. Throw it incomplete. Look for another down. Yes, Frankie, and we have talked about how good he is at all the different positions. Man coverage is not his best thing. Everything else he was really good at. As I mentioned, his best defensive play.
On 2nd down, Goff complete. Montgomery did not fool the Commanders. Ron Miller coming up to make the play.
Yeah, very surprising from the Lions offense because they went for it on 4th down. They get it.
Timeout taken by Washington. It's from all of our veterans across the nation. And this is 106 to go. 49ers down 2 touchdowns. Jennings hangs on with a big hit from Big Lake. And now the 49ers got something going.
Yeah, accurate, decisive, playing with anticipation. He knew Jennings was running right down the middle of the field. Now they're right back on the line.
Will go to a knee. He is 9 of 10. A touchdown pass of 43 yards to Jackson. Two.
I would use one timeout. There you go. Smart. Why? I always like to use at least one timeout between 30 seconds and a minute. They got 2 timeouts, now would be 1 remaining. Gives you just a chance to totally regroup, and you got 2 very successful plays where the receivers are a little bit tired. Give them a breather. It's the first play. You can see Jennings running right down the middle. Max sees it. A-plus throw to his big receiver in the middle of the field, and then right here,
he's way up for the first. Pass complete to the corner. Inside the Washington 20.
Yeah, the Lions go for it on 4th down so often, it's not even anything special for them, right? It's not unique anymore. They do it so often.
Is that a great act? Great. 14 of 16 for 143 yards. One timeout remaining. Not a lot of time. Rolling in the traffic. And McCaffrey makes a great play to see an interception. Bunch formation to the left. Montgomery in the backfield.
It's a thought that's really been liking Sam Laporta in this option here at the 4th down.
Goff on 4th down is complete to Khalif Raymond. The Lions first down to the Commanders 7.
You know when they're playing those cover 4, those safeties are low. That's when you got to drop one of those dimes.
Everyone else clears out. Amon-Ra clears out. Yeah, Jameson Williams, you got to respect his speed. And Khalif says, okay, I'll just sit here. It's been great.
He has hit from 59 this year, but rolling out long-range kicker. Who knows? Montgomery.
Guys running all the way down the field in 2-minute situation. Lose track of the time. He's got to run all the way back, and you're just a little discombobulated. You forget to look up at the play clock. Frustrating again. I'm glad they didn't use the timeout. I'd rather take the 5-yard penalty in that situation than try to use the timeout with that clock running down. The clock running down the run.
4-man rush. Jones. The middle was in dangerous territory. It's incomplete. Jalen McCullough had a real chance to pick that off. And now it's 3rd and long, 27 seconds.
This is a great opportunity for this Rams defensive line, who we have not talked about much today in terms of their ability to pressure the passer. 3rd and 15, they are absolutely
Hands in the ground. Gears are pinned back, and they got to cut in from the Lions. Gloves complete. St. Brown. Out of bounds, up for 5.
Got rid of Jake Moody.
49ers a long way to go. Jones gets it to Hill.
And Rams territory. Thomas Brady, he is one with no help, having to cover Amon St. Brown in the red zone. I like the way that he tracks with a nice angle, forces him out of bounds, as opposed to letting him make a move and try and score.
Yeah, 2 interceptions of that divisional round win over the Lions back in January. 2 timeouts remaining for Detroit. Goff on second down, looking for St. Brown, incomplete. Clock stops at 14 seconds.
Same still again. He has the coverage on 2-point deficit. He will come out and do a better job.
And they get it to start the third quarter. So here is the punt. Down to 5. With 11 seconds to go, pretty sure they'll take the knee and go to the break.
That's a nice job by the Commanders' defense, holding up, not allowing the touchdown. And they're going to actually have a little time and a timeout. So it's not a foregone conclusion that they just take a knee and go into the half.
Trick shot, 22-yard attempt. Bates converts. 15-point lead for the Lions. What's coming up at halftime, Kurt?
Ready? There you go. That'll do it. Halftime we go, Tom. 21-7 Rams, and it's time to get more stats with Geico. Those fireworks in his first half, there's no doubt about that. Matthew Stafford was absolutely terrific.
Matthew Stafford, the leading touchdown passer in the NFL coming into today. 21 total touchdowns through the air coming into today. 2 in the first half. His team has a 2-touchdown lead. 11 seconds remaining in the first half there in Washington with the President of the United States in attendance in the stands.
He ejected. They rushed him to the sideline. Make sure that he doesn't get another penalty. Juan Martin is down on the side, and he is now pointing at Dan Skipper, who is on the ground. Looks like Taylor Decker goes, pushes him a little bit, but the officials immediately threw a flag on Juan Martin. He clearly didn't like whatever Dan Skipper did to him. He continues to argue and argue and argue, and I can't say enough about how surprising this is that this defense is just so out of whack right now. I'm just shocked by it. They need to be better because they're frankly hurting the team.
So some Bates kicking out of bounds earlier, which gave the Commanders the ball at the 25 instead of the 35. To the end zone, and we see it here once again.
Doing it again. Nice shot.
5-yard line. Commanders has first down.
And the defense, I'm really looking for the Bobby Wagners, Von Millers of the world. I mentioned that early on, that they need to rally this team. It's not just about discipline, be focused, right? They got to use this energy in a positive manner. Right now, they're just all over the place mentally, and it's really hurting this Commanders defense.
Meanwhile, the Lions have scored more than 24 points. For the first time in their last 4 games, they've done it.
It's time for Earn More Sunday, presented by Lowe's.
All 3 games are at the half. Let's flash back to the early window. The Miami Dolphins had lost 6 straight games to their hated division rival Buffalo Bills, but today, seemingly out of nowhere, they were a 2-win team against the 6-win team. The Dolphins put it together. Offense, defense, special teams. They led this game 16-0 at the half. Shut out Josh Allen through almost full 3 quarters. Devon Achane put up a monster game. Bradley Chubb coming through to harass their quarterback. And the final score was 30-13. The first time the Dolphins have beaten the Bills in 1,141 days. What a sweet victory for the Miami Dolphins, who go to 3-0
afterwards, the coach, people said, has been on the hot seat in the victory seat today, like McDaniel.
It's complimentary football at its finest, where you get a stop, you get a special teams play, and you get points. And that football 101, even with a couple throws that I was actually really pumped. I told two of the on some third down calls to let it rip down the field and kind of operate it as an opportunity ball to act as a punt. Still, with all that, we ended up in the plus. So, by and large, we just executed on the things that we set out to execute. So I think that was the biggest difference. I think, it's the unintended consequence of adversity. I think we've had our fair share of reps of having things not, play out the way you kind of set out for them to play out. And the young team that, we have a lot of young players that have been learning on the fly. And I think, it was a good game of maturation in that way. So it was good to have a complete effort, and when you get complete efforts like that, and you don't allow things to play a factor in your style of play, regardless if it's whatever a call you don't believe is right or a play that the opposing team makes. I was very proud of our resolve and our focus to get the job done. Oh, yeah. I'm not trying to get fined, so I called the timeout to have a information gathering session, and we had a nice direct conversation, and we moved on with our lives.
It's time for the Secure Play of the Day, presented by Visa.
How about the New England Patriots? Speaking of victorious teams from the AFC East, it was first place versus first place. Patriots and Buccaneers. Got about 2 minutes left to go. Baker Mayfield in the hurry up, needing a touchdown to take the lead. Jalen Hawkins, though, comes up with the sack. A couple plays later, after a turnover on downs, Travion Henderson just looking for the first down. Why not get the touchdown in the clear? He outruns the entire Buccaneers defense. A 69-yard touchdown run, the longest run of the rookie's young career, his second touchdown of the season. The Patriots in a quality win in Tampa, 28-23 the final. New England improves to 8-2 on the year. They've won 7 in a row. They distance themselves from Buffalo even further after the Bills lose in Miami. And afterwards, Mike Vrabel said this at the podium.
A little closer. It would be difficult coming down here. But true explosive plays, and then, I think really Kyle's play early. We really needed that one. That was the one that we were talking about, just needing one play, and he hit it. It was great to see him have that success. I always love to fight. That's why I love coaching, because they fight and they compete. It's not always perfect. It's never going to be perfect. But I love the way that they compete. You're going to have some time, Matt. If you strike out, you got to go to the dugout and be pissed for a couple seconds, and then you got to go play the rest of the game. So we tell them, take 30 seconds, be pissed, but we got to go play. And it was a long game. It's a tough place to play. It was warm, and they're good. Well, we're going to need everybody throughout this season. We're going to need everybody as this thing goes on. With Kayshawn being out, there's an opportunity for Kyle. With Ramondre being out, letting more opportunities for Travion being battled through. I got more out, running out there to see how our guys were doing as many times as I did. But I'm proud of the guys that battled, that competed, and laid it on the line. That was a huge play for us on fourth down. That confidence in our guys. And so to
to be able to have confidence in them at that moment when they come through. But that's about players and not necessarily play. So I was really excited and proud of Steph and Drake for scoring where we were and being able to end the half with the football in our hands. Like I said, we're just really excited that we could end the ball with in our hands at the end of the first half, and then be able to come out in the second half. We have to do a better job of trying to get them up. But, we got some stops defensively. We were 3 out a few times offensively, but in the end, we got the stops we needed to do.
It's time for Crowning Moments, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
Let's pick out a guy who's actually currently playing right now. George Polani, one of the backup running backs for Seattle. 9-yard touchdown run there in the first quarter as the Seahawks opened up early against Arizona. Polani's second touchdown of the season. Job breaking the tackle and keeping his balance right there. We still have plenty of games going on. DraftKings Sportsbook is the best place for live betting. So today, all customers get a pack of live touchdown profit boosts. Download the app and use promo code REDZONE when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Speaking of George Polani's team, they have a healthy lead as we begin the second half. Arizona will receive Seattle 6-2, trying to get their winning streak to 4 straight and stay in first in the NFC West.
They've had 7 games decided by 7 points or fewer. They're going to get it here. It's Bam Knight who will bring it up, and he is whacked right about the 25-yard line. And that's where they will begin. Moments ago, Bell caught up with the coach of the Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon.
Well, Coach, not a lot went right for you guys in that first half. What's it going to take to get back in this game?
We're just going to do our job. 1 series at a time, all 3 phases. Make sure that we're playing hard. We'll get back in the game.
What was your message to Jacoby and the offensive line?
Just that. That's just reset. We got a new half of football. Let's do your job. Let's get back in the game.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Mel.
So here's Jacoby Brissett, 10 of 18, 148. He's got Harrison on the move, and he begins the second half at his 25 with the first and 10. Crossing the block at the left tackle, outside to McBride. He has the collision over there, and a nice hit by Rick Rowan. Out of bounds he goes, gain of 8. The way to start out to the third quarter.
I looked at it over halftime, or I had our guy up here, Larry, look into it in terms of the amount of pressure, because they have gotten a lot of pressure, but they've done it in different ways. They don't blitz very much coming into this game, and right now it's just slightly ahead of what they've been all season.
Oh, Harris, no, couldn't bring it in. Wall was over there getting them on that second down and 2, now third.
As we break up the action there in the Seattle-Arizona game, let's flash back to an NFC South matchup from the early window. Tyler Shuck and the New Orleans Saints went into Carolina against what was a hot Carolina Panthers team. Panthers had won 4 of 5, but Shuck puts it on his receiver. Even though before the touchdown, Chris Olave scores, and the Saints got their second win of the year.
Oh, boy, was he drilled backwards. Big time hit there, Drake Thomas and others, along with Tyrese Knight. So again, new middle linebacker today because Ernest Jones is out. And Jaron Reed is out. He's on IR. So a new starting defensive tackle. Here is a first and 10. At the 36 for Brissett. He gets it away from Morris. And he's chased on the near side. And he's got the first down. Jacoby Brissett runs for 15. Sometimes as a coach, you kind of measure character and, your commitment by what you see when you're down by this much. And so far, some of the signs are positive.
Well, this will carry a lot of weight, not only with the coaching staff, the personnel staff, and to see how guys handle themselves in a situation like this.
Knight, first and 10. With the tackle made by Kobe Bryant, the Submarines near the 45, but a gain of 4.
They're going kind of a muddle huddle here, as we've seen when they've had some success. It's not necessarily a 2-minute tempo, but it's an up tempo. It's about number of possessions at this point in time to try to keep the defense on their heels.
Second down and 6. outside. Nice knock away. Deflected ball. Defense on the play. Turned in. Nehemiah Pritchett. There's a young defensive back out of Auburn. 3rd down and 6 coming up.
Good defensive play right there, and not falling for the push up the field and hands to himself, knocking it away.
This defense is on 7 available to 20 points or less.
In the next game to kick off into the second half, the Los Angeles Rams with a 2-touchdown lead in Santa Clara against the Niners, who will get the first possession of the 3rd quarter.
Down the middle, broken up incomplete. Higgins had it and lost it. O'Connor, like a missile, comes in, knocks that ball away, and down is Elijah Higgins, the tight end. That was a tough collision.
Well, it was, but an excellent job by O'Connor. The way that he defended it so many times prior on the field. So many times. Watch how he goes after the ball. He stays low, doesn't go up to the head or neck area.
Trying to send it to him and get back in it. We'll see what happens, guys.
Pressure right away on that charge. Nice play to get away from it. Now slides and goes to Wood. Kittle makes the catch, and a great play that was. Downstairs to Aaron we go now.
Hey, Kev, had a chance to speak with Sean McVay coming out. First of all, on his offense, he said he loved their first 3 drives. He said, I got a little greedy there in the third.
Strength that really plays with 5 defensive backs every play.
They do, and it's, when you're in a situation like this one, it's pretty lopsided. Personnel-wise, you're going to be a lot of DBs on the field the rest of the way.
4th down and 6. Jonah Williams moved the right tackle. Who started every game at the right tackle.
Start 73 offense.
Open it up on a 2nd and 7. Mac Jones will look over the middle of the field and set up a screen. CMC, Christian McCaffrey goes for a 19-yard pickup. They need him to get going here. Make this a tight game.
The day we saw on that last down is to have about 7 defenders, 6-7 defenders at the line of scrimmage. This time not nearly as many.
And we'll go triple box here as Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions will receive the second half kickoff from Washington, 25-10. As we begin the 3rd quarter, sacrificing his body to pick up the first down. As the Lions get the football up 15, we'll just kind of point out the fact that Dan Campbell appears to have taken over the play calling duties for the Detroit Lions. There was some smoke signal discussion as that could be a possibility. NFL media insider Mike Garafolo is at that game and was pointing out the fact that Dan Campbell had the play calling sheet with his glasses, seemingly talking to Jared Goff before each snap.
Here's McBride on the dump off out to the flat.
Stay with Robinson. It was officially the first down. They marked him a little short, so it's 3rd and 1, not anymore. And it's funny, you talk about like subbing. Brian Robinson is a really talented back. It's hard to take Christian McCaffrey off the field. Kyle Shannon was telling us, Bobby Turner, the long-time running backs coach who's been in this league forever, works for Mike Shannon. He said, he's almost scared to take him out of the game because McCaffrey catches all these passes. So I look over, I'm like, where's McCaffrey? It's a great start. Robinson stays in now. Robinson getting this league better and another first down. Miles is looking served by Gonzalez and Kelsey in Kansas City. 3rd and 2, first down run, and a weave in the first down run of that by Bam Knight. He takes the ball.
It's way the line of scrimmage, way into the Rams defense. Look at that ball high and tight. When the ball's high and tight, the defense is trying to get you on the ground. When that ball's loose away from your body, they're thinking turnover. That's great ball security. They're going to need that for the rest of that.
There he stays in. So Robinson getting some run here. Again, less this time he gets stepped up. There's Nate Landry.
He's been a tackling machine, 12th in the league in
tackles of injury, so he'll eventually get back. And you already mentioned that Doak Jones, the linebacker, and Reed went on IR. So this
This defense is stacked when healthy.
Have a quick injury update as well. Zay Jones, we saw him go down with a leg injury in the end zone toward the end of the first half. It is officially an Achilles injury, and he has been ruled out. The big bummer for this offense.
Now we suspected that. We thank you for an update. Second down, 10. Here comes Purcell again. They were 6. And the pass caught. They brought it again.
Inside the 5, and it's first and goal to San Francisco.
What's a great read by Cooper there. Wondering got an angle around. He feels the seam is open. So rather than running the lamp and you see it, he kind of puts it for
Yes, I do. I know that you in my state.
The Cardinal 14 completions. First and goal. End zone incomplete. Looking for the twirling Michael Wilson.
Ryan Robinson comes in. They go jumbo formation. On the fake. Jones throws used. Takedown short of goal line. Perez.
A terrific career early on. Here are the kind of players he's in the conversation with his string of 5 receptions or more. Okay. Second down and goal. Was set in 4-man rush. And incomplete. Broken up beautifully. Him and Roy. And they were going from it wide.
10 play the drive. Robinson breaks the tackle and he's in. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Wow, one-on-one with Landon in the hole. And Robinson.
And they'll try to carve their way to get to the 2.
One-on-one. There's Landon in the hole. All you can ask for on defense. And Robinson still standing. They still haven't got him on the ground. One guy's got a shot. Blake's got a shot.
He gave some juice in that drive time. 5 carries, 24 yards, a touchdown. And the extra point is up and good.
All of a sudden, we have 7-point lead.
That is the back.
There's 12 on the field.
Timeout, Seattle. And that's the issue, right? When you have the speed up.
Back in the Detroit and Washington game, while Arizona was getting to the goal line and while the Niners were punching in their touchdown, Jared Goff fires left side. Jameson Williams is there. Makes a little bit of a move for a 22-yard catch. Goff has 214 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. And on the very next play from midfield, Goff left side again, picks up again. It's Tesla on the catch for an 11-yard pickup and another fresh set of downs. Detroit. 4th and goal here. They're going. Not very much have to. But the scoreboard says 31-point deficit.
They've already got the goal line stand. The Seattle defense today. Can they make it 2? Here's the back. 4th down and goal. The set. He's got time. Here comes the play. Another big defensive play. Nice. He has had 2 sacks during 2 forced fumbles and not so well.
There's Williams again. Picks up another Detroit first down.
And on downs, the Seahawks will get it.
He's going, and then now that burst, as he breaks back inside, doesn't allow for, it looks like Darnell Savage is trying to make a play on that football. They block them up. They're going to get what they want with Jameson Williams because they have to respect his speed outside. And there's Dan Campbell either calling or signaling or doing something that he says that he's calling these offensive plays. And that's what it looks like.
Well, the Washington 14 on first down. Goff, Williams is for the main target for this series, and he is in for a Lions touchdown. Jameson Williams.
Just keep running it until they stop it. If they're not going to stop it, you're going to keep running it in different formats.
formation, same route, and look at the speed. As soon as he gets it, he turns on the burners, outruns everyone he's able. Walmart Martin had no chance to make that play, and Jameson Williams gets in for a touchdown. I mean, it was the Jameson Williams show, right, for that whole series. They're showing what they can do, and then, of course, the run game, setting it all up.
Williams' fourth trip to the end zone this season. We'll get a chance here. Here's Cora. 35 to about the 37. Next gen stats powered by AWS.
Such a productive grouping. This 13 grouping means 3 tight ends, 1 receiver, 1 back. This is play action pass. Looking like it's his heavy formation and run it. Now they're in the heavy formation called a load formation on the left. And you walk it into the perimeter, and then you use him as a lead blocker over here. What is that 13 personnel grouping? It shrinks the defensive playbook. That Rams offense can attack them together. You're an offense, you're always trying to hit a bullseye. That 13 grouping has been great for them the last 4 weeks.
Let's go try to the run game. Here is Cora. By the way, AWSAI, how the NFL levels up the game. And 13, 3 tight ends at once. So some kudos to the Rams for having 4 capable tight ends who can all play and play well. Here's the offense. I mean, just dominated this game, went up and down the field. But the last 3 times, the 49ers have found something. You heard Tom Rinaldi said they're trying to press up a little bit in coverage.
A little tighter in the hand, Jim up.
Here he is, it's 2, and the ball deflected, wobbles, intercepted. Picked off on the play, dropped by Burke. This happened just like it did last time. Goal line still fighting his forward now. They have the first down. What an effort. He absorbed that hit from Malik Mustafa, and I think he's got enough. It's tipped up in the air. It's off the helmet. Yes. It's off the helmet of I thought it was a hand of the defender, but it was actually his own tight end, Barner. Goes off the side of his helmet. Cardinals have it at the 19 in the red zone again. Burke with the pick. Replacing starter Max Melton against Dallas. Checks into the backfield now. First down. Kobe Brissett, first down and 10. Rushing 4. How does he throw? It's high for 9 and incomplete in second and 10. Couldn't tell if there was something of a hit from our angle here in the booth.
Yeah, it looked like a little late Bethune coming in there as Winters had him around his shoulder pads and then Bethune came in to clean it up. Let's see, they call that capping him off. Yeah, that shouldn't be much of a hit. He's right down. Right there. Love that arm angle. It's actually very effective to throw using with the guys up front. And
we knew coming in a run defense, what type of run defense they have. 4-man rush, second down, 10, end zone, broken out, incomplete. Rolling. Break rolling again. They're going after him. He was a Pro Bowler in his rookie. Thank you.
Not a foul. Today, that's a foul. He goes out of bounds. Second guy came in. I think it's a good call.
Safety flips it and incomplete. That's a pass. And Marcus is going to drop that. It's Jacoby Brissett with the blitz on. Either Carter onside, and it was tripped up right there. Rulon got him. Tripped him up. Got as far as
the good plays that are always on the call sheet. To try to get the ball in the end zone without having to drive. That was one of those plays.
Let's go. Picked up. Stafford. About 2 yards short. So Brissett trying to screen that play and have everybody on the same page, because once you get to the line of scrimmage, it's full time. Brissett to the air, 5-man rush, gets it up to the drive, breaks a tackle.
And he's in. Kobe Bryant couldn't tackle him at the 5. Touchdown McBride.
Kevin, I think that ball was tipped. You can see the change of direction.
Bryant.
Great concentration on his part, bringing it in and then finishing it off, getting into the end zone. Let's see. Trent, you're right. Yeah, there's a hand on it right there.
That was Williams who got a hand on it. What concentration by McBride. Then the poke.
3rd and 2. Blitz coming. Stafford incomplete. 49ers came with a blitz from the secondary as Jason Pinnock came in. And now it's 4th and 2 with the Rams. What are they going to do? They're going to go up their special teams unit at on.
Right, he's thinking freedom.
I don't blame him.
Looking for Henderson and around the coverage. Caught for the 2 points. Beating Witherspoon.
Stafford throws the Killa, makes the catch, and he's going to have a 1st down. He caught it in front of sticks and was shoved backwards. That's good enough for a 1st.
Yeah, that's where I'd be throwing too. Oh, number 12 right there, outside on one-on-one with Green. A short under route with those strong hands. Stafford kind of knew right away. Look at the eyes. Didn't have to look away in man-to-man coverage. A-plus throw. And that's his go-to guy for a reason. He comes down with him in the big moments.
Sean McVay told us his hands are like suction cups. He's so alive. So the conversion of has another 1st down. Down to the 12.
Yeah, there's just no edge on that defense that's just totally exposed with the YY wing. Look at this. It's called a YY wing. There's nobody there. Nobody there.
Got an update on the Commanders and the Lions, 3rd and 5. And Marcus Mariota going left side. Some contact down the field. Catch is made anyway. He goes for 38 yards. And it's Treylon Burks with the President of the United States in the broadcast booth with Kenny Albert and John Vilma. A little Donald J. Trump red zone action.
Lions have scored on all of their possessions today. Now the Commanders looking at back into the end zone. This is Crosby Merrick. So Ronald Reagan, well before becoming president, he was a sportscaster. He called Big Ten football. He called Iowa football games. Would you like to call a play?
Well, I would like to do that if you'd like me to, but I will say that your 2nd string, your backup quarterback is a good quarterback, and he's had some very good games for you, and your 1st string quarterback has the potential, I think, to be a great quarterback. He's got to stop the injuries somehow. And let's see, we have a very important, I think it's a very important couple of plays.
Here we go. All right,
2nd and 7. Let's see what happens. Well, that's all right.
Crosby Merrick.
Not bad.
Sends it down to the 5-yard line.
That's right. That's right. Good runner.
There we go.
This is a very big play, don't you think? Touchdown. Let's put it differently. They just have to get a touchdown.
There we go. Now you're going to my job. That's what I was going to say. They have to get a touchdown.
Just speaking about the play, they have to get a touchdown.
It's on my job. Now it's his job. Here on the broadcast.
Well, let's see how they do. I think they have a good team. And I think Detroit's been amazing. That trade was such a great trade for both teams. LA and Detroit.
I agree. People always look at it and try to say, there's Lee Samuel, and he was knocked out of bounds at the 3-yard line. Down Keon White had a hand in it too. To attend a regular season game. Ready for this? President Carter, October 2nd, 1978.
It's a long time.
I know you're a Yankees fan. That same day, Bucky Dent hit a pretty big home run.
That was a big one.
So that was the last time a sitting president attended a regular season game. I know you love sports. You attend baseball games,
I do.
NASCAR races. What is it about sports that you enjoy the most?
I just love it. It's a microcosm of life. It's sort of like life. You know, the good, the bad, and the ugly, right?
Right about that.
So let's see what happens here. This is a big
down. All right, they're calling it time.
Second and goal. Stafford looking at one. Throwing it right. Devontae Adams scores again. Touchdown Rams.
Stafford knew it right away, looks out there and says, no, there's not a safety in the league. No, there's hardly a corner in the league that can cover him on that route.
That's right. That's right. I think about how football is similar in some respects to combat, war, etc. And you kind of take some of the same strategies. Would love to hear your thoughts about where we are as a nation, how we're doing.
Well, we're doing great, and recruitment is doing phenomenally. People have spirit. Our stock market hit an all-time high. Prices are coming down. We inherited a mess. Prices are coming down. Offense back on track. Well, 49ers is a record, so we're doing great. Just like they have to do great right now. Winning short. Let's see what happens.
On fourth down, Mariota throws to the end zone, touchdown.
Just like
Samuel.
that was very quick. Got a little ways to go yet, but still, that was. Now your ratings have gone up because there's hope.
I know you love ratings.
I love ratings. You gotta have ratings. But you guys have the ratings still. So they're gonna build. By the way, they're gonna build a beautiful stadium, and that's what I'm involved in. With getting over the notice.
Second down, 5, Walker. Reverses. And tries to skip on his way. He does for a first down flag from Baron Browning, who was chasing him out of bounds.
Holding for 99 offense.
Between 61 and 96.
And you had a great coach, George Allen. And you know, George Allen was fantastic.
Yes, right there, the drop there going for 2. Didn't match it.
Did not get it. Through the back of the end zone, yes.
You remember that you're too young, but George Allen was a good coach.
Oh, absolutely.
He was a very good coach. And you had a couple of good coaches.
Joe Gibson, of course.
Joe Gibson. I mean, how good was Joe Gibson? He was good no matter what he did, right?
He was. Mr. President, we thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. This is an honor.
Enjoy the rest of the game.
Fantastic.
Thanks for the visit.
I'd love to have your job someday.
Strange fourth quarter, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes, it was. Down 15. And Darnold blocked by Lucas. Another fumble. Clemson picked up by the Cardinals. What is going on? Picked up here by Sweat. A third turnover by Seattle.
Quarterback there, big forward, empty hand. Fumbles covered by the defense. First down, Arizona.
Another turnover by the Seahawks, who one time led 35-0. And the Cardinals sticking right with it. With a beautiful back away right there.
Yeah, Sweat's the one that reaches in and knocks the ball out of his hand. And he's also the one that continues, once as he reaches out with his left hand, knocks the ball loose, and then is able to get the recovery.
Sweat had 2 sacks at Dallas on Monday and 8 quarterback pressures, the most by a Cardinal player in 4 years. Here he puts the pressure right there, recovers the forced fumble. And here come the Cardinals again at the 24. That's the 16th giveaway by Seattle. 5th multi-turnover game for the Hawks. 1st and 10. Brissett. Grab. That's McBride. Even Rory and others right there getting inside the 19, close to the 18, picks up 6.
Kevin, I go back to what Jonathan Gannon told Melanie coming out at halftime just about how they wanted to attack this second half, and so far they've been able to execute that and get that done.
Quick count, 2nd and 4, Brissett. And he finds Knight. He was inside the 15, has the first down to the 13-yard line. Chipping away again. Pagata made the hit. 1st and 10. On that 2nd and 4, he picks up 5.
Well, continuing with this funnel where you just multiply the line of scrimmage and
it's right on 1st and 10. Beecher trying to get a block in there. Down it goes with the hit on the play by Trey Thomas. That clock, there wasn't a lot of room. And the running back is making sure all the parts are still fitting.
then you got the pit knocked out of it. Yep, slammed to the ground. Now he's going back down. He got up, took a couple steps, and went back down.
Yep. McBride today, the tight end for the Cardinals, 9 catches, 127 yards.
incident where Kyle was the offensive coordinator, McVay, assistant coach, was the tight ends coach, and then Kyle left to Cleveland. Sean went to offensive coordinator. They both found their way to head coaching jobs in California in 2017, and they both had turned their respective franchises around. It's been nothing but win at the times they've been there, and it's been a heck of a rivalry ever since. Here's Matt Jones. I know a lot of quick passes, which Mac Jones has been great at, but this Rams defensive line is so good, and we hell without a sack today.
Yeah, I think the mix and play calls between the run plays, the play action pass, and his ability to get the ball out quickly kind of discourages that defensive line. They just can't get in a rhythm either. They want to get in a rhythm. They want to think, hey, this is my shot. And then it's not there. They waste all their energy. Again, they've been a bit of a moving target, so high efficiency there in the pass game.
Jones sets it as a grocery says no deep who makes the catch. And he's down to the 30. It was a pretty nifty play. They hit Bourne for 20.
Yeah, he's a little more athletic than you think, Mac Jones. He's been open for quite a while. Here's Bourne. Pick up this offseason, kind of coming in early in the year, finding the space in the zone. They have great chemistry from their days playing at the Patriots and directing traffic downfield. Seems like they got a great connection. They just keep going on it.
And Warren, Kendrick Warren coming to San Francisco with all the injuries they've had. Mac Jones said, Warren reached out and said, hey, I think I'm going to get let go. And Warren, Mac Jones said with the eyes of him,
it's almost unfair that you have man coverage on one of the fastest wide receivers in the game, and then you get bumped into by your own man. There's no way you're going to catch him now. It ends up being a huge gain for Jameson Williams, and it's one of those where the offense is just simple now. Dan Campbell looks like he's calling the plays. He's saying, I have a phenom in Jameson Williams. They haven't figured out how to defend him yet. I'm going to keep beating him until they figure it out. And when they do, I'll go back to the running game. I'll go back to my other studs.
Looks like the play is up just shy of a first down. We're set 4 men right to the end zone. Broken up. Kobe Bryant got right in front of Logan Harrison. It's incomplete. It's 3rd and 11 after the fumble by Seattle gave Arizona this position.
right at that right seam, you'll see Harrison come into view. Bryant gets over the top. Bang, bang play.
Their loss. On way to the Vikings.
No, I didn't say I couldn't. I said I covered.
Four-man rush caught at the 10, down at the 8. And that's Marvin Harrison.
In the wall!
Wilson picks up 6. 4th and 5 coming up.
Well, I think the reason for that type of play call and why you get it on them quickly is you're going for it on 4th down. So if you have something you want to take a shot at, fine. But otherwise, you got to pick up a chunk of it to make it more manageable here on 4th down.
Brissett has gone 19 of 37.
Looks like it has to get better.
It's insane how the man coverage is weak, but you have got to figure out
Get a first down. T-Mark over back. 4th and 5. Brissett, 4-man rush, end zone, and Harrison. Nope, incomplete. Boy, it was close.
Gosh, I thought he had it.
Pritchett was right on him. Pritchett was right there. And on downs again, Seattle holds. He did have it. And then look at that play. Oh, a play by Pritchett. Wow. Incredible play. That is unbelievable. That's as good as it gets for a defensive back.
Yeah, it does. It's just keeping with the play and knocking it out right as you're going to the ground.
There's a couple. To the Commanders 10. The Lions have scored on every possession today. 4 touchdowns
Field goal, 2nd and 8 coming up.
Good. I've talked about the play selection of Dan Campbell and going to Jameson Williams defensively.
He's going to be maybe a hair short of the first down. See if they put it down. As Landman was there to make the stop. Gates trying to go to the outside. And then he is slowed down by Jacob Horton.
He thinks himself that we could run it, and he showed that to the team the other day. He said, all right, yes, we can, and this is how we're going to get some confidence in doing it.
Hasn't always been easy, but they stuck it. Trying to get here. Left side. It's so hard.
Erase the memories of him in his prime because he was so athletic, so explosive, one of the best DNs at the time. Now he's still very good. Doesn't have that same explosion, but still has really good bend. Expect him to collapse the pocket on Jared Goff.
Look at it. Drop. Back at him. Well, then he throws it out of bounds. Now she was under pressure from Von Miller.
Von Miller, culture driver for this team.
Now it's Mac Jones. So accurate. Kittle a yard shy of the first down. Jones today is completing over 8.
That's a good that he's always had, creating that pressure and now bringing a 4th down to the Lions.
28-yard attempt. Jake Bates. Collected from 22 earlier. Brought straight away. Kick is good.
Great job by Mooney on the right side, just absolutely caving it in. And when I see that staggered stance for Mac Jones, I know what he's doing. Plus, he's a little left foot back. He's gonna have my drive foot. I need to get that right. Look, easy. You gotta go where they're not. All the straight. Now you go where they're not. And yes, that is a strength of Mac Jones. This is Farrell who ends up catching a touchdown. By the way, he doesn't even have a design route on this play. Everything is to the right side of the field. The Mac holds the ball. He kind of looks around and says, yeah, there's a little green grass out here. I'll take it. Yeah. Not quite expecting that to walk through the night before the game if you're going to be good to the receiving end on that play for touchdown pass.
Farrell had no touchdowns first 4 years ago. This is blocked. The extra point is no good. That's pretty big. Because now it's an 8-point deficit instead of 7. The Lou Farrell doing the Humpty Hump all the way to the end zone. Kind of one-score game. I do.
Yeah, subtext there was Eddie Pinheiro missing the extra point. Not sure if it was blocked, but Pinheiro's only missed 2 PATs.
What's up, Craig?
He's made all of his field goals. Zach Charbonnet started to grind some yardage. That was live just a second ago. Let's game rewinded, though. This was Charbonnet almost, in fact, the first snap after the turnover on downs, breaking through the first level of defense into the secondary, and he's loose over the 30, over the 35. Not tackled till he gets a 30-yard carry. Add that one to the one he just had. He's up to 9 carries for 63 yards and a touchdown. Seattle wants to stack some first downs here and get this thing to the 4th quarter.
First and 10, Charbonnet. Miller up the block. And brought down by Garrett Williams. Wrestled down inside the 32 with a pick of 8. So that offensive line today, Trent Green has let their backs run for 5.5 yards per attempt.
5.5 yards per run, and they've only allowed 1 sack.
Well, now you got to remember with the injury at center with Lindell there, that was, that's a big missing piece, and they've made the adjustments. I know they had the turnover on the fumble snap, but that's an important piece right in the middle.
Arbonne again, hopping and devoured by Campbell and Simon. And they caught him right there.
Maybe he's afraid of commitment.
For sure.
All right, you're not even listening to me. Bridgewater, you're in.
Teddy Bridgewater, back up, listen.
If only there were backups in real life, but at least there's Progressive to protect your home and auto.
Need a partner, not a project.
You get a touchdown today. 6-yard lead. Here they go under center again with Marty. Third and 1. Boots him across the line.
They even went with a long cadence there, which is for a non-quarterback, right? It's like you take the risk of getting the penalty with the cadence extended like that. It's
Barner's got a bad calf. He's been playing with a bad calf.
That's why everybody's pushing him, so he didn't have to face off with the catch. It's like they get behind it.
There's a high school linebacker. He showed some grit right there. Kenneth Walker is now going to say, finally getting started. That good right here and put Walker in. Exhausted. On the 29, the pitch on 1st and 10. Hoots with the block. And stays present is then wrestled down. And that is Walter Nolan. The first time we have called Nolan's name today after a spectacular NFL debut Monday in Dallas. But he had a sack, a couple tackles for loss, deflected play. That's a final.
Bookmark that Seattle game, end of the 3rd quarter. Let's show you it was a blocked extra point. Jared Verse, the good young defensive front 7 player, coming through to get a hand on Pinheiro's kick. I said Pinheiro hadn't missed. He was 19 for 19 on field goals, 14 of 15 on extra points coming into today. Told you it would be a late window featuring the NFC West. Seahawks have led wire to wire, and they still look strong for a victory in that game. Seahawks, by nature of the tiebreakers, head to the Rams. Start the day in first place. If the Seahawks hold on to the 4th quarter, they will stay in first place. If the Cardinals were able to come back in that game, then the winner of Rams-Niners falls into first place. Either way, that's the only division in football starting Week 10 with 3 teams having 6 wins.
Oh, man, just precision that time.
And keeping an eye on Washington with 3rd and 3 to go. Mariota could not get it in. Deebo Samuel, Arthur Millette got his hand in there, the defensive back for the Lions, to swat it away.
Said he was feeling so good. We saw him in the pregame. He's like, yeah, last time you guys saw me in Baltimore, I just nursed a little injury, and he felt so great, so productive since that game. Great to see him go out.
Rams it out. Bring the blitz again. Get him out. This blocks. Catches this one. Down inside the 20. Stafford goes back to the rookie, and he delivers.
And it's that 13 personnel grouping under center. They're playing the run. And you got Ferguson right again on Gifford and coverage. Look at all the time he has to throw. It's not a wheel route. It's called a sail route. And there's just...
So y'all interview with Wayne Hutchinson. 100 minutes ago, 3rd quarter. Lions lead by 19. This is Gibbs, who's had a big day.
Couple of touchdowns today. Ferguson, who's really come on to be inactive the first 5 minutes. Stafford cutting back as a man open to Ferguson. He's getting the catch. And he's inside the 10, and it's 1st and goal for the Rams. Play action game, just killing it today.
Again, you got to defend the run, and then you got to defend the play action pass. Trying to get back in there in the red zone, so I don't believe any touchdowns anybody else goes. I feel good. Go down there. Yeah, Jameer had that explosion and could take it to the house.
Checking out an 8, complete to Shea Brown. First down for the
that the Niners just have not been able to solve today. 3 tight ends on the left, very similar to Kyron Williams' touchdown in the first half. They just block out outside zone, and no one's even there. That C-gap.
They got King, Benson, Tigers, and gets the first down. And King Davis will jump out of it to 17.
Well, 39-year-old Calais Campbell makes a great move at the line of scrimmage to get into the backfield. He was just not able to regain multiple times at each time the Rams have answered with a touchdown of their own. Impressive.
So, the rookie first had a big opportunity.
Campbell's still getting it done at 39 years old.
And just to finish up on Lenny Wilkens, he coached the Supersonics twice, from 69 to 72, and from 77 to 85. There's a 1st and 10. Another good stick in there by Davis King, the former Cincinnati Bengal, on Charbonnet. And they won a championship here in Seattle in 79. So we have a player down. And that is Darius Robinson, who was the number 1 pick out of Missouri last year by Arizona. So we will step aside here in Seattle. I'm Seattle.
And the 2 other games are in a commercial break. And with the injury timeout there, we will step aside for just a moment. All 3 games now to the 4th quarter. Seattle has led wire to wire against Arizona. The Rams now getting a little more breathing room against the Niners. And the Detroit Lions pulling away from the Commanders.
It's time for today's Good Hands Play of the Day, presented by Allstate.
Oh, we had some great catches to select from for this highlight here. We'll go with Chris Olave, one-handed catch in the 4th quarter. What do we think about the uniforms, by the way? The alternate road whites that the Saints wore. For you uniform folks, I'm sure you're active on social media talking about it. He had 5 catches for 104 yards, did Olave. Also pulled in a touchdown. Saints win 17-7. For what it's worth, I actually would have voted for Darius Slayton for that good hands play of the day. But I don't select all of them. That's still very worthy. Chris Olave as the Saints get their 2nd win of 2025. Back to Washington.
One game up the front, one of the best defensive tackles for the Commanders. He gets ejected.
That's Gates. Out to the 39-yard line.
My producer gets in my ear after I made my comment, says, okay, here's Darius Slayton. You compare the 2. Oh, that's a pretty one in the snow flurries in Chicago. And on the Giants sideline as well. Slayton, the replays are what really do it for me here. Slayton snag, kind of with the wrist. I mean, it hits his hand and spins, and then he had to cuff it to pull it in. This is a good replay right here. Bang! Fighting off the defensive back. I'm sure our friends at the insurance company will not mind us doing a couple of good hands plays of the day.
After picking up Lions first down, gain of 10.
And you see the numbers and the difference from last week to today. One, give credit to the Vikings defense, Brian Flores.
All right, Brian Nettles, the producer, calls for the triple box. Let's go to it right now as Khalif Raymond comes to the sideline. And looks like that could be a cramp situation there. Sam Darnold trying to get an insurance score at the start of the 4th quarter in Seattle. And upper right-hand corner, Niners with work to do, down a couple of touchdowns in the 4th.
But George Kittle's best game of the year. He had just 12 catches coming in total. That's his 8th catch today.
Kind of battled a few injuries this year, but no more than 4 catches on any game this season, and they really needed it today. They didn't think this was going to turn into a high-scoring affair. To control that underneath part of the coverage, he's done a great job of that today. A nice job just building a wall. I never liked just the horizontal horizontal runs where you never get a chance to put your foot in space in the passing game.
First and foremost, design the plays, get it out there. The second was commit to this running game between the tackles, which has opened up everything else. And Jameer Gibbs going for a touchdown. Gibbs takes it all the way. 43 yards for a Lions touchdown. James is high, the kick is good. It's 41-15. The Seahawks. Sam LaFleur leading the way. I remember on St. Brown, all these big name guys that are supposed to get their touches and yards, etc., they're blocking selflessly for Jameer Gibbs to get another touchdown against the Commanders. The slow today. Extra point is blocked.
And Washington, let's get you back to Levi Stadium here. This is fourth down, maybe last stand time for the Niners.
Jones is laying on his back. He gets you definitely see with the ball this year. But came out pretty early.
Kittle thinks he got held.
Yeah. One down the other sideline.
You never got a point on your own sideline, right?
Like, it was us. Yeah, totally. I'll take it back. Shoot.
Their foul cycle changed when they run off set. Illegal shift. Offense number 85. Pass interference. Defense number 3. Left side foot down.
Lance said that was some absolutely excited about being fouls on both teams.
Yeah, so the receivers weren't set Kittle as he's motioning. He set to me. I think he set for a full second.
That's technical. Kittle got set. And that should not have been an illegal shift.
That cost him that. Instead of a first down, he threw it over, but it's 4 for 4. 49ers have got him out of it.
Pressure up the middle. Jones in deep trouble. Pick it up and take over.
Instead of man, they went to zone coverage. He thought he had McCaffrey, got a little pressure, and rather than take the sack, ends up trying to fire the ball into a tight window. And Forbes reads his eyes, makes the play that he needs to.
It's a 4-man rush on the 6. 5 for Harrison, incomplete. 1 with the coverage as we take you to Adam Shine in New York.
Kevin Trent, there Gibbs with a gorgeous touchdown run, 44 yards, second rushing touchdown of the game, 143 rushing yards against Washington. It's all Detroit, 41-16 back to you.
With the best 1-2 punch running the ball in the league with Montgomery and Gibbs. Second down and 10. And the quick throw to the side, crack here by Michael Wilson. And he's close to the first down. Picks up 9, man down, that's even Ward. He had been out with a sprained ankle, kept him out of 3 games earlier. And there's an injury timeout. With a 3rd and 1 awaiting the Cardinal offense. Thomas made the hit, the tackle on Wilson.
I don't know if he did it when he went to the ground or if it was when he reached up his arm to try and make the tackle.
He's a big back out on the field. The Commanders will start from their 19-yard line. Worst starting field position of the day for Washington. Ball really coming out, 46. With the bike. It's a Mariota slides out to the 24-yard line.
Guess who's running out now? Jack. There's such a pleasure interviewing him and talking about not only his play, but some circuits and what that meant to him.
We're down in one. Look at the go! It's a good-looking race with Richard, who will catch him from behind.
And he has family members so close to it, and he's honored to be a part of the game today and playing the way he's done so far.
Robert serves around off of that 10 different family. There's not served and still serving the military. Mariota rolling right. And then he throws. And it's caught. First. So the Commanders first down across midfield.
Let's take a look at Ertz going up and over. Thomas Harper gets that catch. What a nice catch by Ertz. Thomas Harper is in there for Kirby Joseph who's out.
It's second down and 10. A four-man rush. They come in and he throws it high, and the puck fly out of bounds. Incomplete, third and 10. Heavy pressure. And it came from a lot of different areas. Second penalty.
Here's Hutchinson on the edge. Tries to do a spin move. As he's chasing down Marcus Mariota. Didn't see too much there, and he didn't take himself out, so looks like it's all good for Aiden Hutchinson in that defense.
It's third and 10. And nothing is for that. They come up the middle with the blitz, and it was caught by Higgins. Was he in? Yes, he was. What a catch near the 12. That's Elijah Higgins. He picks up 12.
How about Brissett? Two guys coming free. Depends on if that first foot was off the ground. Let's see. Wow, they got a snap.
Knight is wrapped up. Hall. Big play was the 50.
This is our standard all the time. If we have the ability to do it once, we should do it every time, right? And I think that's what they're trying to instill in their team right now, understanding that it shouldn't be about just the wins and losses, but the way you perform and set that standard.
That's Ertz again. And Cole Harrison, that is a touchdown. And he was working on Nehemiah Pritchett. 9-yard touchdown pass to Marvin Harrison Jr.
This going to be back shoulder fade as he's working to the corner.
All the day, I've been so excited just watching him this past season. We called a few of the games, and you kind of just look at this guy on film, you're like, man, he's pretty good. And I know they have Hutchinson, and I know they have Jack Campbell, Alexander, they have all these guys, but I was like, that's a dude. Right? That guy can play. He showed up today for the Lions. There's Jack Campbell, old school linebacker. Talks a lot with Chris Spielman. Chris Spielman was, or still is, franchise tackles leader for the Lions. Tremendous linebacker, and he has that old school feel to him.
We're down at 5. The pass bounced away from Robbie Chosen with Rock Yassin defending.
Giving up 20 points in 2 games today, they gave up 22. I would say a very good performance, but not one of the great offensive play calls in the game. They love the way this offense and defense is coming together. Now they're going to straighten out their special teams.
Play action, man. Wide open, Kobe Parkinson. He walks in. It's another Ram score. Guess who? A tight end.
Is it not so tight as well? We're down at 5. Mariota's pass is caught by Samuel. The Commanders first down.
Coming out the back door. Easy throw and catch. He's got a few easy ones today. I think the one to Devontae, a little bit of a no-look. Look at those eyes. Don't look at me. Don't look at my eyes. Don't look at my eyes.
That's really amazing. Leave it to the extra point. I mean, all 4 times.
Oh, Dan Campbell's going to challenge him. I wonder if he looked at it, thinks there was a bobble at the end. Looked like a nice reception to us. We'll see if he bobbled the ball before going out of bounds.
Campbell won a challenge earlier. He's making the
Detroit's challenging ruling on the field of a completed catch.
signal.
Let's take another look at it. One-handed grab, secures it to his body. Oh, he is bobbing it.
I gotta say, Deebo Samuel may have watched the good hands play of the day and say, I want in on that party. They'll review it and take a commercial break. In the meantime, we'll bring you this.
It's time for the drive of the day, presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Let's go back to the fourth quarter of the Jags-Texans game. Jacksonville trying for the season sweep. They had a 19-point lead on Houston at the start of the fourth quarter, but Houston cut it to 29-24, and then Davis Mills going to work, hit Dalton Schultz for a 20-yard gain. Later in the drive, Nick Chubb takes the handoff, has a 12-yard burst. 3 plays later, Texans on a 3rd and 3. Davis Mills with the pitch to Woody Marks. That's another first down. They get into the red zone, and then Mills to the corner of the end zone for a touchdown with 37 seconds left. It absolutely looked like the Texans were dead and done multiple times in this game, but they put together an amazing fourth quarter and a 14-play drive that covers 93 yards in 5 minutes. Houston comes from behind to win it 36-29. The Texans improve to 4-5. Jags drop to 5-4. And that is the drive of the day presented by Mercedes-Benz. Well, we got the teams in the lead in the 40s. Who will end up with the most points here today? Will it be the Seattle Seahawks at 41, the Lions at 41, or the Rams at 42?
Well, that was Holani who was back there, and here's a 1st and 10 pass. Jackson, Smith, and Jigba. And Burke was over there to get him. And the gain, a dive, a first down inside the 35 of the Cardinals. Let's go back to Adam Shine in New York.
Kevin, Trent, Matthew Stafford now has 4 touchdown passes. First player since the merger to have 4 more passing touchdowns, no picks in 3 straight games. MVP kind of vibes. 42-20. All Rams. 5 minutes to go back to you.
He is run out right now. Adam, thank you. Lonnie remains the back. He had a rushing touchdown earlier in the game from 9. 1st and 10. And this is Lonnie who played it. Boyden wrapped up, taken out of bounds, and hit on the play with Cody Simon. Gain of 6. One of the first few, got a 3rd. From the 24.
Hey, what's going on, Craig? We're going to break soon. I guess people are over basketball. I'm kind of over basketball, to be honest. But it's a great time to hit a huge Dylan Harper card. I'm here for that. Yeah, with all the stuff coming out this week for baseball, I'm just inclined to just finish this up and move on to something else. Plus, we haven't hit any case hits, so I'm thinking these, unless you count the team color border, but usually with flagship, with paper, there's a lot of case hits. So I'm thinking we're going to see something nasty. And if people don't want in, then that's fine with me.
Offensive line, and I've actually liked the record books. You can see the confidence when he's playing, on the sideline, the body language from everybody. It's just fun to be in this rhythm. It's almost impossible to get out of it at this point when you've got the power and presence that he has out there.
Yeah, he's young. I think he'll be good. Plus the Jazz, they're not a great team. Obviously, Harper came into like a very good situation. I was expecting the Mavericks to be better. I mean, Cooper Flagg still looked pretty good. I think he's just a dude. He's no with Castle too. Like, how do they consistently get those? I mean, I guess Wemby was out last year, so that helps. But it's like, how do you end up with Wemby, Castle, and Harper 3 years in a row? Just an embarrassment of riches.
Washington trying for a last-minute push. Seattle trying to put away the Cardinals for good and work some clock. The Niners trying to get back in this if there's any possible chance with 3 minutes left to go. All teams in the red zone.
I don't mind sitting here because I'm going through like all the cards I need to list on eBay, and I always have these like hobby chores I need to do. And so sitting here with the stream up, looking at offers, and then when I'm done, we'll break. There we go. I got Kittle on my fantasy team, so that's good. Yeah, I know. I'm basically doing my own ComC, but I think if my breaking ever gets to the point where I'm doing better at that than I am at my eBay store, then I'm going to have to do ComC. Because I spent a lot of time like freaking shipping orders and stuff.
Meanwhile, in Seattle, they stall and 2-for-2 attempt the field goal from 34 yards.
Yeah, see, I do actually really well like on like all the base cards I hit in breaks, or if I like rip, I'll list them as like a buy 3 get 1 free, complete your set kind of thing, and I do really well on that. Like I would say I sell probably like, I don't know, $30 to $40 of base cards every day. But it's like super time consuming because I got to list them all. Then I got to like package them up and ship them. And like right now I have the time because, I'm only realistically running like 1 to 2 breaks a week. But when if I start growing that and breaking more, then I'm definitely not going to have time to sit there and fiddle with freaking singles. Already should be doing more social media stuff, and like I've been meaning to make more YouTube videos, and I haven't done that because I'm just so bogged down. I mean, my eBay store is insane. I probably sell like consistently around like 20 grand every 3 months. So what is that, like 6,800 a month? I mean, so that's a lot of cards. But yeah, I'm my own ComC right now. Yeah, like lots, singles, low end singles, they do really well, but you gotta do freaking volume. And a lot of that work is on the front end of like getting them listed. But then once they're listed, they just continuously sell, but then you have to freaking package them up. And so I try to get them to where they're, buy 3, get 1 free. So people at least will buy like 4 at a time, but I still get a lot of people that buy 1, which is fine. I mean, they'll spend they'll spend like $1.39 on a base card. And then, I gotta like print a label, I always do free shipping. So it ends up being like, I don't know, 10 to 20 cent of profit a card, but it's a lot of work for just 10 cents. But if you do enough of those a day, then it adds up for sure.
So the Cardinals with the loss today, they'll go to 3-6 and 2-3 on the road. And Slovis to Carter.
But like there's rare sets too, which is like kind of crazy. That like my I did a bunch of Disney Chrome this year, and I pretty much made all my money back on base cards. It was like insane. I sold like 3 complete sets. I think I got a case of megas and a case of value boxes. And I got all my money back pretty much on the base cards. People like went nuts for them. People are still going nuts for them. I still like sell a couple Disney cards every day. And that was fun. Like that was just something my family and I kind of like ripped together because everybody loves Disney. I know. I need to do videos, like, especially with the eBay stuff. People have so many questions about eBay, and I'm not like some genius, but I've been doing eBay now for like a year and a half. And so, oh my God, I just sold a Disney base card as I'm talking to you here. But yeah, I think people think they have to like get those card scanners and stuff, but I don't even mess with the card scanners. I don't even put pictures up. I just I'll put the stock pictures from like the checklist and then just a drop down menu, buy your card. And those things freaking sell like crazy. See, but this is how backed up I am. I'm still freaking posting my Topps finest. I haven't even I got some shoebox and then some logo fractor. So this is what I'm listing on eBay right now. But my Steelers play at 5:20, so I'm thinking I'm gonna try to break before that so I can watch the game, have a cocktail, not worry about the break filling or not.
Such a badge of honor when you get guys to jump. Says Turbo said, coaches get a little flinchy, and when you're a good quarterback, you can get these guys off sides. Again, it's another weapon you use. They're talking about obviously in that coach to quarterback.
Well, usually I'm trying to do it like immediately. Like I'm trying to. Like with Topps basketball, I'm all caught up. So like all the teams I've had to eat, like all those cards are posted. So like I go through and like anything that's more than $5, I'll list as a single. Anything less than $5, I put into one listing, and it's like buy 3 get 1 free. And so like I try to do that before I move on to any other like set. But sometimes I get backed up just with life and stuff. Like Clearly, I never listed these finest cards. Shoebox, the base cards are up, but the me putting my singles have not. I haven't caught up on that yet, but I'm close. Like this is my stack that I have left. So I got some tier 1 stuff here, some Topps Chrome, some Shoebox. And so like I price it out with stickers first. There's a Bowman Chrome auto I haven't posted. And like, yeah, I'll go through and get these things listed. This is actually a freaking, I wish I would have listed this one earlier. It's a Bryce Harper Shadow Etch Black to 10, 4 of 10. I hit this like months ago and I haven't even freaking posted it yet. So sometimes like if I pull a card too and I like think I might grade that, I'll put it in a different pile, and then my grading pile sits for like, I always do it like the last couple days of the month, but I probably need to start like getting my grading stuff out like every 2 weeks. So like the 15th and the 30th instead of sitting there, because I'll let it sit there for 30 days and then I'll finally get around to looking at it and I'll realize that it's not worth grading because for whatever reason. And then it goes in my got to take pictures of it and post it on eBay stack, and that could be in there for another couple weeks. So got to streamline it. Yeah, exactly. I know it's hard. And I used to do a lot of grading when I had my PSA membership, but now I just go through GameStop. Like I'll do some CGC stuff. I haven't done SGC in a long time. I haven't done Beckett in a while. So it's pretty much just PSA now, but then I'll go through GameStop when I do that. And it's crazy because I've never had an upgrade through GameStop, even though I've hit like my Connor Griffin that I sold for like $2,500 went through GameStop. And I didn't get an upcharge.
And you can see that he's going around right now talking with the offensive linemen. They're kind of just going through it. But when you really think about it, I don't want to continue to beat a dead horse about what happened offensively, defensively, but you have a chance. With Marcus Mariota, it's not like you have some guy in there that can't complete a ball, doesn't know what he's doing. He made the checks. He ran when he needed to. He made the passes when he needed to. So you have the chance.
But also I haven't been doing shows either because it's sports and hunting season. So like I'm not going to give up a Saturday or Sunday right now, but I'll wait until spring training. And so I do have a backlog of inventory right now just because I haven't been selling them at shows.
You can't have a good football team without a sturdy, tough, dependable offensive line. It's probably what they're most proud of inside the building.
Yeah. Keep Matthew Stafford protected so he can throw for 280 yards and 4 touchdowns like he did today. Kyron Williams, 2 rushing touchdowns. Literally everybody contributed. All 4 of their tight ends had a catch. And then 3 tight end pack. I mean, they did it all. And Sean McVay's team is surging. It'll be a 4-game win streak, all by 2 touchdowns or more.
It's so satisfying to avenge their Week 5 loss by really hitting all the bullseye they needed to. They didn't turn it over. It was so good with their physicality up front. And just spread it around to their playmakers. Dealer's choice, and the Niners, again, decimated by injuries, but it's just the way it goes sometimes when you're on their side. Niners are looking for answers. Rams, they're just looking to move on.
Yeah, the 2 friends will get together and embrace at midfield. 49ers took round one. The Rams get the revenge in round two. 42-26. The final score here today on a 4-touchdown day for Matthew Stafford and a day where their offense had 401 total yards. Matter of fact, 15
it's pre-release for next week. So, dude, it's so crazy. I think Randall put in the chat that like there's so much stuff coming out right now, and it's so true because it was what pro debuts coming out. Topps update flagship is out, which by the way, I just posted those breaks up on my breaker toolbox. So if you want to go over there and grab the Braves, there's like 8 breaks up right now. I'm doing them in smaller boxes just because I figure it's easier to sell. But update comes out. They're doing Topps Chrome update next week, pre-release on like Tuesday, and then Wednesday is Cosmic Chrome pre-release. And then you can get all this information on Blowout forums. There's like a really detailed release calendar. But then I also got some boxes of black and white. What else do I have posted? I have shows posted on my whatnot. It could have been 2024 Cosmic. I doubt, like, there's no way they're getting it early because they're just doing it right now. I've only gotten product early like freaking one day. Like 1 day early one time. It's stupid. So yeah, so we got update series, pro debut, Allen and Ginter. I got a couple cases of that, or I think I have one case of that because I don't really know it that well, and so I'm a little nervous about it, but I just figured it'd be kind of fun. And then yeah, Star Wars Galaxy, which is another one. I got a little I got not an allotment because I buy them retail just like everybody else, but Star Wars Galaxy's coming out. And then Topps Black and White. So all that stuff's coming out like between now and Christmas.
Let me go ahead and take this punt to the house. Wow.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of product. It should be fun though. I mean, I like the ones that aren't expensive, and I'm never going to be one of those guys that tries to like fleece people. Like my breaks will always be based on like my price point of like what I got it for, and like a small profit to cover like expenses. And so like, yeah, I'm never going to like jack up prices if the price goes up. Like right now, like I'm losing money on these basketball breaks because I could sell like the hobby boxes are going for over 400, or the jumbos are going for over 400. And I think the hobbies are going for 200. That's literally 2x what I paid for them. And like, I'm not even selling out teams. So like I could take those boxes and literally sell them on eBay for more than what I'm selling them for here in these breaks. And I'm not even selling out the teams. It's crazy. Well, because I really do think you're still mad, dude. The Jags, they suck, man. The Jags. It's so bad. They should have freaking won that game 1,000 freaking times. It's so annoying.
tonight. Tomorrow on Monday Night Football, massive game. The first place Philadelphia Eagles at Green Bay to take on the first place Green Bay Packers. A fun one indeed. And by the way, Monday, tomorrow.
Yeah, that's pretty rough, man. Sorry. I'm sorry for your Jags.
Good football games ahead tonight and tomorrow. Speaking of good football games, we have one more international game. Week 11 on Sunday will begin in Madrid, Spain. Yes, the first ever game from Madrid. We'll see what they have for us. It's the Commanders and the Dolphins on Sunday, 9:30 a.m. Eastern is kickoff. Coverage begins on NFL Network and streaming exclusively on NFL Plus at 7 a.m. Today on NFL Red Zone 64.
And like in a really bad spot too. Like that's crazy.
Last week we had 64 total touchdowns. Today, 64 total touchdowns, and we are approaching 600 total touchdowns on NFL Red Zone for the season. Would you like to see all 64 of those again? Well, I'm glad you said yes, because we'd like to show them to you again. For all the hardworking women and men here in the studio and in the control room, for our producers, Alan Flowers, Brian Nettles, Todd Mossberg, our director, Justin Stewart, I'm Scott Hansen saying thank you so much for watching. We leave.
All right, let's see what we got here. Football night in America.
I like this. This is fun. I like this. Good business right there. The briefcase, whatever you want to call it. The tote. Come in, nice tie on. That's real business. Oh, this is Snoop. Come on, this is the ultimate versatility. This is a guy from Long Beach, California, out there so far. He's just taking it all in. Look how far I've come.
Listen. Oh, and let's see if Snoop got his high five for Aaron Rodgers. Oh, there we go. Dap him down, dog.
Snoop Dogg, the strangest Steelers fan. Not that he's strange, but just so weird that he would be a fan of the Steelers growing up in LA. But we'll take him. We'll take him on the bandwagon. Not much of a bandwagon these days, but
It gets them delivered faster, and the years go by. For holidays with pets, there's Chewy.
This holiday season and all year long, Lowe's partners with local communities and our 26,000 veteran associates to bring hope to those who need it most. Our everyday military discount helps veterans do more with less, because serving those
don't
who
break
serve
my
us
things.
is how we make a lasting impact.
3 double cheese. Sorry, I'm going to start Trubisky. You're in.
Mitch Trubisky, backup order. Get a order with your combo.
If only there were backups in real life, but at least there's Progressive to protect your home and auto.
I would have gotten it eventually.
Yeah, you would have. So we're picking more on these QBs? Is that the right play?
Marshawn, that's the only play.
Okay, I didn't know you was about that action.
Action? Yo, I radiate action, dog. See that bag? It's got 23 clubs and I'm named every one. Thunder Sticks, the Widowmaker. This one, Barbara.
No, I'm going less.
Pick, predict, play. Download today. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Alka-Seltzer Plus Core or Fruit Fizzy Juice. Chew, fizz, get better fast. No water needed. Alka-Seltzer Plus Fizzy Juice.
At Ameriprise Financial, we know our clients are so much more than clients. They're conquerors and champions. And what matters most to them matters most to us. It's no wonder we have a 4.9 out of 5 client satisfaction rating. Ameriprise Financial.
Applebee's new Ultimate Trio. Now with new zesty, crispy pickle fries. Just mix and match 3 apps and 3 sauces to create your own Applebee's Ultimate Trio. All for the ultimate price of $14.99.
Football Night in America is brought to you by Lowe's. Tackle your to-do list early to earn your Sunday. By Progressive, supporting every step of the way. Progressive.com. And by Applebee's. That's an active military team free this Veterans Day.
Taking a look at the Chargers' second annual Battle of the Bases, the flag football tournament that happened this past summer. 11 teams made up of active duty service members from Southern Cal. The Marines from Camp Pendleton successfully defended their title. All right, it's time for tonight's DraftKings Sports. Matthew, who you rolling with?
Yeah, Maria, the Chargers have surprisingly become one of the pass-heaviest teams in the NFL this season, including in the red zone. So the arm of Justin Herbert is where I'm starting tonight's parlay. The Steelers have allowed multiple touchdown passes in 5 of the last 7 games. So give me the passing touchdowns from Justin Herbert tonight. Now sticking with the Chargers passing game, but since week 6, rookie tight end Rodney Gadsden leads the Chargers in receiving yards. Oh yeah, and now you get the Pittsburgh defense, which really struggle against tight ends. So yeah, give me at least 50 receiving yards for Rodney Gadsden tonight. That's a number he's hit in 4 straight games. Finally, it's in-house estimated this Chargers offensive line is. It makes sense that no quarterback in the NFL has been pressured more times this season than Justin Herbert. He took 6 sacks last week. So I think TJ Watt gets home for at least 1 sack tonight, and that is my DraftKings replay. Maria.
Thanks, Matthew. It's time for us to all go to Germany because it's the first regular season NFL game being held in Berlin, and it was a good one. Nice and fun for the Falcons and the Colts. Let's start in the fourth quarter. Colts down by 1.
When you have Jonathan Taylor, just keep handing him the football. He's in the middle of a line of scrimmage, and then he has quickness enough to bounce it all the way to the edge. 83 yards for the touchdown to go ahead late.
His 65th career rushing touchdown that passes Edgerrin James for the most in Colts history. Also the longest rushing touchdown in Colts franchise history. Colts missed a 2-point conversion. Now the Falcons are going to look to answer.
Job to answer. They put together one of the really better drives in the game. And this is Algier who punches it home from the 1-yard line. They take the lead. And now the Colts, of course, going to try and get you here. Conversion, I'm sorry. You get Drake London on the quick out route.
And you see there's Saul Gardner right there. You saw number 1, right? Yeah. 5 days ago, they get the 2-point conversion. Then Daniel Jones is like, we're down 3. I got some plays left.
Simply, I need some music after that. And this is 3rd and 21. At the end of the ball game, DJ, 18-yard run to make it 4th and 9 in the lead. He's got bloody lips too, doesn't he?
He's a tough guy. We know that. And this guy's tough. We won't. Look at that. There he is, Jake.
Okay, that led to the game playing field goal. So overtime we go, and then you give it to.
What did I tell you? Just keep handing this guy the ball. 32 attempts, 244 yards, and 3 touchdowns.
Break your ankles over.
Go ahead, DJ.
Jonathan Taylor is having a historic season. 244 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns today. He has 17 total touchdowns this season. The first running back to 1,000 rushing yards also. And by the way, if you're keeping track, Saquon had 1,137 yards receiving last year. 15, just 2 more. So we're keeping that rushing record in our sights as this season rolls on.
Sens called Stafford the MVP, Jonathan. Tell him my half-second
I hear you. He's in there for sure. I'm with you.
Best last name in the game. Justin Herbert getting set to host the Steelers in SoFi Stadium. Another opportunity to get a victory for the Chargers. He's set for this game.
All right, Saquon. Let's see if you can handle this.
I know that look. You're definitely running the ball.
What?
Your left eyebrow's twitching.
No, it's not.
My eye twitching?
Big hat. Big old hat.
That's supposed to be an audible.
I'll coach my team.
Watch this.
Oh,
All right, I'm running this one right up the middle.
okay. So you gonna tell me your play?
To the crib.
What? I don't want to touch that. Are you serious?
Good ball tip, kid. I love the fans. Really the fans. Madden NFL 26, rated E for everyone on Nintendo Switch 2.
Compliments of the chef. Oh? He was so glad that he had emergency roadside service with Geico. And since they saved his bacon, he presents to you a bacon towel flambe. With thick, mate. Look, I don't need special treatment. I'm just happy that he's happy. You're too humble, Mr. Geico. Which is why we also present to you, and I don't need special treatment, run-of-the-mill grilled cheese. Oh, now we're talking. Yes, we are. Okay.
Get more savings in service. Get more with Geico.
Aha! I knew it! You are stealing my Jersey Mike's cake.
Danny, it's just because Jersey Mike's is an official sponsor of the NFL. I'm not taking your gig.
Now you're taking my look.
This is how I dress.
My glasses. I've been looking for those.
I wear glasses. I have astigmatism.
I'll give you a stigmatism.
Ready for your unsteady life.
I gotta go.
This ain't over, Manny.
Jersey Mike's
Jersey Mike's, a slap of love.
You're a joy, the overwhelming relief after Miralax helps you go. Miralax works naturally with the water in your body. Miralax, free your gut to free your mood. For more fiber per serving than any other gummy, try Mira Fiber.
This is Fresh Pet. Here, there are no fillers, no spray-on flavors, no compromises. Just vet-developed recipes packed with fresh meat and healthy veggies. Because real fresh food belongs in everybody's bowl.
Monday Night Football! I said it's maintenance, bro. We're gonna win this game because of us. Let's go, baby!
And it's coming on the scene. I got potential.
He slices into the end zone. What a play!
This is Football Night in America. You've earned your Sunday with Lowe's.
Bringing you set for Sunday Night Football at SoFi. Aaron Rodgers and the AFC North leading Steelers are at the Chargers. Want to get you the headlines so far in Week 10. The Patriots get a big win against the Buccaneers. The Bills also lose, so now the Pats have won 7 straight, and they lead the Bills by 1.5 games in the AFC East. Meanwhile, the Ravens, they're rolling. They've won their 3rd straight, trailing the Steelers by 1.5 games in the AFC North. And then Matthew Stafford, he's basically just walking off the field. He just finished throwing touchdowns. He threw 4 of them, and the Rams win against the 49ers, 37 years young. Is that a shimmy, Matthew? I can dig it. All right. This Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen, is Veterans Day, and as we honor those who have served in the U.S. Armed Forces, that includes former Steelers running back Rocky Blair. Now, his career involved wearing 2 different kinds of uniforms. Tim Layton honors his story.
On the 20th day of August in 1969, the Pittsburgh Steelers went through 2 training camp practices under first-year coach Chuck Noll. Among those missing practice that day and every day was second-year running back Rocky Blair, who had made the team in '68 as a 16th-round draft choice out of Notre Dame. Blair was more than 8,000 miles away, pinned down in a rice paddy with his infantry unit in Vietnam. He had been drafted into the Army at the end of his rookie season. That August day, he was wounded twice. First, when a bullet ripped through his left thigh, and then when a grenade exploded and severely damaged his right foot. Doctors told him he would never play football again. He played football again. His first carry came 3 years after he was wounded. In 1976, he ran for 1,000 yards.
Beautiful run by Rocky Blair.
Character, said no, and effort. Blair came to embody the Steel City toughness at the core of a legendary dynasty. In Super Bowl 13 against Dallas, his iconic leaping touchdown catch put the Steelers in the lead for good.
Oh, Lord, touchdown! Number 20, Rocky Blair.
He retired after the 1980 season, a favorite son of his NFL home. 4 Super Bowl rings and 1 Purple Heart.
I mean, it's unbelievable stuff. And Coach, American hero, NFL legend, your teammate for a couple years. What do you remember most playing with him?
Zach, I'll tell you, I was in high school when Rocky was in Vietnam, and so I read the story. I knew all about it.
but sitting in that locker next to him, side by side for 2 years, Rodney, was unbelievable. Just the ultimate teammate, tough, hard worker, unselfish. He led by example. And, we all have that expression, who did you want to be in a foxhole with? I guarantee you, every Steeler player would answer that question by saying, wow, Rocky Bleier.
Rightfully so. The Steelers' offense nowadays, Rod, it's a little different maybe than it was back in the 70s, that ground and pound. How should they attack tonight with Rodgers and company?
Well, if I'm Rodgers and the Steelers, I'm running the ball downhill at these small linebackers. The Chargers, they've had some injuries in the interior of that defensive line, but these linebackers are small. They're 5'10", 5'11", 220 pounds. If I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm running downhill.
I think that's exactly what we're going to see, that running game early and then the play action and take the shots often, but start with the run game and see if they can defend it.
And for the Chargers, Joe Alt now done for the season. Rashawn Slater already was done for the season. That's two really high-level tackles. How do you build a winning game plan, Ron, without them?
Well, it's number one, you have to protect him, and you have to block T.J. Watt. We saw him out here warming up, but I'm taking my 300-pound fullback, Scott Matlock, and I'm double-teaming, I'm chipping on T.J. Watt, making sure that he doesn't ruin the game, Coach.
Well, your problem is that you have your quarterback, Justin Herbert, has been pressured more than any quarterback in the league. You're facing this defense that last week got 6 sacks, 5 takeaways. You've got to run the football. You have got to take that pressure off. I know that's what Mike Tomlin and the Steelers are expecting. Run first and then turn Herbert loose.
Yeah, I think Justin Herbert, he has to run for first downs. He's going to have to scramble because these guys are coming. I don't believe that the Chargers are just going to be able to line up and run the ball 30 times down their throat.
Yeah. Herbert is going to have to be effective running the ball, scrambling. That is going to be the big key tonight. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. I think these Steeler pass rushers are going to get after him.
The Chargers have 3 losses on the season. 2 of those, Joe Alt was out of the lineup. The other one, he got hurt in the first quarter. He impacts winning for this group. We'll see without him tonight. Maria Taylor.
I appreciate it, Jack. Listen, the Giants trying to get to the winning, and they're going to have to do it on the road and in the snow with Jackson Dart taking over in the third quarter. Giants up 3, and he goes untouched.
And Marie, we've seen this all day long. Never underestimate the value of quarterback runs. 2 touchdowns for Dart, 44-yarder right there.
2 rushing touchdowns for Dart, but bad news ultimately for the Giants. And starting the fourth quarter, we saw Dart head to the locker room. He was evaluated for a concussion, officially ruled a concussion, and he did not return to the game. Caleb Williams trying to lead yet another comeback for the Bears.
And the Bears down 10 with 4 minutes to go. Drives it down the field, finds a standard target roll, but doesn't take.
Yeah, the 2-yard touchdown is good. Okay, no doubt. So Russell Wilson is in now for Giants.
And that pressure, receiver Gardner Johnson coming off the slot on 3rd down, giving the Bears another opportunity.
Did you see that Gardner Johnson 2 sacks and a forced fumble? He's playing in his second game as a Bear. All right, Caleb, what else you got for us?
Just watch out for these quarterback runs. This guy looks like a running back. Watch him capture the edge and find paydirt. What a comeback for the Bears.
Yeah, and guess what? What an opportunity for Caleb Williams to get to spend some time with Chris after the game.
Football game, must have his moments. What changed for you guys in the offense?
Yeah, I would say that it's must have the moments, and in those moments, it's nut up or shut up. So I think that's what we do. I think that's how we handle it. And we go out there and execute our plays, do our job, and we've come out with the victory these past couple games.
Next time, we'll go back in. Mike Florio has the latest on Jackson Dart.
Well, Maria, as you said, concussion suffered today by Jackson Dart. He'll be out until he receives all the clearances to return. And the Giants still had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter before the Bears came back and won. It was the 4th time this year the Giants have blown a double-digit lead on the road. The 11th straight road loss for the Giants. They're 3-19 over the last 22 games. And even though Jackson Dart brings them hope, the heat is going to be increasing on head coach Brian Daboll.
All right, appreciate the update, Florio. As always, time for the Lions taking on the Commanders. Marcus Mariota starting in place of Jaden Daniels. He has a dislocated elbow. President Trump in attendance for this one. To the first quarter we go with the Lions up 7-3, and they're just rolling.
No, they're rolling. They did whatever they wanted all day long on the offensive side of the ball. This is Jared Goff's favorite target on the St. Brown, and I don't know what you call that. A little shimmy for the touchdown.
Okay, let's see what Jahmyr Gibbs has for us on the run.
Well, another guy that did whatever he wanted all day long. He is so fun to watch. He's one of the most explosive out there. I think running back 142 yards rushing today, 2 touchdowns, and you see there the power with some help from some friends to
J-Mo over the middle. Jameson Williams does a flip like Jason Garrett. We see him do that every week. Boom, 44-22, Lions win.
Jared Goff had 320 passing yards and 3 touchdowns on the day. All right, Aaron Jones running out the American flag, and he would be the one that got him going until some mistakes crept up on the Vikings.
Yeah, Baltimore did a good job of saying Justin Jefferson will not beat us. 2 interceptions on passes thrown deep down the field to Justin Jefferson.
Okay, so after a Ravens field goal, you see this here, a fumble on the kick return.
Yes, that was right after that interception. Field goal, then a fumble, and this changed the game because Baltimore gets the ball back. Justice Hill for a touchdown.
How about that? Ravens able to score 13 points off of Vikings turnovers. That one good. And in the fourth quarter, just 19-13, Lamar Jackson finding his fade.
Minnesota gets a field goal, and then Mark Andrews says, hold on, this game's over.
Hey, that looks like a happy Harbaugh event. 3 in the row. We see you. All right, let's talk about the improvements that we've seen on defense, Devin, because it was tough sledding to start the season for this Ravens team.
Yeah, I think, especially today, I think Baltimore came in and said, we're not scared of J.J. McCarthy, and they went out, they ran their defense, they played a little bit of zone, they held Minnesota 3 of 14 on third down. Defense looked better, but I'm not ready to say after beating J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings that they're fully back, but that's what you're supposed to do to a team they're better than.
You know, there's something psychological about getting Lamar Jackson back as your quarterback. Just gives confidence in the entire football team, certainly their defense. We talked about it. 3 takeaways. They were great on third down. McCarthy looked ordinary. And then they took J.J. out of the game. And, you know, that look that John Harbaugh had at the end when he kind of gave this thing, you know, they're starting to get a little bit of confidence. And we felt like that. They do a good job adjusting. They're getting some of their guys back. Their cornerstone players on defense are starting to show up. They're going to be a tough out. They come down the stretch.
The Ravens started 1-5. They've won 3 straight. They were giving up 35 points per game. Now just 15 points per game over the last 3. So the improvements are there. Meanwhile, Derrick Henry, he's broken his own high school rushing record, guys. It finally happened. Only took him, 9.5 seasons to get it done in the NFL? I like these numbers now.
That's ridiculous. 12,000 yards is ridiculous.
You put that together, that's 25,000. We're not even talking about Alabama yet.
I have to give a shout out to Miles McLaughlin, though, in Indiana. He might actually break the high school rushing record, just so you guys know, okay?
Miles McLaughlin.
Yeah, boy. We got Judge Judy paying us a visit on Football Night in America coming up. She's got a verdict to give us on these 2 QBs.
DraftKings Week 10 Sunday Night Football preview. The Steelers taking on the Chargers.
Yeah, Jay, it's 2 of the AFC's best jockeying for playoff position as we enter the second half of the season. LA loves to air it out at home, and they'll have their chances because the Steelers' pass defense ranks last in the league. Still, Pittsburgh's found ways to win tough road games all year.
DraftKings is the place to bet on touchdowns this season. Bet $5, get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Download the app and use the promo code when you sign up.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately, I didn't check it due to the Georgia Barker, my boss, with the program. Go Dogs!
Yeah. So we need to.
It's not. Checking Allstate first was smart. Barking at my boss, dumb. At least I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds. Hey, Mark, these guys are crazy.
Still dealing with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease symptoms despite treatment? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently. It's a once-daily pill.
When symptoms try to take control, I got rapid relief with Rinvoq. Check.
Rinvoq helped visibly repair my intestinal lining. Check.
I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
Rapid symptom relief. Visible repair of the intestinal lining.
And lasting steroid-free remission. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection. Put UC and Crohn's in check. And keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how Adley can help you save.
California, where the girls who
You hear my sweet baby say, keep on rocking.
The new Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid with best-in-class MPG. Kia, movement that inspires.
Hey guys, what can I get you?
It's good.
2. Go for 2. How about the 2 for 25? You get 1 that and 2 entrees like our new grilled cheese cheeseburger.
Applebee's 2 for 25. 1 app and 2 entrees.
So my fridge broke. What do I do now?
Lowe's. If you find a lower price on the same item, they'll match it with their lowest price guarantee. And they do next-day delivery on hundreds of appliances.
Lowe's helps you get more holiday for less.
That's a totally quiet.
Why go? All these things work good together.
Welcome to the Hyundai Sunday Night Kickoff. Real players, real questions. This is Judge Judy. Case number 810. Question before the court. Who has the better quarterback?
Aaron Rodgers. Been in the league since rotary phones. Justin Herbert, GQ Purple Bowl. This should be interesting.
All right, Billy, go ahead.
Tell me why you're all in on this 41-year-old quarterback.
Read his resume.
I don't read resumes. You have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
So whether you're young or old, particularly this collective journey that we're on, they want to be a component of the process of development.
Don't be in my way and tell me it's Jim, tell this face a story it's going to believe.
Justin Herbert, I mean, it's like Hercules. Incredible. Whatever he is, stand in there.
All in all, man. Okay, Mike, let's go.
This dude been doing it 21 years, man. 4-time MVP, all of that stuff. His talent level is undeniable. All he wants to do is have fun within the game.
All you're giving me is your job. Let's go. Jim, let's finish up. I've got a lot of things to do today.
He's that guy. He's that competitor. He's that kind of player that is reserved for greatness.
All right, I've heard enough. Just for the Chargers and Justin Herbert. Nobody's here. No. All right, Judge Judy, you might be a little bit biased. Okay, Jim Harbaugh, a huge fan of Judge Judy. He and his dad were actually front row at a taping of her show back in 2013. Then last season, that's where this is from. Judge Judy was an honorary captain for the Chargers game. It's a unique relationship. It's continuing here on Sunday Night Football. I love it, though. The Judge. It's cute, right? Yeah.
He's a unique individual.
Okay, how about a NFC West showdown? Sam Darnold, the Seahawks looking to stay atop the division, and that's exactly what they did.
Big throw early, but Darnold only had to attempt 12 passes today because it wasn't about Darnold and his arm in the offense. It was about the next thing about to show.
Okay, let's do it then. Jacoby Brissett, remember, he's making his 4th straight start for Kyler Murray, and he strips that team.
Knight gets a strip sack. Moore says, "Oh, I found gold." Scoops it and scores the first of 2 defensive touchdowns.
You said 2? Should we play the other one?
Let's play the other one.
Let's be in charge of this highlight.
And if you're at home, this is not deja vu. Knight strip sack. Lawrence, the second player since the merger. 2 fumble recoveries for touchdowns in 1 game.
Come on, let's go.
Listen, Seahawks cruise to their 4th straight win. They're rocking on top of the NFC West. Speaking of which, the Rams taking on the 49ers. Stafford, he looks like he's like 25 years old now.
Right, he's playing awesome. There's no doubt about that. They love this play, too. You blitz, they throw a little screen outside there to Puka Nacua. He scores touchdowns. Then a little play-action pass here. Nobody there. He's so slick with the football. Davis Allen back in the end zone, touchdown.
9th player in NFL history with 400 career regular season touchdown passes. Congratulations, Matthew Stafford. You might as well show the rest of them.
We might as well. This is another great one right here. Devontae Adams, boom, on the money. Matthew Stafford's an all-time great that does not get the credit of the all-time great quarterbacks. And hopefully this will be the year that does it. Ooh, little nose look to Colby Parkinson. Rams run away with this one, 42-26.
Yeah, and Matthew Stafford still shimmying and celebrating. He's the first player with 4 or more passing touchdowns and 0 interceptions and 3 straight regular season games. He has 25 passing touchdowns on the season, which leads the NFL. He had just 20 all of last year. Now, we did see Davante Adams leave this game. Let's get the update from Mike Florio.
Yeah, after the game, Coach Sean McVay told reporters that Davante Adams suffered an oblique injury in the fourth quarter and that he probably could have returned if the game had been close. Adams leads the NFL with 9 receiving touchdowns.
All right, good news for the Rams. They do take on the Seahawks next week. All right, Buffalo Bills taking on the Miami Dolphins. Oh, yeah. And right now, Chris Greer fired, so it's leaving it all up to Mike McDaniel to see if he can get this team truly played for him, and the Dolphins really showing fight in this one.
Yeah, this was an absolute shocker for me. The Bills coming off a big win last week against Kansas City. Bad day down in South Florida. 2 in a waddle for the touch.
Yeah, Bills down 16, and it actually gets worse.
It did get worse. They weren't good on offense. Josh Allen throwing the interceptions. When they get down in there close, they weren't good on offense, defense, kicking game, and a lot of frustration.
Bills were shut out through the first 3 quarters of this one, and then here's Allen fighting for some extra yards. The fumble.
Yeah, they get the tush push. It's going to be a 15-yard game, but the ball comes out. It was that kind of day.
Turnover of the day for Allen, and then Javon Achane just running open with this game.
Just hand it to Achane. This guy's as fast as they come. He gives the 2 fastest backs in the league. 2 touchdowns, 174 yards to seal the deal.
All right, let's hear from Josh Allen after this disappointing loss.
They came ready to play. They wanted it obviously a little more than us. I gotta be better. I'd be better in the protection game, in the pass game, in the run game, all of it. You know, it's anytime you turn it over 3 times, 2 in the red zone, and really you could count that last one, driving, kind of going into the red zone. So that's a recipe for disaster.
And it was a little disastrous. Remember, just a week ago that we saw the Bills beating the Chiefs, so they were riding high. Now this is certainly a low. What do we make of this loss on the road to Miami?
I think Buffalo is learning they have to play a certain style, and they have to be honest. Some teams you watch, they have so much talent that even when they're a little off, and I would say some of those Buffalo teams of the past, they were able to do that. Josh Allen was able to save them. Today you saw couldn't get anybody open on offense. Defensively, they couldn't stop the run. And you think, hey, Josh is just going to make up for it. It's not happening like it's happened in years past, and it's hurting them.
It was a shocker for me. I never see the Bills play like this. I mean, they might not always be perfect, but they're always ready to play. They were not ready to play. Had the big win last week. They went down there. And give Miami credit. They took it to them in all phases of that game. Buffalo could get it going. And trust me, they're a game and a half back of your Patriots. They got the work cut out for them.
All right, well, since you brought them up, it was basically the Brady Bowl. The 2 teams that Tom Brady won Super Bowls with, now off to their best starts in the league. It's the Drake and Bake Show. Let's get it rolling. The Patriots on the road, taking on the Buccaneers. Yeah, an opportunity to see a little fun QB magic. Let's start with May hitting Kyle Williams, and the speedster's out.
All in New England Patriots fans say, where's Kyle Williams? Rookie. He's right there, guys. He is rolling for a touchdown, 72 yards. Well, that's impressive.
3rd round pick. They couldn't see him because he went so fast, honestly, like a strike of lightning. And then May going up the middle here.
Here we go. It's 1st down. We got close to the end of the half. 1:40. They wasted. They want the clock to go. And now realize a 4th down.
Yeah, final play of the half, by the way. And guess what May is going to do? Find Diggs.
Let's keep it real. Diggs saved Vrabel right here. Questionable not to go for a 1st down. Diggs, unbelievable toe tap catch. Hey, I got you, coach. I got your back.
No problem. 3rd straight game with a touchdown for Diggs. New England was up 14-10 at the half, and then this is the 2nd play of the 2nd half.
We call this the 2nd half swing. A score before the half, and then Trevion Henderson says, let me get the ball 2nd play. He's gone through your dance, Patriots.
So the Pats are leading at 21-10. All right, it's time to shake it. Let's see what Mayfield has for us.
We've seen this story before. Tampa looks like they're out of it. Baker Mayfield buying time. He did that a few times. 5-10 shots. Man, I wish I could do that, Maria.
Round off, back handed springs the ball drops. Like, yes, it's 10s across the board. All right, after a May interception, another opportunity for Mayfield.
Right here, the Patriots said, we're not going to let him buy any time. We're sending the blitz. Somehow he stays up with the Patriots, get him down for a loss. That really was the end of the game.
Yeah, and then with the Pats looking to close it out, this play is the one that ended the game.
Jason Garrett said it. Credit to Josh McDaniels sticking with the run. Trevion Henderson finishes the game off. Breakout game for this young rookie. Jason Vrabel will put up. Should I score? Coach, should I score? Oh, score. I got you, Coach. Touchdown, Henderson.
The fact that you had time to check with coaches, everything was, all right, it's time for the All-State Good Hands moment. Chris Drake, he handled the blitz so well today against the Buccaneers.
He really did. When you play
because you know you're going to get blitzed. That's what they do to you. How's 5 for 9 for 121 yards and 2 touchdowns? That's pretty good in my book. I know that. Watch all the ways they do this here. First, you're going to see blocking the blitzer. They pick up the blitz. That's great. Pockets collapsing. This is what I love about the kid. He just doesn't even flinch under pressure. All right, here's one. They're going to blitz one. They're going to drop one. There's a little interior protection problem. He feels it. He gets it out quick to Demario Douglas. Boom, nice completion over the middle. And this is an all-timer. Pocket collapses. Somebody bearing down on him. Again, doesn't even look. Can feel it. On the money throw to Kyle Williams, who, man, was he flying. But, man, Drake May is tough. And you guys said it. Josh McDaniels has him coached up right now.
Yeah, he was 5 for 9, 121 yards against the blitz. Very impressive for Drake May. All right, it is time now for tonight's DraftKings Sportsbook 3-play. Matthew Berry, what do you have for us?
Yeah, Maria, you heard me talk earlier about the Chargers' offensive line issues, and that's part of the reason why Justin Herbert is averaging a career-high 34 rushing yards per game this season. He feels pressured. He takes off running. You heard Coach and Rodney talk about this earlier. So for my Berry's bet tonight, I'm taking the over on Justin Herbert's rushing yards. Look, he's gone over this number in 4 of the last 5 games, and I say he does so again tonight. That is my Berry's bet.
DraftKings Sportsbook is the place to bet touchdowns, and new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Download the app and use promo code SNF when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours.
Hey Dad, can we talk?
Sure, what's up?
I gotta complain about something.
Okay.
It's my new car. I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
You might be on the naughty list.
Enjoy the new car.
Feels so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on select Hyundai vehicles. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Chris, what are you doing? Getting ready for game day. It's only my second favorite holiday ever.
Chris, not down, Patricia.
It is game day. Sports. Ooh, buffalo wings. I didn't know buffaloes had wings. You can never be too prepared for game day, all right? Hey, Dad, they're all ready. Oh, sorry.
Make game day a holiday at Target.
You're so strong. Lean on me. It won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. This isn't just a restoration. It's a revival, because you know there's value in making space for your people. You are a fighter. This is your blue. Medela, the market of fighting.
I know what you're thinking. Here's Kristen Bell on a luxurious vacation with her pretend kids. But I'm really here for all the points I get with my City Strata Elite card. I live for a fancy dinner where I don't have any idea what I'm eating. But what I really love is 6 times the points. Just eat your points, sweetie. Love you more than all the stars in the sky. And slightly more than all the points I'm earning.
City Strata Elite. Rewards where it counts. That's the point.
I'm like so starstruck.
I know. He's so much taller in person.
I'm struggling with his proportions.
Yeah, because you're taking too long. You know, one time I filed a claim in under 2 minutes on the guy curve. Little to the right, G? Yeah. If they can work wonders that fast, why can't I? Voila.
Spitting image.
Show up.
What was that?
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
Sometimes heroes come along who lift us up, who challenge the status quo, and who make us believe that anything is possible.
this February on NBC and Peacock. They will change us all for good. It will be legendary.
TV set for week 10 of Sunday Night Football. TJ Watt getting ready, making sure the jersey fits so he can get after the QB. It's all smiles now, but wait till you need some pressure. That boy's going to bring it. All right, last month, Derwin James was being really cool. He's the Charger, representing the Bolts up. But he rocked a Rodney Harrison jersey to the game on week 8, same week that Rodney was actually honored. And guess what? Now he gets to rock the mic with Rodney Harrison earlier today.
This team has gone through a lot of adversity with the injuries. What's been your message to this team? Next man up, keep going, and put our brand on tape. Aaron Rodgers, 41 years old. He looks unbelievable. What do you see when you watch him? Veteran player, made a lot of plays in this league. It's going to take us coming out of SQ today and playing 4 quarters of football. Over half the stadium right now is filled with Pittsburgh Steelers fans. I used to play for this organization. That used to upset me. How does this make you feel? It don't matter. We're going to do our job. It won't even matter. Hey, man, thanks for him. All the best to you.
They made Rodney Harrison mad, and Derwin was like, I'm cool. But we finally found the terrible towels. There they are. The fans have made their way to LA, or maybe they're already there. Pittsburgh fans, they travel, they're around. All right, it's time for Sunday Fun Day, brought to you by Taco Bell. A handful of late comebacks today, starting overseas in Berlin.
Take off, fix your left.
So all the flick on the house. Und jetzt hat er Speed. Und er fliegt auf Tackle. Und er geht all around. 30, 20, 10. Und es ist ein Touchdown. Taylor. Und da ist der Touchdown. Das war's. Game over. Indianapolis Colts gewinnen zu Hause. In Deutschland bei den Anwärter im Wohnzimmer.
Can you repeat that in German?
Yeah, I'm good enough.
Jonathan Taylor, 17 rushing touchdowns on the season. That leads all of the NFL, but none of this comeback, none of it's possible without what we're seeing from Daniel Jones this season for the
I'm
Colts.
telling you, it's this quarterback run stuff. At the end of the game, these guys are down by 3. There he is, my guy, Daniel Jones. It's 3rd and 21, an 18-yard run, setting up a 4th and 3, and he gets knocked around on the sidelines. Maybe a little bloody lip, doesn't matter. Find Tyler Warren, keep the drive alive. Look at this guy right here.
Definitely a bloody lip. But he gets to come back stateside with a win. All right, Devin, your turn. Let's talk comeback.
He wasn't the only one making a comeback. Davis Mills and his Houston Texans offense, they got all their bad plays out of the game early. Then later on, you see right here, Dalton Schultz scored touchdowns. What'd you say? Quarterbacks running? Mills, do your dance at the end of the game. Running at the end in the 4th quarter. Davis Mills, you shined in the 4th quarter. Great comeback.
Oh, well, you think that's running? You guys can't run like my guy can run. Let me just tell you that. Caleb Williams, craziness today. Had some unreal escapes. He runs like a running back. This is a huge one. They were down 10 with 6 minutes left. Here he is up the left sideline, stumbling, bumbling. He falls as he almost gets in there, throws a touchdown the next play. Then the bootleg. Clutch here around the edge, the body control, the speed. Man, Caleb Williams making big-time plays for the Chicago Bears.
All right, huge plays. It's time for some big picks. Tonight's picks brought to you by Google Pixel. Let's take a look. America's pick. Oh, it's kind of split down the middle. 51% going with the Steelers, and so are we at the time. Let's see. Devin, let's talk about the Steelers and why you're rolling with them on the road.
Well, I like the Steelers. I think that beat the offensive line of the Chargers. I think the Steelers are going to be able to play from ahead. TJ Watt, Alex Heisman, that matchup, they're going to cause a lot of problems. Justin Herbert won't be able to run and make as many big plays as we've seen in some other games.
Watch out for that high percentage passing game from the Chargers. Get the ball out to beat that run. And I do think in a day where quarterbacks are running, I do think Justin Herbert's going to make some big plays with his feet in the 4th quarter. It'll be the difference.
And one of the key things I would think offensively, we heard Tony and Rodney talk about it. Pittsburgh being able to run the ball since. What else you think about that?
Well, I think Pittsburgh, I got to see it to believe it a little bit with Pittsburgh running the ball. But I know if it becomes pass-happy Pittsburgh, this Chargers pass defense, I think, will do a number on Aaron Rodgers and company. But I just don't trust that Pittsburgh secondary yet. And Justin Herbert's going to make some plays.
All right, guys, Aaron Rodgers, for the first time, we get to see him playing in SoFi Stadium. The Chargers, they have won 3 of 4. Mike, Chris, and Melissa are going to have the call, and we will see you at halftime.
language audio provided by Telemundo Deportes. Or watch tonight's game in Spanish on Universo. Welcome to Ashley's biggest sale of the year. During the Black Friday event, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. You'll pay 0% interest for 60 months. And Friday through Monday, veterans and active military personnel can take up to an extra 10% off. Only at Ashley's Black Friday event.
Everyone's gearing up for the holidays. The best friends. And the first-timer. The neighborhood hero. And the out-of-towners. And it all comes together in Chevrolet.
It's Chevy Red Tag. Now well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing on all 2026 Silverado 1500 models. Plus, Costco executive members can get a 1215 members-only incentive.
And on that lip, I want the little nets, the pretty little nets, that you ever see. Now the nets on the limb, and the limb on the tree, and the green grass grows all round and round.
Life is full of surprises.
The green grass grows all around.
That's why we're keeping your internet price the same with the 5-year price guarantee, only from Xfinity. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Welcome to Ashley's biggest sale of the year. During the Black Friday event, shop trending hot buys, starting at just $199. Or take advantage of 0% interest for 60 months. The Ashley Black Friday event, going on now.
Thank you for joining us here for our news at 11.
We have some breaking news out of Sacramento County tonight.
Stand by.
We have a lot of investigators surrounding the helicopter. We're going to go to some exclusive video from Live Copter 3.
We are still waiting for answers from officials.
No matter where you shop, take a quick photo of those sales tags.
The fire risk is ramping up across Northern California.
Run, there's a fire! Hurry! Fire will be here throughout the night.
We are committed to keeping you informed every night.
KCRA 3 News at 11, where the news comes first.
The Kelly Clarkson Show, weekdays at 3 on KCRA 3.
The Sunday Night Anthem is presented by Geico. Get more with Geico.
What a Sunday night in Southern California. Warm November evening in beautiful Southern California. We have 70,000 fans settling into SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. And welcoming the 6-3 Los Angeles Chargers. Led by their franchise quarterback, Justin Herbert, tonight taking on future Hall of Famer Aaron Rodgers and the 5-3 Pittsburgh Steelers on NBC's Sunday Night Football. Good evening, Mr. Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, Melissa Stark. We're on the West Coast, not Western Pennsylvania. It feels like a Steeler home game behind us, so I'm going to start with the Steelers, Chris. We saw them 2 weeks ago in Pittsburgh. They lost to Green Bay. Defense didn't look good. But against Indianapolis, tied for the best record in the league last week, they looked really good, and maybe the formula that can carry this team.
Yeah, they made some bold moves on defense, didn't they? They took their all-pro Jalen Ramsey and moved him from cornerback to safety. And it was really the first time that we had seen that Steelers defense look like a Steelers defense, right? We saw the sacks, we saw the turnovers, we saw the big hits. It was impressive.
Aaron Rodgers, the offense, opened up their part of the bargain as well. So this Chargers team, this is a great race at the top of the AFC West. They opened up with 3 division wins, hit a bump, but now they put 3 in their last 4, and Justin Herbert's doing everything to keep this team.
And then some, right? I mean, they are doing can to try and take some pressure off Justin Herbert, but it feels like it just keeps coming back to him. They have to win those games. They lost both tackles. They lost both running backs. But he probably does have the best collection of wide receivers that he's had so far. 4 guys now over 400 yards receiving, and tonight head-to-head with Aaron Rodgers.
I think we have a really good game for you coming up tonight. It comes at the end of a difficult day for the National Football League. As many of you know, the passing of the former commissioner of the league, Paul Tagliabue, just days after the devastating loss of a young player in the league. Both being remembered here in Los Angeles this evening.
Prior to tonight's national anthem, the Chargers joined the entire NFL community in mourning Cowboys defensive end Marshawn Kneeland, who tragically passed away on Thursday morning. We offer our thoughts and prayers to his girlfriend Catalina and his entire family, friends, and teammates. Please stand and join. The Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is available 24/7 to help. Today, we also lost NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue. Tagliabue, who passed away this morning. Tagliabue had an immeasurable impact on the NFL during his 17 years as commissioner, and we offer our sympathy to his wife Chandler, son Drew, and daughter Emily, as well as countless friends throughout the NFL. Please continue standing as we pause to honor his remarkable life and legacy. Thank you.
Sunday Night Football is brought to you by Hyundai. Welcome to more in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid.
What is it that makes an SUV extraordinary? Well, hang on, Parker. What are you doing?
Is it the capability to tackle absurd obstacles?
And how practical?
Or is it about how many lovable pets it holds comfortable?
Who doesn't love dogs? Oh, now what?
Is it being stylish and techy enough? Hey, Archie? No. Yes. No. What if it's all that and more?
Well, it's got to be the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid.
There's your answer.
Before you are Arby's new steak nuggets. It is a perfect piece of steak that is then cut up into nuggets. How has no one done this before?
Arby's, we have the meat.
This is Jess, Peloton instructor, educator, game changer. She needs her money to work as hard as she does. That's why she uses U.S. Bank Smartly Checking and Savings, which does exactly that, helping her track her spending and grow her money. Together, we'll achieve more than any of us could alone. You got this, Jess.
We got this.
That's the power of Jess, and this is the power of us.
Is this new?
Stay still at eBay.
It's real.
Guaranteed authentic.
According to you?
And the Tiffany, the whole collection is from eBay.
Millions of finds, each with a story.
I kind of feel naked.
Doug.
There it is, Limu, the 50-yard line. Soon we'll be telling the whole stadium how limited intro customizes car insurance. To save people hundreds! Whoa! Yeah! Looks like we're working.
Let's go to my halftime.
Always paying for what you need. But I
Ball league.
Important game at top of the NFC North and the West. 5-3 Steelers, 6-3 Chargers, and moved to Los Angeles in 2017. Now, 4 years before that, the then San Diego Chargers drafted Keenan Allen, who tonight can become their all-time leading pass catcher. A moment ago, East Coast with Melissa Stark.
Keenan, Justin Herbert told us you're like having another quarterback on the field. Can you describe your connection with him?
It's special. Just two guys saying the same thing at the same time, knowing where we want to get to, and being able to go execute it. And ever since I came back, it's like been riding a bike.
Mike McConkey told you this week that you've been so helpful to him and the other young receivers.
All right, guys, we're gonna break this in probably about 35 minutes. So send those offers over, and let's get this going.
This old vet just needs 2 catches to break the franchise record for receptions. What would that mean?
That would mean a lot. It's something you strive for when you first get in the league. Maybe not right out, but once you get into a roll and things start going along, and you start playing, in the teams and 13th season, it'll be a good thing.
And the man whose record you're trying to break, Hall of Famer Antonio Gates, is right over there. Best of luck, Keenan.
That is so cool. Antonio, as you see, an ambassador for the Chargers in the house. The Phillip Rivers, Antonio Gates passes that we see over the years. Jim Harbaugh, the coach of the Chargers, 17 out of his 2 years with LA after winning the national championship at Michigan. Opposite side, it is Mike Tomlin, Super Bowl winner year 2, in position for a remarkable 19th straight non-losing season. You should see Mike coming out, Chris, when the Steelers came out. He was waving to the folks, taking in all the terrible towels. We know the Steelers always travel well, but out here, it's super well.
Yeah, and you got a little bit of a feel for it when they were flipping sides on the silent count. When you're at a home game and you're practicing the silent count on offense, that's usually not a good sign.
So we saw on Friday at the Chargers practice at their beautiful new facility, not too far from LAX. They were practicing for the noise when they're on offense. They're going to be on defense first. They won the toss in the first, so Pittsburgh will receive the opening kickoff here tonight. That is Kenneth Gainwell and Keyshawn Williams will be back deep for the Steelers as Cameron Dicker has had an outstanding year kicking for the Chargers. We'll get this thing going. 5-3 and 6-3, as I mentioned. With so many teams having a good first half of the year, whether it's within the division or within the conference, these head-to-heads are huge. Chargers, those classic uniforms, same with the Steelers. Off we go. They're from SoFi tonight. Gainwell going over to get it. It's out of bounds, so the ball will come out for the Steelers. Very good spot to begin this. We get the ball.
Free kick out of bounds. 52, number 11. Ball placed at the 40-yard line. First down.
And here's the Pittsburgh offense.
Aaron Rodgers, Chico, California. Jalen Warren, Oklahoma State.
Calvin Holford, Memphis State University. DJ Down, Oxford High School. Pat Private, Penn State.
Jordan Swift, from Carter Jones, Georgia.
Spencer Anderson,
Maryland. Zach Frazier, West Virginia. Mason McCormick, South Dakota State. Troy Bartami, Washington.
Steelers missing one of their good guys up front. Isaac Seumalo, the guard, is out tonight with a pec injury. First change in the starting lineup all season. Early on, Spencer Anderson is eligible, and the man who was in his spot, Andrews Pete, moved early.
Ball start. Offense. Number 71. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
So Pete, who has been active all season, anxious to get in there and get going, we're going to have Pete too anxious.
Yeah, and you catch it right on the opening kickoff. You get the ball on the 30-yard line, and you give 5 back, so you're right back to the 35. So that's the way it goes sometimes. But they were so desperate to keep some of those big formations that they've been using so well. They are going to be rotating these guards in all kinds of positions.
58 on the ribbon. Can you please turn off the ribbon on the ends? All right, so there are multiple clocks. They have the ribbons that go at the ends of the stadiums, and then the big clock up at the top, and they are not synced. One says 14:58, the other says 15 minutes. Time standing still in some places, not others. And so they will sort that and get it right. And Brad Rogers, our referee, asked them to turn off those clocks on the ribbons, which may be easier said than done.
Apparently so.
Where is that switch? So I want to anticipate it. First play of the game. And a kickoff out of bounds. Penalty. Get this rubber from the 35 with Aaron Rodgers. First pass. A couple of covered. Swings it up to Jalen Ward in the open field. 4-3 to the 38-yard line. So for Aaron Rodgers. Starts the week. 3rd touchdown passes with 17. That's despite being 18th in pass attempts this year. So it's been an efficient season. Another milestone for Rodgers tonight. This regular season start 250. Only 4 others have won that, done that. He's won 158 of those 250 starts.
I'd say he's been so much better.
Shy of the first down, sliding inside to Calvin Austin, who continues to come on his 3rd game back after missing a pair of games with a shoulder injury. 3rd short, got 4 coming up for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and don't be surprised with this kind of offense because the Chargers are a team that really believes in not letting anybody get behind them. There will be some underneath throws. Aaron will have to be patient tonight and try and work those for first down right down the field.
That brings Thanksgiving along to the field for Pittsburgh. And Rodgers looks for the slant. Covered, steps up, that throws incomplete. Trying to get it back to Austin, who was covered. Chargers do a nice job. It's 3 and out, despite the mistake on the kickoff. What the Chargers did.
Yeah, and you see how locked up they are on these receivers because they know that Aaron Rodgers wants to dance around and get that ball out of his hand. So they don't want to give him that cheap first down, right? So man-to-man all over the field. Rodgers bought some time, but went for the Chargers on that first series.
Corliss Wade, but the punter gets it away. Darius Davis waits. It's a 43-yard kick. Fair caught at the 11. That's where the Charger offense takes over.
Justin Herbert, working money by down. Sure. Playing coaching, George. Keenan Allen, UC Berkeley. Johnson, TCU. Ron Gas in the 2nd, Syracuse. Austin Deckers, LSU. Zion Johnson, Boston College. Bradley Busman, Bama. Makai Becton Sr., Louisville. Trey Mitchell, Sioux Falls.
Offensive line instability. That's the headline of the Charger personnel this season. Joe Hall, a terrific 2nd-year tackle now on injured reserve. So their top 2 tacklers are out. This combo has started together week 5 against the Commanders. Ronnie Vidal, the running back. Herbert gets it rolling from the 11. And here is Vidal. Maybe a yard. Young Ben leading charge with the Pittsburgh defense. It's just their 2nd or 3rd. A lot of the big categories, attempts and completions, yards, touchdowns. Season number 6 for the 27-year-old who was that 6th overall pick in the class of 2020.
He also leads in getting hit. And they would like to reduce that lead.
We'll document the number of hits he has taken as we go through. As we hit it here, he gets it out to Trey Harris. He's stuck. Short from the line of scrimmage for Brandon Echols. All the moving pieces in Steelers secondary last week. Echols there at the nickel, stepping into that role.
Yeah, and we're going to talk a lot about the two safeties tonight, but the reason it works is because they already had a guy on their team in Brandon Eccles, who they planned all along to be their slot quarterback. And then Jalen Ramsey came along, and he was so good at that position, they just let him play it. But now the move to safety for Jalen Ramsey was because Eccles was ready to play.
There's 9 Steelers bring 4. Rutgers pass for Gadsden. Incomplete. Can't bring it in. And the Steelers match the 3 and out with one of their defenses on.
Pretty well thrown ball there. That's one you'd like to be able to come up with. It was one of those you snap your head around and the ball's right on you. But that's one he's been making all season long. And Rondé Gadsden is one that really has played sensationally here over the past month or so.
J.K. Scott, the punter for the Chargers, who struggled on special teams with a lot of personnel changes all year. Big rush on Scott, gets it out of there, not his best. It's going to be less than 38 yards. We'll see where they mark it. Steelers going to take over in Chargers territory as this ball gets marked with a 33-yard punt to the 45-yard line. Here at 3 and outs, Aaron Rodgers has the ball in Chargers territory. When we come back to SoFi.
This is Tom. Work has been weird lately. He's gonna fly the and fast. Luckily, AI search can help him hatch a plan. It's gotta be quick, and it's gotta be that should do it. Phew, things were getting dicey there for a moment, but now everything's gravy. Planning a quick getaway? Just ask Google.
I like so strong. No, he's so much taller in person.
I'm struggling with his proportions.
Yeah, because you're taking too long. You know, one time I filed a claim in under 2 minutes on the Geico app. Little to the right, G? Yeah. If they can work wonders that fast, why can't I? Voila.
City.
Show up.
What was that?
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
When are you going to see the world? I'm out on the greatest days of my life.
But that day was ruined by accusations that my birds only want to sell wings. You know what they're saying out there? They're saying the quarterbacks are scrambling, apparently, to sell eggs.
Eggs are delicious. Great protein.
Oh, Baker Mayfield's a bread influencer.
That man does bake.
You know, football is not employed to sell food.
When football makes you hungry, order Uber Eats.
Introducing the all-new Acura ADX. Take your buds on go. Take your buds on go.
Hey, Google. Turn it up.
Take your buds on go. Take your buds on go. The all-new Acura ADX. Crafted to match your energy. Take your buds on go.
The NFL International Games head to Spain. And on NFL Network, our stars come out in the morning. Commanders, Dolphins. It's Sunday Morning Football. Next Sunday at 9:30 Eastern on NFL Network.
Tonight's 4K Skycam coverage. Wave, everybody. Delivered by Walmart. We got the whole team up here. Hi, Skycam's not back. Isn't that nice? Thanks. Camera folks down below way up here. David Freeland by Platt. Lynn running the booth. Mark Benton, Brandon Glass. Wade Junko in the corner. Gang's all here. Terry McCauley's back in our studio as well, our news analyst. As the Steelers, after the short 34-yard punt, take over at the Chargers' 46-yard line. First handoff of the game for Pittsburgh. Jalen Warren runs it to the right for 4 against the Charger defense.
Khalil Mack, Buffalo. Deshaun Hand, Jamar Caldwell, or to your choice, West Philly High School. Tony Russell, USC. Dan Emmett, Kershaw High School. Denzel Perry, High School. Cam Hart, Notre Dame. Derwin James, Florida State. Elijah Molden, Dante Jackson, LSU.
Starting quarters out for Jesse Mitchell's defense. Remember, this was the number 1 scoring defense in the league last year. They're 12th right now, just under 22 a game.
can start to put their pieces back together, especially with edge rushing. Second and 6, second straight hit. And hit. It's players who can free. Denzel Curry been one of them to stop there.
Every once in a while, you get to an NFL game and you see a perfect play. Watch Perriman on this one. When we get the double team down, he's got to step up in that gap, make a tackle. How about a forward tackle? How about wrap your arms? How about drive your shoulders through a back? That is perfection.
in third five. Yeah, then the quarterback of the defense moving Derwin James to the top of the screen. Rodgers has it. Flushed. Found space. Flicking downfield for DK Metcalf. Missed him by an accident. Oh, Aaron's eyes get wide. Saw Metcalf breaking. Just missed. Fourth down. Ball's field goal coming, by the way.
We saw some of that. Yet their leading sacker, Tweet Blotu on the outside, going to apply some pressure. But already, anytime that we're seeing that inside move, we're seeing that Aaron Rodgers jumping off that spot. This was a bomb coming through.
Speaking of Boswell from 59, he's been a 60 this year. And Chris Boswell nails it. In the year of long kicks, Chris Boswell is a confident one. In a game where it feels like points will be at a premium. First one for Pittsburgh. The long leg of the veteran from 59. But Danny Smith, special teams. Up 3-0. Shoot that jump in.
T-Mobile is the best place to get the powerful new iPhone 17. Hold on, is this big enough?
Is what big enough?
I should dance. I mean, you gotta feel it. 4 iPhones, no trading. I got rhythm.
Get fired up at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trading needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
I'm gonna do a flip. Nailed it.
Whatever energy drink she had, I want some.
Whoa, looks like you're backing up a bit here. Okay, Luann? Is there a Luann in the house?
For you to work it. Young homeowners love to get involved with everything.
Luann going once.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming a veteran, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Sorry. Luann!
Thank you, Santa.
Santa!
Seedy, breaking those DB's ankles is not very nice. But those routes sure are. Woo! Santa approves that sideline swagger.
The triple treat box is back. Now, you can holiday as hard as this guy.
Look who I found on the roof.
Holiday harder with the triple treat box from Pizza Hut.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up. But not today. I want to carry on. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name. Hug, the power of dreams. Proud partner of Team USA.
I heard it. Are you alright? With your eyes.
From the network that brought you The Office and Parks and Rec comes an all-new episode of TV's Feel Better Comedy. St. Dennis Festival tomorrow on ABC and Peacock. Some of these beautiful shots of music can wash over you, especially if you're in the Midwest. Watch that Bears game today. Football weather has arrived in the middle of the country. Kickoff's going to be taken here. Return by Trevion Williams for the Chargers. We'll get it across the 30 to the 32-yard line. And let's beat Pittsburgh defense.
You are.
Cam Hayward beat Ohio State. Keanu Vincent from Janesville Craig High School. Derek Harmon, Oregon. Alex Huntsman, Charlotte. Patrick Queen, LSU. Nate Wilson, NC State. Pete Blake, Rosa High School. David Ramsey, Curtis Prep. Kyle Duggar, Lenore Ryan. Joey Porter Jr., King, Illinois.
Just reading the big headline of Ramsey back in safety, 6 turnovers, 5 sacks against the Colts a week ago. See how the Chargers deal with it. Herbert, the 31, go to McConkey. Incomplete. McConkey's jersey got pulled, and it was not called. Trying to get to the second-year receiver out of Georgia. Second down.
We had about the same view of that one, didn't we? You can tell there was a little tug on there, but this is released in time. And really, we've seen McConkey, who was sort of that underneath guy for so much of the season a year ago, by far their best receiver. Now starting to break out. Now starting to get down the field a little bit more than he did last year.
Field empty from the 31. Herbert throws inside. Complete. First down marker to Whitney Johnston. Third-year man at TCU. He's just going to be short of the first down. It'll be third and less than a yard for LA.
Sort of the Chargers version of DK Metcalf, right? I mean, he's the guy, the catch and run, the powerful guy, but now into the game will come those bonus tight ends and fullback, fists, Matlock, and there's the
Chargers stop. Steelers beat it at the summit, and it got nowhere. Gonna be short. What will Jim Harbaugh do on fourth down? They put the ball down first. This forward progress with where the ball is. They had to get to the 41-yard line directly. Quickly, Brad Rogers says it's fourth down.
But, you know, it looked like Steelers were underneath Chargers on that one. Or the Eagles, usually that's their key. But I'm going here, too.
That time, Chris maybe got a little bit lower and picked up the first down. Jeez. What does the game come to?
Well, it's come down to having real big guys like that pushing on the backside of your quarterback, and everybody gets paid. That's exactly what the NFL is.
And that piece of art is our first down of the night. There he is, Scott Matlock. You mentioned Tucker missed before. Matlock's 23, 85. Tried to beat the power. If he needed, the tackles this season had one bucket. For about a yard. Chris, a little bit interesting. Mike Tomlin has so much experience going up against Greg Roman, the offensive coordinator for the Chargers. Roman stays with John Harbaugh of Baltimore, and he felt like he had a feel for what they could do, even though they're missing their two best tackles.
Well, the one thing that the Chargers don't want to do is get this pass rush going. One thing the Steelers want to do is do what they did against the Colts last week, which is stump the run early, go get the quarterback late. The stump the run early is working so far for the Steelers.
And 9. Herbert inside. Gaston, nice catch to grab that one. A couple shy of the first down for the rookie fifth-round pick out of Syracuse.
He really moves like a wide receiver, and that's what he was for the most part in his life. You'll just see this little return route and then make a diving catch. He's back comfortable again. But he has plenty of genes. His father played for Miami and the Dolphins and made some of the most spectacular catches you'll ever see. And father like son.
6 years with the Dolphins, catching the passes from Marino. Now catching from another guy who could spin it, and Herbert. 3rd and 3. One screaming off the edge of the bottom. Herbert throws inside, incomplete. And a Steeler before anybody else. Joey Porter thought he had his hands on one. And after the game's first down, the Chargers will punch it away.
Ouch. You don't get many thrown like that where you just simply don't see the football. They have a little return route, and these are very popular. Just come back out the other way, and Herbert just never, ever saw that one. But Speaking of families in football, you might hear about that one after the game.
J.K. Scott to kick the ball. There's much pressure this time, trying to get that towards the sideline. And it will be down very nicely, just outside the 5-yard line for the Chargers. Talk about all that bad weather. Taking to the beach. Well, 978 days from the LA Olympics for beach volleyball. It'll be fun to watch.
When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be the man who wakes up yesterday.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that opens up a world of possibilities. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, get premium benefits and a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
This is a hot flash. This is a not flash. This is a hot flash. This is not. If you have hot flashes and night sweats due to menopause, ask about Veoza, the #1 prescribed hormone-free treatment approved for moderate to severe vasomotor symptoms due to menopause, so you can have fewer hot flashes and more not flashes. Veoza reduces the number and severity of hot flashes day and night. Veoza can cause serious side effects, including liver problems. Your doctor will do blood tests before and during treatment. Stop Veoza and call your doctor if you have symptoms of liver problems, such as feeling more tired than usual, decreased appetite, nausea, vomiting, itching, yellowing of the eyes or skin, pale stool, dark urine, or stomach pain. Don't use Veoza if you have cirrhosis, severe kidney problems, kidney failure, or take CYP1A2 inhibitors. Ask your doctor about more not flashes with hormone-free Veoza. Visit Veoza.com.
Short on nothing, big on weekend. Only on Royal Caribbean.
Salute to service, the year-round effort by the NFL and its charitable partners to honor and connect with our nation's service members. You see Patrick Queen for the Steelers, his time spent with veterans earlier this year. Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers held a walkthrough during their minicamp on Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton. The veterans and their families, in our thoughts, especially right around Veterans Day. Visit NFL.com/salute to learn more. Great efforts of Patrick, who you see there, work with those 100 veterans, and then Charger experience down at Pendleton was a treat for those fans back in an area where they still love the Lightning Bolts. Caleb Johnson, Indiana, Iowa, is the back in for the 6. He gets contacted another rookie from Oregon, Jamari Caldwell. Finishes that a loss of a pair for the Steelers.
They're really excited about Jamari Caldwell. He is a huge guy, and he has just been able to fit in perfectly into this defense. And when you see this kind of run-stuffing ability, it just makes you feel good because the way that they play defense, again, is very soft in coverage. So fewer people have to be able to stop the run. Plays like this now put them in a great position on second down.
Johnson the back. 5 snaps last week against the Colts. Did not play the prior 2 weeks. Struggled early on this year, getting it back in there against the front 9-yard line. Johnson had a terrific season in the Big Ten. He was 7th in the FBS with 1,537 rushing yards at Iowa. Kind of thought he would be a perfect fit for the Steelers. Just hasn't clicked in the first half of the season. He'll come out now as Pittsburgh has 3rd down coming up.
The guy they've been working into is a big 300-pounder, Darnell Washington, number 80. But now they're going to go spread it out and get some of those receiving tight ends in the game.
That's Brian Luke. 37. For sure. 3-4, Rodgers. And the end zone in a little bit of trouble. Dixie goes from back. He goes for football. Back on it for a safety. He was trying to tiptoe around Khalil Mack. got Rodgers. And it's 3-2.
Entering on veteran here because when this move happened by Rodgers, it was on the other side. The move, exactly the same move. Cleo Mack comes spinning back in there. Rodgers stepped right into him. Got frozen when he saw him on the spin move. Backed into the end zone. 2 points.
It may have been when Rodgers hit the leg or the hit of Chris Mortano, the tackle, as he was coming back. And Matt was there to close it out in his 4th sack on the season. And make this now a 3-2 game. It'll be a free kick to the Chargers.
Baseball scored for a baseball beginning to this one. This has been all defense on both sides of the ball. And maybe they know a little too much about each other.
Well, LA Pittsburgh 3-2 is the first quarter square, but then final earlier today in hockey because the Los Angeles Kings beat the Penguins by the score of 3-2 in Pittsburgh.
I knew you'd come up with something.
Okay, we're working for anything here. We got 1 first down, we got 19 plays, 29 yards. Dig it in. The landing area rules still apply with the free kick from the 20. Boswell sends it. It's a return against Darius Davis to the 10. Around the 35-yard line. That's where the Chargers will get going. Well, you always want to hit in Hollywood, unless it's your quarterback getting hit. There have been too many of those. 19 offensive line combinations, the second most in the league. That changing picture has meant the star of the picture getting hit a lot. 17 pressures per game. It's the most for any quarterback in the league. And this is a little tough, Chris. 9 hits a game. Second highest over the last 20 seasons. That's the rate Herbert is at. You don't want that stack attached to your quarterback. Inside run with Vidal for about 3 yards. Just think about the key here last year. Jim Harbaugh takes over. What he tells us? We got to protect Justin Herbert. We got to protect him. So they get tackles, pay one, draft another, get running backs, and what happens? Everybody gets hurt.
And now you have to get creative. And for Herbert, one of the great weapons that he has is his ability to run the football. That probably has meant more to this offense from the opening day when they knocked off the Kansas City Chiefs right through the season. Over 300 yards. He only had basically that same number the entire season a year ago.
2nd and 7. Arians taking off as well. And he's been taking a bunch of hits like that as well as he's run the ball. After clean there for a couple of yards against the big quarterback.
Yeah, this, and I don't want to overcook this too much already, but whatever the 5 quarters now we've seen with Jalen Ramsey playing 1 free safety position and Kyle Duggar came over 3 days into the practice a week ago and started all over. They've basically been sort of shut down against good offenses.
Goes up to the line of scrimmage here. And a whistle. And then a quick release off the edge. False start. Just call off start. Offense. The 74. And that's one of the tackles, Austin Deculus. He's jumped in at left tackle after the injury to Joe Alt.
And he started weeks 5 through 7 at left tackle for Alt. But I tell you, after you put on the tape of a week ago against this defense and the way they rushed the passer against the Colts, you want a head start too.
3rd and 4, 3rd and up. The motion to throw is incomplete. Get out of the hands of Johnston. The Steelers defensive Darius Slay making the play. Forces a 3rd punch in this opening quarter for the Chargers.
Well, and the Pittsburgh Steelers, they're Pittsburgh, right? So they want to bring pressure, but you can only do that when you feel confident that your guys on the back end of this are going to be able to hold up. And the Steelers defensively have added so much speed to the middle of this defense, right down the middle. You think about baseball and other sports, they simply got better and they got faster down the middle.
Pressure on Scott on the first kick. 2nd
protected here. This one's hanging high. The distance 55 yards. Sean Williams from the 10 has a little space. That is brought down to the 21-yard line. Kendall Williamson, nice job, special teams. Harvin's back on the field. And up one.
Love that. So for Mom, I was thinking.
I thought she didn't want anything.
Oh, like when she says she doesn't want any fries?
And she eats all our fries.
Exactly. What if we get her the new iPhone 17 Pro at AT&T? You can get their best deals without needing the most expensive plan.
Good call.
And you know, she loves her selfies.
Who's that?
No clue.
Get the all-new iPhone 17 Pro on us. The most powerful iPhone yet. Most expensive plan now required. It was an idea.
Applebee's new Ultimate Trio. Now with new zesty, crispy pickle fries. Just mix and match 3 apps and 3 sauces to create your own Applebee's Ultimate Trio. All for the ultimate price of $14.99.
I wrap myself in athletic tape to keep from snacking.
You should try Wonderful Pistachios. They're tasty and healthy.
Pistachios, huh? Delicious. High five.
Siete.
In Western Pennsylvania, they want to know what's going on with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Well, here early on, looked like they were going to have a big touchdown pass. The DK Metcalf, not so good. Then it was Joey Porter who had an interception. And then we'll scramble around by Rodgers and joints off the board for the defense. So it has been missed opportunities and mistakes so far across the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You see those first 3 first-quarter possessions, the safety by Mack, the second of his career, had one in 2020 when he was with the Chicago Bears. So from the 21, Rodgers looking to go up top, slapped it inside the DK Metcalf, 18 yards to the 39, and a first down for Pittsburgh.
Here's what you have to be able to do as a quarterback. Anticipate where this ball is going to go. They're going to try and throw it right in here, right behind the linebacker. And you can trust your quarterback. If it looks bad, he's going to slow you down. If he extends you like that, you're clean to take off and run. And the Steelers tonight want to count on catch and run plays to beat the Chargers.
About 3 yards. Enjoying the Denzel Perriman tackle shell right now.
I made Denzel mad. I don't know what happened, but he is ripping people out there. Watch him come running across the formation and really going to catch Warren by surprise almost. Good shots. Like Pittsburgh, you have to come in with that mindset.
Second and 6. Rodgers swings it again in the middle of his pod by that big tight end. Chris referred to earlier, Darnell Washington. First down at the 41-yard line.
Talk about anticipating throws, but you can't miss him, right? He's 300 pounds of man running down the middle of the field, and we always think about in terms of wide receivers and tight ends being intimidated to run over the middle. With this guy, you go, I don't really want to hit that coming down there, but Aaron Rodgers, you can tell the way he talks about it. So they were trying to move him to tackle. And I don't think Aaron let it happen. Like, he knew what he had, and he is really good getting to him. the look they've fallen in love with right here. Anderson on the outside. Darnell Washington, the tight end, who just made the catch with a good block cut up inside of him. And we have seen Washington. There's a reason that they wanted him to play tackle, because he has been a very effective blocker on the edge. And that's the reason you see them stay with that seven-man front.
Didn't like what was going on, trying to get 45, two lead for look two, all blocked up and a timeout taken by the Steelers. They're first. Well, you come to an LA game, you're going to have celebrities here, right? Bo Derek joining us, not sitting at the 10-yard line. Reggie Miller. Reggie and Ray were doing the Sixers-Boston game Tuesday night on NBC. There he is now, four-time World Series champ. The double play to clinch the World Series. Mookie Betts, Hall of Famer, and Bounce. Great throws here. Troy Polamalu. Well, among the others, and you saw Football Night in America. Ben Snoop goes. You got Reggie Miller, who I worked with. Snoop, who I worked with. I get the biggest star that I worked with.
All right, let's get started with this. All right, let's run these last teams left at a discount here. Last chance sweepstakes for these teams. Run the Hawks first.
I needed more from my antidepressant, so my doctor added Caplyta, proven to provide greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone. Building on my progress without starting over. Weight gain and reported sexual side effects were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved.
I'll run the Celtics.
Tell your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Arby's new steak nuggets. Finally, you can enjoy that smoky, seared steak you'd normally grill at home without your father-in-law asking, "You sure it's done, buddy?" "Yes, Kevin. We're sure."
I'll run the Bulls next.
This holiday, Verizon's got the craziest deal ever. With iPhone 17,
It's the last chance to get these teams. I'm deleting them after they run.
Don't worry, we know what list you're on. I'm always watching. Always watching. Not always. Boundaries.
Get the powerful new iPhone 17, iPad, and Apple Watch, all for $0. No trade-in needed on any plan.
Mike, I'm terrified of used car shopping and I cannot afford.
All right, let's run the Cavs.
Show me, Carfax. Carfax can show how damage impacts price, so you don't have to overpay. Always look for me and shop millions of great deals at Carfax.com.
Tonight's SNS sites are provided by Nationwide. Chargers have a beautiful new facility, the Bolt, and in the atrium there's that great quote from Alex Spanos, but man, some of the sweetest looking uniforms in football history. Paul Lowe, Lance Allworth, Dan Fauch, Judy Seau, Ladainian Tomlinson, Antonio Gates, Phillip Rivers, Justin Herbert. Those are all big moments in the careers of those players, the uniforms they were wearing. As Team Spanos and the Charger organization with this move to Los Angeles, that beautiful facility where they practice.
All right, running the Pistons.
is the cries are running everywhere inside this building. But we have both teams, both offensive lines, both quarterbacks. We're seeing a lot of quick throws. We're seeing a lot of run plays.
All right, run on the Clippers. $9 for the Clippers. I don't think we've had a break yet where we haven't hit a Clipper auto. Hit a James Harden gold to 50. Clippers definitely one of those teams. All right, run the Lakers.
Talking about from second and short. Now you're back to second and 10. The first quarter, by the way, had a combined total of 4 first downs, equaling the fewest in any NFL game thus far this year. On and Gainwell will hit. Who takes that extra hit at the 11-yard line.
All right, gonna run the Heat.
All right, we'll take a look at it. In break. Catch by Smith for third and long. Where am I going? I don't know. Where am I heading? I ain't certain. All I know is I am on my way. When will I be there? I don't know. When will I get there? I ain't certain. All I know is I am on my way. Where am I going? I don't know. What will I get? I ain't equipped to say.
Toyota trucks.
All right, Blazers running.
Ever changed a tire before? Don't bet. I just wanted to help people by sharing dad advice on TikTok. Throw the big fish over. I'm not a dad to just my own kids, but to the millions of people that just need to hear, you've got this.
Ooh, Swoon taking down the Blazers.
They say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But we put it inside burritos and tacos anyway. Crispy chicken from Taco Bell, a brand new classic.
Once Mindy heard about Walmart's Black Friday.
All right, Blazers are gone. Let's run the Kings now.
It's kind of catchy.
So, Lindsay, the Olympic comeback, it's on. I know. I love it too much to stop. The things we do for love. Tell me about it. Austria 2013. I tore my ACL and my MCL. Ouch. St. Hubert boating incident. Yeah, wrenched my whole knee. 2010, wrecked my arm, but I still skied down in a sling. I slid under a car. I got a nasty road run.
Local team, the Kings. Good get there. All right, let's run the Raptors.
Because we love it. Because we love it.
Nobody parties like St. Dennis.
Fun commences now.
That's not a pinata. That's for baby showers.
Well, you might want to mark that.
St. Dennis Medical. New tomorrow on NBC and Peacock.
After review, it's an incomplete pass. It will be third down. Terry McCauley, I'll bring you in. Could you make an argument that he did freeze it against his forearm there?
Very briefly, Mike, but when the ball hits the ground, he loses complete control, and that makes
All right, last one, the Jazz.
Incompletion. That's the Steelers. 29 is 3rd and 10. The Arizona Chargers. Deep lead looks coming. Rodgers throws underneath, trying to catch a run. Meanwhile, rally to the ball for the Chargers and R.J. Mickens.
Oh my goodness. Top litters all over the place. All right, that's it. Let's do it. Swoon cleaning up for us. Appreciate it. Jeez Louise, what an exciting game. All right, good luck, everybody. 3-2. I know, it's pathetic. Safety, field goal. Steelers love freaking field goals, man. Like, there's like a unanalytic team, it's the Steelers. They're like, let's take the points always. Let's run the ball and be super boring. Hired a guy who freaking sucked as an NFL head coach to run their offense. And his only claim to fame is he was Derrick Henry's coach in Tennessee. And that's apparently why everybody thought he would be good, and he's just been not good. So, all right, we got a backwards card here. 80s basketball. That's going to be Chris Murray. Just a base. 80-81 basketball for the Blazers. All right, we got two backwards hard here. This cards here is KG. We got Washington, Will Riley for the Wizards, and Rise of Stardom, Dylan Harper. That's on the Victory SSP rookie, Will Riley for... That is their first round pick, so that's good. Watched a little bit of the Wizards game last night. They got some good. They got some good young talent. I can get excited about the Wizards. I mean, shit, they've had lottery picks in every draft for the last however many years. There's Cam Thomas, Sengwe. There's Castle. We got Joan Behringer. Oh, there we go. We got an auto. Timberwolves rookie auto. Contemporary marks. I mean, the Timberwolves sell like shit, so this guy can't be that good, right? But we'll take a rookie auto. Never know. There you go, Douglas. I'm hoping he ends up something for your sake. All right, we got Jalen Brunson on the Stars. I don't know what these new, whatever penny sleeves I got recently. I'm not a fan of them. A little stiff. It's hard to get the paper cards in. It's gonna be really hard to get the chrome cards in. All right, we got a levitation. These are short printed. That's going to be Giannis for the Bucks. So levitation, short print. They're not doing as well as you'd hope, but they are fairly short printed, like one every other jumbo, I believe. One every couple hobbies. So there you go. Bucks on the board. There's my guy Curry, OKC. That's going to be Thomas Sorber on the No Limit. Ugh, I hate these penny sleeves already. Looks like we got maybe Magic or Mavs colors here. Could be Mavs. Let's hope it's a big Cooper flag. Let's go. It is Mavs. 172, so it's not Cooper flag. It's a vet. That's going to be Derek Lively the second on the rainbow foil. All rookies are numbered. I think they start at 201. I would like TJ Watt to desperately get in the action here. Nobody. Just a base pack there. Oh my goodness. Why would you do that, dude? Like, just spike him. Why? Just freaking tackle him. Back-to-back base packs. Take it easy on my Darius Davis. I have his gold vinyl rookie auto from Optic. It's in my collection. I'm looking for the green to 5 to complete the rainbow. So if anybody has a Darius Davis neon green to 5 auto, I'm looking for it. I got James Harden for the Rockets on the MVP vault. VJ Edgecombe. 80s basketball looks like Lakers. Nope, Kings. Maxime Renaud. Rookie. Just a base, though. There we go. Finally. Oop. Cedric Coward. We got Nuggets. 107. Is that the Joker? Nope, that's going to be Jalen Pickett. Wow. Black. 21 of 68. Nice hit there for the Nugs. Is that you too, Douglas? Jalen Pickett. Boo, it should be you. Maybe it's Swoon. Kuminga. Yeah, that's the second black we've hit. Can't remember what the other one was. Stars of NBA. That's going to be Cam Thomas for the Nets, and that is a hollow or a rainbow. Whoop. Trey Lance. Oh man, that should have been a touchdown. Another Dylan Harper base auto. Or is it base auto? Wish it was a base auto. Oh my gosh. Not paying attention. DD18 daily dribble. It's gonna be Kawhi Leonard. Non-numbered. These are cool. I like those. There you go, Swoon. Nuggets hitting. All right, we got Spurs. There he is, Dylan Harper. No limit. Oh my gosh, that's why you play defense. All right, 3 packs left. Take a riveting 5-3 lead. Hoping this picks up after half. Liam McNeely, Lanier, Grayson Allen. We got OKC. Jalen Williams for the Thunder. Card 116. Rainbow foil. Some really nice damage there on top. Edge damage. Not what we're looking for there. All right, we got another stars. Green. So either the Celtics, Bucks. Let's see. That's Jason Tatum. 2 packs left. Base pack here. That is a base pack. Boo, base packs. I think I saw today that Cooper Flag base rookies are selling for $5. It's very generous. Guess I should have raised the price on the Mavericks. We've been pulling probably, I don't know, 3 to 4. 3 boxes. All right, box number 2. And then we get that super jumbo next. '80s basketball, 53. There's Con. All right, might have another auto here. That would be cool. All right, 207 rookie for the Pelicans. Jeremiah Fears. See what that one is. And then we got stars. That was going to be Tyrese Maxey. So Fears on the victory. Always good to get those rooks. All right, come on, Rodgers. We need a touchdown here. All right, maybe our auto is here. Let's see. CMTP Tyrese Proctor for the Cavs. Rookie auto. So that's good. 2 hobby boxes, 2 autos. Gonna get a guaranteed auto in the next box. Maybe we get a silver pack auto this time. Oh my gosh, you ran right into him, dude. There's Ace Bailey. We got Rise to Stardom. That is Jeremiah Fears. Daily Dribble. Looks like Lakers. Shaquille O'Neal. Curry. Looks like Spurs colors here. Stars. Nope. Clippers. Kawhi on the foil. Oh my gosh, he had him. Need a little more air under that. A little more air, a little more air. All right, we got potential Mavs colors here. Maybe Magic. Maybe OKC. Let's see what we got here. It is Magic. 260 rookie for the... Nope, it's not rookie. That is Big Diesel. So the vets are also numbered in the 200s, but they're like... The checklist is really weird because you got... Rookies are like 200 to 250-ish, something like that. And then you have like weird one-off, like I know Buddy Hield for the Warriors has like a card numbered in the 200s. It's just very strange. And then you get the vets after that. And then after the vets, it's the team cards. So 300 card checklist. Swish miss. Oh, we got Cooper Flag on the base auto. I guess that's $5.
Maybe next year, Mr. Green. A game for everyone on your nice list. If Nationwide could be a great insurance and financial services company, what's stopping you from being so much more than one thing? And that question is what inspired me to create Motivating Network. All right, ready? Let's hear it. Motivation, others, Blue, insurance and financial services. I get emotional saying the acronyms that include Nationwide.
All right, Brooklyn Nets. That's going to be Drake Powell on the no limit.
Crispy, juicy, tendery, tendy. That's fun to say. Tendies. And they're so good. Maybe we should change that. For tendies, you're gonna go by name. Gotta be Wendy's.
Bernard King. There's Cat Markkanen. 80s basketball. Thomas Sorber for the Thunder. Looks like I got a base pack here. There's a con rookie. Wemby, second year, third year. Crazy to think about. All right, we got a Kings hit. Everybody stop the presses. Kings hit. How about Malik Monk? Wow, that is nice. There you go. Swoon, we got Malik Monk with the purple color match. Light that beam, baby. Not quite sure it pays for the spot, but there's a Kings fan out there that would love that card. That purple color match. All right, we got that's Ant-Man on the stars. There's Asa Newell, Pods, Connect. We got Ben Saroff for the Nets on the new school. Derek Queen for the Pels on the rise to stardom. That is a purple to 250. Nice one there for the Pelicans. As I butterfingerly drop it. There you go. A couple purples, a couple numbers. Hugo Asengwe, Cam Jones. So we got Cavaliers hit here in the back. 250. That's going to be a vet, I bet. Tyrese Proctor. No, it's a rookie. There we go. So 250. That must be the last of the rookie checklist. Tyrese Proctor. So we got a Proctor auto and a Proctor rainbow. Good break for the Cavs. All right, 3 packs left, and then we get our HTA Jumbo. Another Proctor. Can't get rid of this guy. Danny Wolf. There's Cade, LeBron, Harden. We got a Lakers hit on the no limit. That's Adu Thiero. There we go. About time. God, we're going to finish with 2 base packs here. It's crazy. All right. Well, nothing huge. Couple autos is nice. It's nice to get autos instead of relics. Got a levitation short print. Couple numbers. But, yeah, we're looking for that. We're looking for that funky, weird stuff. That wood parallels or clear team color border. You know, those like super short printed stuff. That's what we're looking for. The case hits, home court advantage. What else do we got? Golden mirrors. We haven't seen a golden mirror yet. That's the stuff we want. Another Dylan Harper. Larry Legend. LeBron. There's Steph. Clay. My guy Clay. All right, we got a new school. That's going to be another net. Ben Suraf. And another hit for the Kings. That one's going to be Nick Clifford on the no limit. And Clippers 230. That's Yannick on the rookie blue sand glitter short print. Oh my gosh. A terrible game. I want to check my phone right now. Group chat's going to be blowing up with unhappiness. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? That's a base card. All right, I think we got something coming for the Wizards here. All right, we got a Kelly Oubre sighting. We got a daily dribble. That's going to be another Shaq. We already had one of those. We got here something in between. What is this? Comic Court James Harden for the Clippers. That has to be some sort of a... Wow, that's got to be a super short print. I have not seen those. That's nice. It's a little bummer it's James Harden, but there we go. Case hit. There we go. Case hit. I told you it's the Clippers. I said when we were selling the Clippers, I said we have not had a box yet where the Clippers have not hit something unique or special, and they're at it again, those Clippers. So tricksy. Just a Shaq base insert. I think we ran the... What did we run the Clipper spot for? $9? That's why you never know. You never, ever, ever know. Wish it was a Curry, though. All right, well, we still got an auto. We still got our relic. But that's something, huh? All right, here we go. We got... Well, it's also nice, too, that we got a case hit because these were just 5 loose boxes. So, all right, Sorbert on the no limit. We got Gigi Jackson on the 80s basketball. There's our auto right there. So we're going to go behind. We got Shea Gilgeous, Max Christie, not freaking Cooper Flag. But let's see what we got here. Marks of Excellent, Max Strus. So the Cavs just continue their dominance of the break.
Is the perfect meal for two. For 2 humans, not whatever you are. I am a burger-loving buffalo with wings. I've never seen a make and model like you in my entire life. Oh, I get that a lot. You should see my mom. Big 6 meal for 2 for $19.99. The knockouts begin. ZBB with the deal double G. Joe Walsh with the Eagles. What happens when you press these buttons?
All right, we're only 2 packs in too. Still got lots of fun to get through. See if we get something else unique here. Another Ace Bailey rookie, LaMelo. There's my guy Struce, Kuminga, Embiid, D White, CP3. All right, we got some. What is this? Oh, another levitation. Another levitation. That's gonna be Tatum for the C's. We got Sixers. How about VJ Edgecombe on the no limit? And for the Bucks, AJ Green. That is a straight blue to 150. Little friendly fire there. I like these levitations, but this is, if you're new to Topps, this is the problem with Topps, is that they have so many of these like rare-ish inserts, and it's almost like throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. So like you'll see these things like the levitation, and then like the next release they won't exist anymore. So like they never get any traction. They never get the value that, you know, they should, because of the rarity that they have. And that's kind of, you know, where Panini was really good at case hits. Like you knew what you hit and what it was, and Topps is still searching for kind of what they think will be their big case hit. But all right, we got Nets. How about Drake Powell? Nice little rookie there. And we got Come On. That's just on a rainbow. Come On for the Suns. Drake was the first rounder. All right, and we got one more card here hiding behind. Come On, it's going to be another Clipper. Surprise, surprise. How about Norman Powell on the sand glitter? I saw he's on the Wizards now, huh? Saw him last night. All right, we got a gold. Gold to 2025 coming up. All right, stars of NBA. Looks like possibly Lakers. How about LeBron? See if that's a holo in a second. 80s basketball. It's going to be Cole Anthony. It is a holo or a foil. We got Lauri Markkanen on the non-folo. And let's see what we got here. McConkey. That is Klay Thompson. 926 out of 2025 on the gold with a nice little ding there on the corner. All right, 3 packs left. Uh-oh. My computer decided it wanted to just go to sleep. I'm streaming here. What's wrong with you? Jalen Wilson. Jalen Wilson was the guy last year I kept hitting the autos of. Couldn't get away from that guy. All right, DD31, Daily Dribble. There we go. Cooper Flag. B numbered, B numbered, B numbered. It is non-numbered. We got Jace Richardson on the no limit. And how about Kobe White on the sand glitter for the Bulls? All right, we got our mem here and another gold. Wow, 2 golds in 1 box. That's crazy. That's crazy. Crazy talk. A lot of rookies here. All right, we got Noah Penda on the no limits. How about Tyrese Proctor? Another Tyrese Proctor. Own the game. Bam Adebayo on the Heat for the Own the Game relic. And we got Giannis on the MVP vault. God, have we pulled? I do not think we've pulled a numbered relic. All right, let's see what we got here. Tops. I don't see a rookie. It's going to be Tyler Hero also for the Heat. 156 out of 2025. Like, would it kill him to throw some numbers on the... actually, that's not true. We had a nice Spurs sick patch out of 25, but that was an orange. But it'd be nice. I don't like the unnumbered relics. Like, I think all relics should just have a number on them. It shouldn't be infinite. Just make it $2.99 or something. All right, 2 packs left. Then we got our silver packs. There's a Cooper Flag. All right, rise to stardom. Noah Esangwe for the Bulls. We got 80s basketball. CJ McCollum for the Pels. No limit. Nope, another rise to stardom. That's going to be Cedric Coward. Is this one numbered? No, that's just a foil. And Brooklyn. Whatever it takes. Nets duo dominates on the sand glitter.
Thanks, Mike. All right, coming up on us at halftime, Matthew Stafford's MVP case continued with a little more NFL history, and Dan Campbell made a major call, and it paid off for the Lions. Plus, four-member former NFL commissioner Paul Tagliabue. That's all next.
All right, we got one pack left, and then we'll be into the silver packs. If we're gonna hit a huge card, we got to do it now. Give us that golden mirror, home court advantage.
Our job is to protect victims. Let me get you someplace safe. An innocent man is dead. That doesn't bother you.
All right, we got a Spurs hit. George Gervin. See what that is in a second. We got Bam Adebayo. It's just a rainbow, but that's cool. It's a cool little. And last card, another Kings hit. Maxine Reynard on the blue sand glitter short print. Couple hits for the Kings in this one. This is 120872 128. Yep, just a base card. It just I don't know. It kind of looks like a short print, like a image variation or something. Just want to check and make sure. It's not, but it's very cool, very clean looking. All right, so we got 4 silver packs left. We need a silver pack auto. We have not had one. We had a couple of runs of getting some numbered cards, but that dried up in our last break. Looks like none in this pack. We got Derek Queen, Neat Clifford, Johnny Broom, Evan Mobley, and John Morant. Not going to get it done. No numbered here either. We got Sangway, and Jace Richards, Sion James, and Kevin Durant. So at least we got a couple rookies there. All right, 2 packs left. Golly, it's stingy. Paulo Banchero, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Brunson, Risa Shea, and Carter Bryant. All right, last one. Come on, Tops. Give us a high note to go out on. All right, at least that looks like a green. So we got a green, or is it an aqua? I can't tell. It looks close. Hey, we got a Dylan Harper. That's a good sign. Kawhi Leonard, Devin Booker, Trey Young, and number to 199. So that's supposed to be an aqua. That's going to be Cam Thomas for the Nets. It's not the rookie we were looking for, but we'll take a bonus number there. All right, let's hit our recap here. We'll start with the unnumbered stuff. You all saw we just ended with that Dylan Harper. We had it in Sangway, Rise of Stardom Hollow, Penda No Limit Hollow, LeBron Stars of NBA Hollow, George Gervin, Drake Powell, Tyrese Proctor. We had a Shaq, Kawhi Leonard Stars, Jalen Williams, Cam Thomas, and Derek Lively. Those are our rainbow foils. We had our knocking cards down here. We had our shorter print parallels. We had the Nets team card, Kobe White, Norman Powell, Max Christie, AJ Johnson on our sand glitters, Jeremiah Fears and Will Riley on our victories. We had Maxime Renard on our blue sand glitter, as well as Yannick. We had a couple levitations, Jason Tatum and Akentakumpo. We had Bam Adebayo on our Own the Game relic, our case hit short print, James Harden on the Comic Court. Really cool looking card there. Numbered cards, we had Ken Thomas on the silver pack, Aqua and 199, Tyler Hero and Klay Thompson on the golds of 2025. We had AJ Green on the blue to 150, Derek Queen and Malik Monk, both purple to 250, and Jalen Pickett, 21 out of 68. And then our autos, at least we got 3 of them. Nothing to write home about, though. We had Max Strus, Tyrese Proctor, and as I throw it across the table, Joan Behringer for the Timberwolves. So, all right, guys, I'm going to get this packed up. Hey, we got a huge week of baseball breaks. If you're a baseball guy, there's so many new products coming out this week. Please go over to breakertoolbox.com. Check out what I got posted there. I'll be posting teams on Whatnot, but if you go to Breaker Toolbox, you always get first pick, and whatever's left over and I don't sell, I bring over to Whatnot. So make sure to follow me over on Breaker Toolbox. Appreciate you guys hanging out. That's going to do it for basketball for us until we get a new product. But yeah, we're going to be moving on to baseball, and then we got some other exciting releases come up. So be sure to give me a follow and bookmark the shows. Really appreciate it. Follow me on YouTube, Instagram. All the replays of all the breaks are over on YouTube. And yeah, we'll see you soon. Thanks again and take care. ODZ out.